Bye. Bye. You kicked my children. Goodbye. You kicked my fucking child. Goodbye. I'm leaving now. I always knew you were a piece of shit when you kicked my autistic child.
I just wanted to pause to say lap full of cat, very based. Also, I hate this song and I hate all of you. Just kidding, I don't hate this song. I don't hate all of you either. But I don't hate this song more. Also, it's by Valkyrie420. It's not by me, okay? That's not a meme. That's not some weird alter meme. She actually, AI, made this song.
I've already I experience racism. Okay? There's racism out there and people want to be racist. Let them be racist. I don't care. I don't care. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. There are homophobic people. It's not just about racism. You know, there are homophobes out there. There are racists out there. There are lots of haters out there. Transphobes. What am I? And then you act like you give a shit, Yoda, but then you go in. You watch and you put money in MFW's pocket and you say she's a racist. So do y'all even give a shit? Do y'all even give a shit? Like I'm the only one that says if you cross the line with me and you say certain something, I am done with you. But I see a lot of these people aren't like that. Class. Class. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Oh shit. Oh my stars, bitch. 51. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to ban you, boo. Oh shit, oh my stars, bitch. 51. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits. Greasy tits.
Swag.
I'm gay. I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hug men romantically. Drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay. I need cum to start my day. 1 teaspoon of penis juice he was normal,
Normal and not
straight.
straight! Okay. I'm sorry. I had to do that. Theme song now.
DJ AddyPupils.
I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty. Double no 50, chat can come with me. We gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me. Checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got savvy. No Peter Griffey's, but we get Litty. We sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys. Sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys. We sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys. We sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys. We sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty. Double no 50, chat gang come with me. We gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me. Checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got savvy. No Peter Griffey's, but we get Litty. We sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys. Sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys. We sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys. We sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys. We sexy and Diffys.
Oh no. Dead air. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we fixed it. Very good. Hello, class. How are you today? I know, I saw that you sent me one of my songs, and I don't know if I can play it on stream. The title made me think that I couldn't. Because the title of the song is Once You Go Elf, You Never Go Back, and I don't know if I'm gonna open that and it's just gonna play porn noises. So I don't know what to, I don't know what to do, okay? I really can't click that. Why is the cat talking to me? Shh. Kitten, shush. Okay, so we're not doing cam today because I feel like shit. But we're still streaming because I want to finish this Dr. K video and it's really, really long. It should get pretty interesting because we've gotten past like the intro boring part. We're like looks like we're 41 minutes in. Oh no, we're an hour and 9. So if we finish, we'll do a worst of the internet video because of worst of the internet, okay? And also, to be fair, Malcolm's stream didn't help. So I'm just gonna tell you why I'm crashing out right now. So I get up, right? And there's new Poppyverse news, okay? There's a new lawsuit. Poppy's defending herself, that's right. In the P&Z lawsuit, if you guys remember, No Flake is suing Poppy for, like, slander / like, libel, for going around and claiming that No Flake was a rapist with no proof, on her very large platform, against No Flake, which is she's not a content creator. So, anyway, this lawsuit is happening, and, Poppy is defending herself. And in this lawsuit, there are things detailed that I didn't want detailed, and I learned from Don't Smoke in Bed during Malcolm's stream that apparently they're gonna have to print out copies of the parts where, like, they have to include the slander with, like, furry porn art, because that's what Poppy is. And so, now in my head, I'm thinking about a courtroom in New York where there are people in the courtroom with binders full of furry porn. So that's cool. And then I went to Worst of the Internet stream to say hi and learned that Shani is probably jorking it, okay, whenever she gets mad at Rev. If you're not familiar with Shani and Rev, they're lolcows. Shani's username is Shani for Christ. They're quite prominent on Gore World, okay? You've got a lot of people that will just stay on just to, like, watch them fight and stuff like that. And, worst of the internet just happens to have a video on that particular fight where she's jorking it. So if we get to the end of this without me spontaneously combusting or committing any crimes, then we will watch that. By the way, Cassie looks so much like her sons these days. What are you saying? Did you just misgender my cat? Also, I'll say hi to you, because usually I do, but I'm stuck on top chat for some reason. Gay and lame. Okay, hi Waffles. Hi Zeppo. Hi Zach. Hello other people that I cannot see because I have no scrolly wheel. What the fuck? So, we might do that. We might not. I don't fucking know. We'll see how far we get. Also, make sure to like the stream and share it with your friends and family, okay? Or you hate trans people. You're not an ally if you don't like the stream and share it with your friends and family.
Then...
So, what's happening? This seemingly beautiful woman is Piratesoftware, and this is Dr. K. Dr. K is an online therapist. He therapizes people. And this is Piratesoftware, who famously got mad in a pro WoW game because he died and had no mana. And what could he do? Man. Alright, but he looks like a beautiful woman. I really can't get past that, and I'm going to gross you out throughout this video by continuing to insist that he is a beautiful woman. Okay, so Dr. K, we went through the intro stuff here where they talked. They're gonna loop, so you'll hear all the details. Okay, like you're if you saw the first part of the stream, you're not gonna, or if you didn't see, excuse me, the first part of the stream, you're not gonna miss any like core details because they'll loop a couple times. So Dr. K is attempting to explain to Piratesoftware, who apparently goes by Thor. Personally, I did not know that that was an option, so now I'm going to call my staff various mythical names. Because I guess that's an option. Hey, Winter Rose. Once you go elf, you never... Yeah, once you go... Shut the fuck... Stop! Okay, so he's got the therapy math up. Okay, Thor is there. Alright, I'm gonna move so we can see Thor's full name. Alright. Or full username, rather, not full name. That would be toxic. And we're gonna see how long I can go without just, like, absolutely freaking out, because I hate math. Even if it's word math, I hate it. I hate it. But yeah, so, basically Thor doesn't get why people would, like, troll him over what happened to him in this pro WoW game, because he's been crying about it for, like, half a year or something. Because people have been... Because that's what people do, right? Like... But they're not, like, the vast majority of these people are just going into his chat and, like, posting a meme and then getting banned. Like, it's not, I'm sure there is, like, some serious harassment, but you'll see. Anyway, they loop a couple times. Should be interesting.
You ran, and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run.
So,
how is that?
Shut up, Dr. K. So, in pro gamer speak... That means that Piratesoftware was following a shot caller. Okay, so that's shot caller, not something that the rest of you would use on yourself in your own home, okay? So he followed the directions from a teammate, and he didn't have any mana. So that's mana's like magical energy, alright? Wizards use it in WoW. I don't play WoW. I don't believe in WoW. I think WoW is degenerate. It's also not very accessible. I can't see shit.
Why would you not say that? Right? Like, the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening to you.
Yeah, no, legitimately.
And I don't know why, but with his beautiful woman hair, okay, he sounds like Papa Gut.
That's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like, if I would have just turned around and be like, you told us to. If I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
I agree.
Legitimately.
So I think
Yeah.
that the interesting thing here is that I suspect that there are a dozen other things like that.
Here, chat. I've moved you. Okay, so when you appear, you will not block the content.
So just the way that your narrative sounds to me, and let me know if like this is rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or
No.
if this is like,
I don't think you're an
please let me know. But I think that something about this story has something that I would call the missing reasons.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
think
saying.
for me, whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
Yeah.
Right? Because
I hate that stream transition, by the way. Okay? Okay? This is the only proper screen transition. This is the only one. The only acceptable one.
for me, I'm just like, this was me being smug, and it exploded out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk about. It became kind of like an issue, and it generated a lot of views.
Yeah. So
And it just kind of went nuts.
And so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second, because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
Because I was smug?
No.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Why did it amplify? Who's to blame for the amplification?
The amplification I could generally say is Reddit and other content creators. Like, I feel very steadfast in that opinion.
To be fair, that's true in terms of the latter. That's the only reason I even know about this. I actually forgot that we covered this when it first happened. We reacted to an SFO video on it that was quite long and quite good, but not nearly as funny as just watching the interview itself.
On that, I don't think this would have reached the audience that it did, or
Also, he's getting eaten by the green screen. Or the black screen?
become as large as it was on the internet without that.
So
You're talking over 100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I
Easy.
think is 100% true, and is indicative of what the problem is, right? Because what happens, what I'm noticing that you're doing is like every step of the way, you made one tiny mistake. But the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction.
Uh-oh.
And the way that you're responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames. And I think like you're saying this, right? Like you've tried everything. Like I tried
doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing. You've tried doing everything.
He's tried everything. He's tried everything, chat. He's tried everything except just apologizing and moving on, which is the right answer most of the time. I'm sorry, I might be too quiet. Hold on. I've added more filters so that I'm not so loud all the time. Hey, Zoo Phillips, I was just about to ask if it's okay to be gay. It is okay to be gay, and that's true.
And nothing seems to be working, which I know seems like nothing is working, but if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables in that equation, what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah, and that's why I look to the outside source, because I'm like, I've altered the way that I interact
But
online.
the outside source is relatively consistent, because people go through drama all the time. And maybe this is a leopard's ate my face moment. Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now, and a month from now, when I'm in your position, I'm going to be like, holy shit, was I wrong? Right? Like maybe...
I just realized we forgot to do the announcements, but it's fine because there's no announcements.
Maybe this is not the way, but your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate, not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm of what other content creators experience. Like, yes. I've been through shit. I've had people get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah.
For most of us, we all get these kinds of problems where people like are really mean to us. I don't think they understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. But what I see is a guy who is everyone.
Well, okay, listen, I have to take issue with Dr. K here. That's not how avalanches happen. The snow is not like, that's not, I know that's hyper autistic, but it makes me angry.
Thinks they're snowflakes, and you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think
now there's a swamp in the forest with the snow.
People on the internet don't now know how to understand it until you are on the receiving end of hate from thousands.
Zoo Phillips, it's not brought up enough, but it's ironic that a guy named Piratesoftware and SKG because of pirates. True.
Upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and people who are just piling on once the bully starts kicking you when you're down. The internet is like 1,000 other people who are like going to get in a lick because it feels good. And I think you're doing something that is like absolutely hitting a trigger point. And I suspect that what you're getting into, just with the way that you describe things, it's very much like I did this tiny thing, and then all of this stuff is happening to me that I don't have any influence over. And objectively, these people are wrong. Objectively, I am correct. And when someone does that and says, I am objectively wrong, I mean, I'm objectively right and you are objectively wrong. This is not what happened. This is what really happened. And by the way, all this shit is happening to me now. It's like a very does you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm trying very hard not to say certain words.
I don't see it that way though. Like
I know
see
you
it
don't.
As like an objective,
that
objective, this, objective, that. I see it as it's more of a deep emotional response from people that don't care about me or they don't care about resolving the situation. They want it to continue in some way.
Yeah, so
and
I think
I get it, but like I don't want to be a part of your story. Right? It's like
right. So I think that's what's fueling the flames. You don't see it that way.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how that.
Right. So
would.
so when I live,
why would you care for so long?
We'll get to that in a second. But I think that this is another thing, which is that you're thinking a lot. Sorry,
you guys, I'm scrolling trying to find this video.
Okay, so we're going to talk about something called mentalization. Okay?
I hate that word.
So when you imagine what is going on in someone else's head, I don't think you are doing nothing you're saying is incorrect, but I think everything you're saying is pretty incomplete. Right? So you're saying like, okay, there's a parasocial aspect. You're completely right. Like you're right about everything you're saying. I just think the main...
We'll worry about finding the other video later.
Mistake, if you can call it that, the cognitive process that is really getting...
F-bombs. How old is Piratesoftware? I actually don't know. I'd have to say like probably around my age. Like if I just had to guess. Yeah, 37. That would be around my age. I'm 34. So yeah, that would be correct. Dr. K be like, I know you don't see how stupid you look. True. Rena, oh my god, the Piratesoftware has been so funny for me. Hi, Rena. What the fuck? Timu Deepak Chop? What does that mean, F-bombs? You can't just put that in chat and not tell me what did I just like say the words to summon like a demon? What just happened? Okay, yeah, he's mentally like 22. It's so well, 14, 22, somewhere in there.
You in trouble is incompleteness. So
I don't understand.
I know. I know. I'm like 99%.
He's just like, I'm retarded. Sorry.
Confident that this is going to be very hard, and I think this is why you're in this situation, because this is like,
no, he's doing the Sargon laugh.
It's like you're like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I've tried everything.
Listen, F-bombs, I've had a lot of like gross things said to me, or like said in my presence today. I don't want to think about deep anything.
What they're saying is just not true. The reason that I know that these people are not valid is because they copy pasta each other. Right? Do you see how much...
No, I think that's not everyone, right? There are some people that are just upset because they saw me as like some pure holier than thou content creator, which that's not realistic. I'm a human being.
Hol-
Sue Phillips, Dr. K be like, I'm trying so hard to not call you retarded. Rena, I watched this live with my partner. We were having fun hate watching.
Hold on.
Some people that are,
Whoa,
Huh?
whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messaged me with stuff like that. There are definitely people that felt that.
Yeah, I know they felt that. But I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator. I don't think you're an ordinary human being. I think you're a superhuman being.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Okay, honestly, if my therapist said this to me, I'd be like, okay.
How do you think about yourself?
I don't know. I don't,
I don't.
generally.
I think therein lies another problem. Right? So if you don't think about, I know it's weird, like I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff. Right? So I think that if you don't think about yourself on a regular basis, the version of yourself that you will have on your mind that then projects out to the outside world is not going to be an ordinary human being.
Thank you, Zoo Phillips. This part, I think, was a misstep. I've watched this 3 times. Zoo Phillips is our lore correspondent for this evening. F-bombs are a superhuman being. Check, please.
I think you project exceptionalism.
I'm not sure I understand, but
Oh no, dude! Do you think maybe he's just too dumb for therapy? Like, it is true that like some forms of therapy, like why am I drawing a blank here? I talk about it all the fucking time, and I'm not thinking about it right now. My brain is broke. But some types of therapies actually do change based on IQ. So like, mindfulness, for example, can become a lot less effective if you have like a person with like an intellectual disability because they perceive themselves and others fundamentally differently than someone with like a typical IQ or like above average IQ.
I can understand that. So I think that this is going to be a situation where it's going to be very hard, and I'm going to do my best. So the first thing is I'm not right. But I think that there's something about the way that you construct narratives. There's something about the way that you are objective, but other people are subjective. How do you know that you're not the subjective one and they're not the objective ones?
I absolutely am subjective. I don't think that that's the case at all. There's no way that everything that I say is objective.
He kind of looks like a deer in headlights now. I don't know if he understands the question he's answering.
That would be ridiculous. I think that would be absurd.
And if we go back and listen to the conversation that we've had from now, would we be able to predict that's the way that you feel about yourself based on how you've been talking?
I don't know.
I think the answer is going to be no. Right? So when I ask you, why do they feel this way? How do you know that they're wrong? You say, well, objectively, you rely on proof. And if you're dealing with people who are mature enough, then they understand that. But if they're people that are younger than you, that means that these young kids nowadays are not proof oriented. There's parasocial. And the tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong. So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made. But I think that
these young kids now, I tell you what, Zoo Phillips, I would have told Thor he has exceptional life, meaning that he has had a unique life, being the son of a lead developer, for one of the most popular games of all time. I mean, that's true. He has led an exceptional life in that sense.
For that. 100%.
A defense mechanism meaning what?
No, it's...
If y'all don't know, Piratesoftware is the son of a developer.
Defense mechanism on my end, and the reason why I did that is because
WoW, right? Not WoW, but the people that make WoW.
It's gone on too long.
Blizzard.
And it's gotten to that point where it's hard for me to have a response that is not an emotional response. Like we talked about this before, is like whenever I feel like I'm having an emotional response, I just stop and I walk away for a moment, come back to it. But with this, I'm getting back into that old habit of like, I need to deflect this. I need to diffuse this. This is kind of a wall in front of this. I don't even want to and you just kind of put it up there and walk away from the scenario. And that's
Rena, Jason, I'm assuming that's Piratesoftware's first name, doesn't understand that he is more emotional than the average person because he places no value in human emotions, so his logic is heavily informed by his emotions, but he isn't aware of them. I mean, I wonder if he's one of those people that, like, okay, so, like, 40% of people or something don't have, like, an inner dialogue. So, like, with me, my inner dialogue is constantly going. I'm constantly talking to myself, someone else, or the computer. So, like, I would be, like, way on that other end, where, like, I have a constant inner dialogue. But apparently a huge proportion of people don't hear that at all, which means I'm probably legally crazy, but that's okay. Sue Phillips confirms that his dad is a developer at Blizzard and says Thor's dad held several lead roles at Blizzard, including lead cinematic director for, like, for the first 7 years of WoW. Okay.
That's literally what that is, which is, here's my
It's okay, guys. My brain will turn on here.
evidence, take it or leave it. And the reason why it ends up being, here's my evidence, here's how I feel people are, this is the objective fact of this, is because we've had tens of...
Oh, no. Okay, F-bombs, we'll get to that, actually, just because they're shorts.
thousands of people bringing that up, and it's just turned into like a callus, if that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. How are you feeling about this call, by the way? Like, is this okay?
This is fine.
His dad was a South Park WoW guy? Yeah, no, last stream, chat was telling me that. And I thought that they were, like, I thought that you guys were trolling me, and that you were trying to, like, claim that one of the characters in the WoW episode, like, he was their son. And I didn't, yeah. So I was really mad at chat when that happened. F-bombs, Elmo. I knew they had to be shorts, true. Zoo Phillips, you know what? You might be onto something. Thor does seem like he doesn't have an inner demon as secret as Socrates, you mean? Not Secretes. Oh god. Today's been too Coomery for me to see the word Secretes, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is
so I think this is what you're. So here is what has contributed to the situation, which doesn't mean that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that, but I think that this tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well. So I think, like, remember how we said that something that
this reminds me of that meme where it's like the wife and the guy in bed, and the wife is like Dr. K, and it's like, what is he thinking? And, like, the guy is thinking about, like, something, like, really simple or, like, dumb. Like, I don't know, like, toilets. Like, this guy, like Dr. K is trying to therapize Thor, and Thor's just like, my head is skibbity toilet. Zoo Phillips, it's autocorrect Socrates to what the fuck ever Secretes is.
You're doing about the way that you respond to this is like triggering people harder. They're getting angrier and angrier and angrier. They're not letting up. Whereas like most content creators, people basically move on to trolling someone else. So anytime a content creator, like reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I'm really struggling, I'm like, the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob, and this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional. And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings. Right? There's like...
I don't know if that's really a generalization. I guess I kind of agree with it, because you've got like the underdog trope and stuff like that. But at the same time, we're all screwed, man.
This person thought they were the best thing since sliced bread, and we're going to fucking tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot. And then the flip side of that
explains where his hair went.
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And to be clear, I don't think of that about myself, like, at all. Like, I'm constantly going over anything that I can do right, anything that I can do wrong. I remember all of my own mistakes and beat the shit out of myself for
He
it.
remembers everything.
Whenever I do that, just like I feel like a lot of people do.
I
think
believe
that's
I
part of
believe
how
you
that
do
goes.
that for the stuff that you are
Oh, projection true.
aware of.
Yes, for the. I mean, you
You
can't
can't do it
everything,
otherwise, right? Like
yeah,
how
for the
how
things
can
that I'm aware of, for sure.
100%. So I think
I
that there's
I don't think I'm better than other people. I do think that it's funny because you key on that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like I never said that I was, but you'll see there's a number of people that are in there that are getting like banned for this shit right now. It's like they come in and they're like,
So I almost wonder if like I feel like Thor just like doesn't know. To be fair, he could be like one of those like dumb, like overconfident people, which does happen, right? But I feel like he's just trying to answer the questions, but he just doesn't know at all what's going on. Sue Phillips, I never think about myself. Also, I remember every mistake I ever made.
did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regard
Hold on, I'm gonna let this play while I put the fan in the window because it's ungodly hot in here. I need to install my air conditioner, you guys. And I'm gonna grab a Dr. Pepper too, because the Dr. Pepper is finally back.
regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that
If
is
that
the
makes sense.
problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued in as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong,
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
right? So, oh yeah, so you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
No.
This is not the way
I-
it's
I-
perceived. This is really the way it is.
I think that turns into, I guess, conversational PvP for the sake of it, if that makes sense. That
Absolutely.
doesn't.
It absolutely turns
it-
into conversation. That's what you're doing.
When I say I'm doing this for context,
Yes. When you're saying other
I'm back. I found a freezy that is also a Dr. Pepper freezy. Apparently, in French, it's called Freezies Gena.
people get it wrong, and here's the reality of it. Like, go back and like we can like rewind the stream and just listen to the
Yeah.
structure of
that
your
is me
sentence.
being adversarial against people that are trying to make it.
Sue Phillips, it's literally that simple, but fixing an issue like that is nothing but simple. Yeah. No way Thor is not going to inherit anything less than 50 million. He's definitely a person that is just insanely overconfident because of who his dad is. They are very good F-bombs. They are good. They mostly taste like grape freezies. Hey, Megaritz. Yeah, this is Dr. K talking to Piratesoftware. Is he being adversarial or neutral? I would say that he's trying to be neutral, but I'm gonna guess that he'll become slowly adversarial over time due to frustration.
Out like that is an
Ban
arrogance
me
thing.
and
That it's a
change the title Cockledree! Cockledree!
Thank you, Jenny.
Genevieve Wynn has just tipped $5 Canadian. So,
Oh yeah, now we spin the wheel of chaotic stupid. That's right, chat. Whoop, that's not the wheel of chaotic stupid. This is the wheel of chaotic stupid. That's right, if you pay $5 or if you buy a membership on my Ko-Fi or if you subscribe via Kick, that's kick.com/KELDOGE or Ko-Fi.com/KELDOGE. Remember that Ko-Fi has a dash in the middle like a minus sign. So we are now going to spin the wheel of chaotic stupid and I have to do whatever it says. Please don't land on Watch a Mama Max video. Please don't land. Please. Oh! I will put on the puppy ears. We're not doing cam today, but actually I'll spin it again because we can't do that one. Don't hit my Max. No! No! Oh, I have to tell you guys a truth. Oh shit. When I was in kindergarten, I was one of the kids that ate rice out of the rice table. And, like, I got banned from the rice table because I kept eating rice from it. And I couldn't understand why we weren't allowed to eat rice from the rice table. Because I didn't get the difference between rice as food and rice as, like, a tactile play concept. You can use that to shame me at any time.
Posting thing, like I'm trying to push somebody else down. That is absolutely being adversarial against that kind of speech. 100%.
I'm not. I don't think it's so. I think there's a construction in your speech, and there's a theme. If we listen, I know it's kind of hard, but you do things that are objective, right?
And subjective. I'm a human being.
I know there were so many germs in there, dude.
Which ones do you represent? Which ones do we hear when we hear you talk?
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay. So, for example, if we were to code statements as subjective or objective.
Zoo Phillips, do not impressive teeth, thank you. No wonder I'm so autistic, okay? I ate all the diseases immediately. Keldoge, did Tat tell you yesterday about the Piratesoftware not leaks? I mean, I heard about it on Diorio's stream. You're free to send me a sanitized source. Please send me a sanitized source. Don't just send me the raw source, please. I'm gonna die. Listen, in Minecraft, obviously. But, like, I can't, you guys, they were talking about in Malcolm's stream how for the Poppy versus Snowflake trial, how Poppy would wear her long has-been hotel jacket with her, naughty girl, as in, like, KNOTTY shirt, alright? I'm going to fucking explode! I'm sorry, that's too loud. Migrants, Keldoge had to get a lot of vaccines. It made him double autistic. Rena, okay, awesome. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, so coding a subjective statement is, let's say, like, I'll just give you an example. You know, why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, you know, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
Mean, I feel like somebody could take it that way. But...
It's like, so confused. I didn't make it that far into the Poppy stuff. I was going crazy, says Rena. Oh, I listened to most of the case being read, and it's crazy. The fact that they have to make a binder full of furry porn is crazy. Piratesoftware into the Omegaverse? I don't want to think about it.
That's not.
No. That's I'm not going there. So if we were to code that
I'm not going there. I don't trust like that.
Gets coded as objectively, right? That's an objective statement.
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
If you guys haven't seen Goddammit Malcolm's stream, he got exclusive... I don't know if they're exclusive, to be fair. I just haven't asked around. He got access to the court case that Snowflake is filing against Poppy for obviously defaming her as a rapist. And it's crazy. It's in New York, it's crazy, and hopefully I can get press credentials so that I can film it in the courtroom. I don't know how I'm gonna get to New York, but it's fine. I'll take a wagon train there if I have to.
Yes.
Over this conversation?
I feel like I
Can anybody sell me some oxen?
have said that because I was talking about the response is not proportional.
There we go.
Which to me is
That's
the same.
hold on. No. That's beautiful. That isn't the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity. That is a statement of fact.
Okay.
Do you understand how I'm
There's a character chart? For what? For what, Rena? What are the characters?
coding it?
I guess I could see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else could say, no, it is proportional, you deserve this, sort of a thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I state it in the way that I do, right? With that. And
Aw, that's cute, Zeppo.
I don't know if that's...
He just got mad at me for not letting him outside. The Poppyverse character? Oh, no. No. Oh, stop. My regrets, I put an absurd amount of time into it over several months. I maybe should ask No about it. I don't know if she wants my notes or not, but I feel like I should look into this. Yeah, Malcolm, I don't know if Malcolm's still streaming or not, but he was streaming that earlier. I was there. I was yelling in the audience, screaming, throwing everything around my room.
Wrong, though, because I feel like there's a limit that seems sane. And by sane, I mean correct and like not
absolutely, man. There's absolutely a limit that seems sane.
He keeps trying. Okay, Piratesoftware keeps trying to define this so that it's like, it's not him being a douchebag, you know? He keeps defining it. Yeah, poop in hand. True, Zoo Phillips. Poop in air. Wait, no, not true. I don't poop in my room. That's weird, okay? That's a weird thing to suggest that I do. Alright?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be different for everybody.
I'll have you know that I was a very potty-trained child, okay? That is an actual truth. I was very potty-trained.
No.
Whatever their version is.
No, it's...
And I'm still very potty-trained.
Not. Because you didn't say there's a limit, because you used the word sane. Sane is like an objective thing, right? Sane is like crazy, insane versus sane. That's not a subjective thing. That is an objective kind of assessment, right? So like if we say that someone is insane, we're not saying that they're subjectively insane. We're saying that they are objective. Like those words are about an objective.
So, Phillips, me too. Never pooped on the floor once. I mean, I'm sure when I was like a baby.
Dimension.
But
I could call my mom and ask. I should put that on the Wheel of Chaotic Stupid.
I'm not sure I understand the direction of this. And I think the reason why is because when I'm talking about these things of an objective stance of this is too far, is because the statements that people are making are really fucked up. Like, I do think that it is correct to make an objective statement to be like, you shouldn't be sending me pictures of my house from Google Maps. Right?
I agree.
I don't think that's wrong.
So, great.
Zoo Phillips, I always caught it with my hand. Gross! Megaris, one of my earliest memories is when I pooped on the... God, you guys, when I was 2 years old. Rena, the issue I have with Piratesoftware is, one, I have with many men thinking they're not emotional because they are not in tune with their own emotions. Actually, it is a very common issue in men. Including with me, actually, before I went to couples therapy and got owned by 2 old ladies.
Great. So let's take a step back for a second. Are you sure this is okay?
Yeah. No,
okay.
I guess I just don't understand the direction of subjectivity versus objectivity.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Like,
so I'm slow playing it. So let me be explicit. So remember, this goes back to what you are dealing with is disproportionate, right? So there's a
Zeppo more poo-poo and pee-pee in this chat than an Ico stream. Listen, I at least don't have a gif of me peeing on you guys. Maybe I should make one.
Variable that's missing. Something about the way and now I'm making an objective statement, okay? It's not about blame. This is about assessing the way that you are existing on the internet and the response that happens to you. There's
Sue Phillips, to be fair, people don't think anger is an emotion. Why? It absolutely is an emotion. I think a lot of men, because of like how toxic masculinity works or whatever, like you feel like you can't express sadness at all because it'll be interpreted as like weakness. And so you end up externalizing your emotions a lot, and then you act out your emotions instead of, like, feeling them and, like, doing the appropriate thing. You know? Because you're supposed to not act out your emotions. You're supposed to feel them. F-Bomb says, Rena, good point about it not in touch. True. Megaritz. VTubers talk about piss a lot. I know this because of how much I watch VTubers. Okay. I almost thought that you were gonna write because of how much I watch piss. Rena, my first memory is being 3 and seeing Santa with armed military men in the airport after 9/11. Oh my god. We went to Vegas for Christmas because tickets were cheap. Well, it's a good thing you didn't go to Vegas on 9/11. Sue Phillips, I don't know why. Ask people. I know it's an emotion. Winter Rose, I remember I took a shit while having a bath with my younger siblings. I did something with a bath toy and putting it on the wall. That was the only time it happened. This was in 1999. Winter Rose, I haven't shit in the bath since 1999, 2025.
Something in here objectively that is disproportionate.
Yes.
Okay? And this is completely, and even if we say, oh, here's the reason and you're to blame for it, I don't think that there's any reason that we can come up with that justifies other people's behavior. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, Winter Rose, just because you put a year on it, like... I just, like, imagine you've got, like, a chart or you, like, keep track of it. Oh, God. I hate everything. Rena, yeah, a lot of men don't count anger as an emotion. I think it's because they think emotion is weakness, but anger is kind of a way they can show their strength. No, that actually is true. Because, like, anger, I think, is also, like, if you don't have good coping mechanisms, you know? I feel like that's probably one of the default things that you're going to go to. And I think with most people, when they feel a lot of anger, they either completely internalize it and take it out on themselves, and then it bottles up, and then it bursts later, or they're just, like, extremely aggressive. Like, they think that aggression good, ugh, fight. Winter Rose, I feel bad for my mom, who has a single mom. She had to clean it. That's true. At least you did make me laugh. I feel bad for your mom as well. But to be fair, that's part of having kids. Rena, yes, exactly. I agree with that as well.
On some of these cases, yes.
Yeah, okay. So...
Yeah. I think there is a limit.
Now, what I'm trying to get into is precisely this, which is and this sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's clear to me that you have blind spots about this, because something about the way that...
Whoa. Leave the blind out of this. F-bombs. Anger is often a result of lack of tools. True. That's very true. That's why you see a lot with, like, younger children, like, if they have a lot of anxiety or a lot of emotion dysregulation, they tend to, like, default to, like, having a tantrum, because they don't have any way to express what's going on with them. Zeppo, anger is the only manly emotion. Look, I don't think emotions have genders. They're all gay. Megaritz, but there's also a lot of judgment and dismissal against women and people of color, disabled people, etc., for expressing anger and therefore being emotional and therefore being irrational. That's true. It's a very shitty dichotomy that way. New Phillips, I feel like people are downplaying anger. It feels like people treat anger as a problem. And I think that's true as well. Like, I feel like, though, as long as you're able to cope with it in a healthy way, anger isn't a problem. In fact, it can be, like, an indication that, like, somebody else is, like, violating your boundaries or doing something shitty to you. But, like, you have to know how to, like, deal with it properly. You know? I think in Western society, even, we don't address this adequately. I'm not sure what the solution to that would be. I've always thought that they should just teach therapy skills in schools, like, very basic ones. Maybe as part of, like, a wellness class or something that you would take, like, in middle school or high school. I feel like that would help a lot, but I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. Or, you know, so Pirate will always talk about how logical he is, but really he is not that at all, because he is not aware of his emotions, so he cannot remove his emotions from his logic. That's true. He hasn't done DBT yet. Well, Rinter Rose, to be fair, most 5-year-olds wouldn't see a problem with that. Like, most 5-year-olds will, like, eat anything off the ground. Like, At least when I was 5 years old, okay? My mom had to yell at me for eating dandelions in the front yard like 25 times before I stopped. I'm not even sure if I stopped.
That you are navigating, you have a rubric for how you interact with people. And something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So what we're trying to do...
I really had that eating fucking symptom really bad when I was a kid. I'm just kind of realizing that.
So how did you feel when I said that?
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me, it's a kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that. But yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that okay, dude?
Kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that. But yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that's how I read a lot of like cursed shit, and then I'm just like, okay. Zoo Phillips, I feel like emotional irregulation is a problem and not an individual problem. Right now it's acceptable to burst out to cry in public, but it's not okay to get upset and scream. I feel like both are basically the same. I think that there are some situations where you could cry in public, like where it would be appropriate, you know, but like obviously it would need to be like an appropriate degree, right? Like if you just got mugged, I would expect you to cry, even if you're on the street, right? But you're probably not gonna like freak the fuck out, you know? Like, I think that there is room for that, but at the same time, like, we do live in a society, bottom text, that, like, rewards extreme behavior with a lot of attention and shit like that. So, it's like a really bad feedback loop, basically. It's the capitalism carousel of torture, alright? Zeppo, I hate logic bros, to be honest. They tend to state their opinions so that they are objective. That's true. Megritz, a standard view among philosophers today is that emotions can be logical, contrary to the history of Western philosophy, which saw emotions as anti-logical, but being aware of emotions is crucial. Jenny agrees with Megarit. So Jenny has become the #1 fan. Elf Zeppo, Mr. Spook would disagree. Or Mr. Spock. Why did I call him Mr. Spook? Oh no, that sounded really racist. Shit, we need to move on.
Okay.
I think it's leading them to do things that I don't even understand the reasoning behind it on a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
Right. So I think the end game that I have here is to
I also think you spelled Spock wrong. Isn't it CH? Am I retarded? No, don't report me. Sue Phillips, we reward certain extreme behaviors while extreme shun others. True. I think the rewarding is probably the worst part. I think that you can open up people to, like, not shunning behaviors, but I don't know how we put the lid on the reward part. You know what I mean? Oh, Spock is correct. Keldoge is racist against space elves. Yes.
Hypothesize what could be responsible for that gap. So in my experience, when something like this happens to someone like you, I think you're a decent dude. I feel
like the way Dr. K is saying this, he does not think he is a decent guy. He thinks he's a fucking scumbag. Like, he said it so many times that it sounds like Dr. K is trying to reassure himself.
It sounds like you made a smug comment and you ran away from the raid. It's a fucking hardcore raid. So I don't know what people were expecting. You know, like, when you play WoW hardcore and you raid...
Thank you, Jenny.
Sometimes things go bad and people die. Like, that's just what happens in a WoW hardcore raid. Like, what were people expecting? But I think what you're tapping into some energy that is like, that I think you're blind to. You don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. And my point is that the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because of the way that you are looking at the world. Which is that if you pay attention to your statements are coded very objectively. And so then what happens is once you start looking at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but the question then becomes, how do two people that think that they are both operating based on reality, who disagree, how do we patch that up? How do we bridge that gap?
How do we communicate? Is that what you were thinking of, Dr. K? Communicate? Maybe. Megaritz, IRC, Julia Gallet, or Galef, did a decent presentation on why Spock is not very rational. How Spock's theory of rationality is wrong. That's interesting. Zeppo, oh, did he get tilted during a WoW game? Yes, he did. It was a long time ago, though. We actually talked about it at the time. Rena, Dr. K speaks to Piratesoftware, how I have to speak to my personality disordered relatives to avoid them having an episode. Oh my god, dude, I feel that.
I mean, generally what I see with that kind of stuff is you, the way that I like to do it is you kind of present evidence and stuff, you talk about it, you find out if you were right or if they were right. And sometimes you're both wrong, right? Like it just comes out to that. You learn something, you move on. Sometimes when it's like, I find it to be disingenuous, right? And I will use that as an objective term.
Yep.
I find it to be disingenuous to have a person come in that is not interested in a resolution, that just wants to cause a hateful situation.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's most of what I'm getting with this. And when they can't get me, it makes them angrier. When they can't hurt me, it makes them angrier. When they can't do anything about it, they can't shut down the stream, it makes them angrier. We get tons of people that'll come in and say things like, people still watch this guy. It's like, yeah, we still have a massive community. People love, hanging out here and doing stuff. So like, I feel like when I make those objective statements, it's because I go,
massive? What?
This is how I have this situation for communication. And if your only reason to be here is to cause problems, it's not going to be compatible. But if you want, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it. But if you're just here to...
Hey, you guys want to know something cool?
And do you know what else is massive?
copy paste something off of Reddit, cause a scene, and then get banned. Like, we just don't care. Just going to ban you.
Okay. So I think what makes
That's why
this...
I'm objective about that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think what makes this really...
Oh, we're talking about Star Trek lore. Rena, during the WoW stuff, a lot of people said people were overreacting because it's just a video game, but IMO, it wasn't about the game, it was about the severe personality issue. Well, that and just, like, not taking ownership over his own behavior. Like, I would feel like if you were a professional at gaming, you would be able to have that, like, self-awareness, but I guess not. I mean, to be fair, I was talking about this in Small Talk stream yesterday, where, like, just because you're good, like, you're very skilled at something, or you're a good artist, doesn't mean that you're, like, self-aware, or, like, a good person, right? Zoo Phillips, the worst thing Thor will ever admit to is that we are all wrong. There is no world where Thor is the only person in the wrong. Yep, very true. Exactly, imagine if you did that on an actual battlefield, said Zeppo. Well, I mean, I probably would end badly for him, although I feel like he's too beautiful to be on a battlefield.
Challenging is not that you're wrong. I think what makes this hard is that you're right. Okay? So...
By the way, when people first started talking about this guy, I was... Because I can't see very well, right? So he actually, like... He does look, like, very womanly to me. And I was asking people, what gender is this person? And I just kept getting muted everywhere.
When you're wrong, it is easy to show a correction. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When you're right, but incomplete, it becomes harder to show a correction. So like, let's say that I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like, if I develop a product that is crappy, that is successful, that happens to be successful, it is way harder to understand how that crappy product is crappy. Does that make sense? And I'm not trying...
That's true. You do make a better woman than him. I'll agree with that. You also probably make better food than he does. Zoo Phillips, the most triggering thing about the WoW incident is the whole time they are doing the instance, he keeps talking to his chat on Twitch, but he never mutes himself on Discord. Oh, that's fucking annoying. Rena, there have been many situations on streams before where people have accidentally killed others in hardcore WoW raids, and none had huge blowback because nobody else refused to admit they were in the wrong. Yeah. Because, like, I feel like when you are playing at that level, well, and even if you are playing at, like, a more minor level, like, let's say you're just doing, like, ranked with somebody, I think it's just, like, polite to not blame them, you know, or blame like an external factor for like if you fuck up and miss a call or like don't see something or like just whatever, you fuck up your play, right? Megaritz, my impression is the video game stuff isn't a big scandal, but it shows his unsportsmanship and being of bad character, showing a pattern of behavior. Yeah, that's what it is. That's a very good way to describe it.
Trying to analogize you to a crappy product. I'm really just using this as an example of I mean I
Oh
love
no, Pirate. See, he just keeps cope laughing, and that makes me angrier. It makes me angrier, chat. Angry. I'm feeling angry.
your content. Like I really do. I think you're a great guy. Like I don't think you deserve this. I'm in your corner. Okay. But you see what I mean? I'm just using that as an example of like, if you make a crappy video game, right? And then like people play it, that doesn't make the video game good. And trying to explain to someone, hey, I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10, but Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to have difficulty understanding, right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind.
No, you don't. Idiot.
And chat is very divided on this topic.
The chat is wrong. Like, they're wrong. It's okay. Sometimes I get to be right.
Wait, isn't the really famous one the one after Oblivion 4? I forget what it's called. Fuck. It's like one of the only...
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Thank you for following, but are you a bot? Oh, you are a bot. Sag. Goodbye. But thank you for following. I appreciate it.
And they get to be wrong.
It's very objective statement.
Skyrim, there we go.
Absolutely, right? So, and how do people respond to that?
Sue Phillips, are even clips of him calling out other mages from letting their party die? Ooh, that's gonna be a hard meatball to swallow, mamma mia. Megaritz, maybe similar to how some of the Poppy and Xena stuff is less serious than other stuff, but it all contributes to showing the pattern of behavior. Oh yeah, it's a good comparison, actually.
I mean, it depends on the context, right? I think that there are moments where you
Skyrim
can make statements like that, and it's funny.
So I think what makes this hard in your situation is that everything that you say is correct. I just think it's incomplete. So what I'm basically getting a sense of is that
I don't know why he doesn't just say he's wrong. Maybe he'll say it later. We're only halfway through. But I would just be like, well, no, you're actually wrong.
You tend to, since you move away from some of this like emotional energy and you lean in. So the first thing that happens is once you suppress your like emotional circuitry, your emotions still influence your logic.
Okay.
Okay.
I can see that. I think in times of deep stress, that gets more so.
100%. It gets very, very, very good, right? So it's not that the emotions stop. It's just that we start dissociating from them. Dissociation doesn't mean shut down. It means unaware. And
I've only played Oblivion, which is kind of weird because you'd think I would have played the more popular one, right? But I have actually played Oblivion, and I'm not good at it.
And then what happens is the emotions will shape our logic. And it's not that they're illogical, it's that it becomes more selective.
Sure. I could see that. That makes sense.
And so I think what's going on is like the story that you tell me has what I would call missing reasons. So I know that's confusing. There's a great post about it that I think a therapist made many years ago. But sometimes when people tell stories and like bad things are happening to them.
Arena's rough. That's like one of the... I feel like any old like RPG like that is pretty rough. Oh wait, hold on. Megaritz, a common view nowadays is that we think partially with feelings. Not that feelings are separate from thinking and merely influenced by... excuse me. Not that feelings are separate from thinking and merely influenced by feelings. Well, I think it makes sense to look at it in like a nuanced way, right? Like, it all comes from your brain. Like, you feel feelings for a reason. Like, we evolved to feel things for a reason. So, like, I think this whole, like, oh, we need to push away these, like, feelings because they're irrational and negative or whatever the fuck is, it's just old Western, like, chivalry hoo-ha. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, it's brought over from, like, the Victorian English, like, part of us. Oblivion stream when? Fucking never. Oh, yay, worst of the internet raid. Welcome. We're watching Piratesoftware get interviewed by Dr. K. How are you all doing? Remember to sub and like, even if you aren't going to be with us for the evening. Thank you, worst of the internet. You're very nice. Also, wow. Why are you all answering no to the poll? That's rude. At least it's not Shanny Bucket this time.
They are leaving out things that evoke the response of the other people. So when you tell a story that other people are just like crazy and it's the...
I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. By the way, Woti, did you see that I posted your sound clip in your Discord? Guys, look at what I clipped from Woti. Well, not look at, you'll listen to it, because it's a sound clip.
Okay, bye, bye. You kicked my children. Goodbye. You kicked my fucking child. Goodbye. I'm leaving now. I always knew you were a piece of shit when you kicked my autistic child.
That was a very good one. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. I can't get over it. Hi, Evil Unicorn. Did you DM me a picture of Shanny's feet yet? I need to know, just so I don't check my Twitter DMs for the next 800 years.
Internet and it's parasocial and people are reacting. There's something missing there. I don't think you can evoke... I mean, it's very possible that you were just...
Also, hi, Capone.
Incredibly unlucky.
And Run Amok Luck. And Evil Unicorn. And Storm. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so.
I don't think that is a good attitude to
I don't
take.
think it's good to script you. No.
Yeah,
I think
right?
that
so
removes any chance of fixing that. Yeah.
I suspect that there is something around your smugness. I suspect there is something around the way that you perceive yourself as ordinary, but...
People don't like smug people? Shocking. Hello, Layla G.
You act anything but. Maybe even some degree of... Because I don't think you're ordinary.
Evil Unicorn, I'm gonna walk on the pavement without shoes for like 37 days. Then I'll send a pic of my own. Oh my god, please don't do that to yourself.
Like, I don't think that's objectively correct. Like, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at human beings, I think you're...
Wait, why can't you vote in the poll? Really? You should be able to vote. Did you already vote? Hey, Cree.
Exceptional.
Wait, haven't you been in my chat before? Maybe I'm remembering you in other chats and I'm thinking it's my chat.
Like, if we look at the range of various things, you are not ordinary. If we look at the bell curve of content creators on Twitch, you are not ordinary. So
I would say in terms of...
Everyone's gonna get together to do the make your feet cursed and fucked up challenge, then send it to keldoge. Alright?
That maybe, but like, I just feel like a normal dude.
Yeah,
I feel like a normal dude that sits in a chair for 12 hours a day.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there are parts of you that are, and it sounds like you sometimes push these away. I think there's a lot more there. So you said, you know, I feel like a normal dude. I think that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of feelings there about being a normal dude that maybe are not super conscious.
Okay.
That's okay. No one's straight, Capone. You'll accept. I'm just kidding.
Right. I'm not sure I understand, but I think that's kind of the point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the challenge that I have is that I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable. Right. So if I say subconsciously, you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that? So this is one of the frustrations with my profession.
Don't forget the ped egg, guys. Oh, no, we don't need, we're not talking about the fucking ped egg. Actually, you know what? We are talking about the fucking ped egg. Guys, this degenerate shit exists. Okay? You can buy an egg. Oh, wait. I'm just making sure I'm not signed in. You can buy an egg. Okay? For your feet. Gross. Gross! I'll show you the thing that Evil Unicorn made of it.
Is that sometimes people like myself will make these statements, right? So I do this carefully, where like, I'm not saying this is correct. I think it's worthwhile for you to explore how you construct a narrative, what people, and this is where I think what happens is when people react to you, you look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake because nothing you perceive will be objective. The human brain is not capable of objective perception by definition.
I do think there is an objective reality. And I do think that's something that there is value
The fucking pet egg, bro.
in striving for in many situations, because something I don't like is perception is reality. And I know that perception is reality for the grand majority.
It's been around for decades. Listen, this is what you do, okay? There's this thing called a foot bath. You can buy it at, like, Walgreens or your local pharmacy. You put Epsom salt in it, okay? And then afterwards, you just, like... You use the regular scraper, not an egg. Eggs are not for that.
Of situations. It has nothing to do with the objective reality of what is truth of the situation, what actually has occurred or anything like that. It's how do I feel about what occurred? Well, and
that's true. It is M60's fault.
That's something I've always felt. And that's kind of like a big thing for me. Yeah.
Great. I love it. I agree with you 100%. And I would love to talk about that with you. Maybe today, or maybe on a different day, just about the philosophy side of it. But I think that my point is, so you're...
Emery board? Is that where Emery's name comes from? Is it like a foot thing? You knew a kid named Concrete? No, you didn't. A kid named Concrete. Oh, no. To be fair, one of Michael Jackson's kids was named Blanket. Imagine if your name was Blanket. That fucking sucked, dude. Excuse me, is Blanket Jackson in class? Mr. or Mrs. or other Blanket Jackson?
Right, so, like, there's an objective reality.
Okay, goodbye, Zoo Phillips. Enjoy your night out. Don't get, eaten by a bear.
Agree. And perception is not objective reality. So when you look at objective reality and you conclude...
Especially if the bear has BDSM equipment on. I've heard that's becoming more common these days.
That this is what really happened. Where are we? Is that objective reality or is that your perception?
That is my perception.
Very
100%.
good. Right?
When I talk about
Oh, no. Peekaboo Street, the skier. I guess Peekaboo, though. I don't know. I find that cuter than Blanky. But I have a Blanky that's named Blanky. So I guess that makes me a hypocrite, hey? You knew a kid named Cosmo Bozo? What? Rena, I thought Blanket wasn't his actual name. Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I was a little young for Michael Jackson lore. Yes, the Kink Bears. Travis, okay, I'm here. What's this? This is Piratesoftware being interviewed by Dr. K. And Piratesoftware is just too stupid for therapy. Okay? Fill in nickname, just leave it blank. Think about how Dr. K feels after everything he went through with Wreckful's sewer slide. Oh, that's true. And everything with Mr. Girl. And Thor is saying he thinks he has had it worse wait, okay, hold on. Your typos are making this hard to read. No offense. Saying he thinks he has had the worst internet drama he has ever seen. Yeah, that's pretty fucking bad. That's pretty bad. His name is Biggie? Piratesoftware is this guy who looks like a beautiful woman, okay? It's confusing at first.
I think the disconnect is
But you see, he sounds like Papa Gut. That's how you can tell, alright? But this guy is the therapist. This is Dr. K, alright? Do we care who Piratesoftware is? Do we like her? No. She's a dick.
When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened, that's from my perspective. And I think maybe I'm
Evil Unicorn, I'm just gonna assume that Blanky's real name is Bagel.
not doing enough in terms of explaining this is from my perspective, this is how I feel about it.
I don't know know if he's evil. I think he's just exceptionally stupid. His dad worked at Blizzard. He's a professional gamer. He thinks he's having the worst internet drama because he fucked up in a pro WoW match and people went into his chat to troll him about it. So he's prolonged the drama by freaking out over what was initially not something very, like, bad. Like, if I fucked up in a game and people came into my chat to troll me about it, I'd probably go along with it, right? Not this guy, though. This guy is special, you see.
Because they don't talk that way generally.
Sue Phillips, hey, I spelled every word correctly. My grammar was horrible. Get it right. No, I won't, okay? I'll even fill in words that mean the same thing, but aren't what you actually write, so that I don't go,
Yeah. That's not what you should be doing.
Yes, Blizzard is the developer for WoW.
So I think this is key point. This is exactly it. So I think this solution space seems hard for you.
Yes, this is dog time.
To grasp. You shouldn't be further explaining yourself. You should be further trying to understand.
If you want to know which one to drag, it's Piratesoftware, yes. For all the gorals out there ready to drag.
Why people feel this way about you. Right? So this is not about what is objective. It is about what someone else's subjective perception of you is. And that will give you insight into how you are perceived, which in turn will give you an
Evil Unicorn, all my kids got murdered in The Sims last night. Can I go to my therapist about it? Yes.
insight, an ability to buy.
But were you the one that murdered them, though? Because you might be going to the therapist for a reason that you don't expect.
Bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception. So if I want to understand what I really am, I have a certain amount of information from myself, right? This is what I think I am. But then I have another very valuable piece of information, which is other people's perceptions of me. Now, this is where things get really hard, because if people are sending you death threats, it becomes very difficult to...
Wait, is there something wrong with his hair? I think his hair is beautiful. But, like, maybe it's dry? It's hard for me to see, okay? That's what you normal-sided people are for, alright? Piratesoftware is now a goral, okay?
Get a reasonable perception of who you are from a heavily biased individual, right?
Yes.
So
yeah, no, it's impossible at that point, I find.
I get that. So not impossible, right? So this is where it's really interesting, but sometimes the people who hate you the most can still be very valuable information.
This is true. A lot of my best feedback has come from people that fucking hate me. Some of them don't hate me anymore, but their feedback has still been useful. Storm, I mean, met perception, we see you as a woman. I've started gender discourse. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I always do that. It's so sad.
Oh, gender.
About how you exist in the world.
I agree with that. No,
right?
I super agree with that.
And the classic example of this is like in a relationship where there is one person who is narcissistic. So anytime we're dealing with narcissism, it becomes really hard for that person, like, this person will perceive other people as hating them. I think I'm not saying you're narcissistic or anything like that. And I think that there's a difference between a narcissistic family member.
Are you sure, Dr. Even he eyebrowed at that. He was like,
who believes that I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I lost weight. So I feel insecure about, person A feels insecure about their weight.
Rena, no!
He loses weight. Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think
that's weird as shit.
It's a wide gap between death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say...
So this is basically them looping, where Dr. K is, for some reason, trying to tell him in a really roundabout way here. I would, personally, if I was the therapist, which I have no professional training in, okay, I would just be like, listen, you're smug and people hate it, and you need to stop. You need to just take accountability, be like, it's my fault, shut up, and then stop, right? To me, that would be a more efficient way to go about it. But Dr. K is trying to, like, carry him there in, like, a cradle, you know? Like, he's trying to, like, put baby boy to bed without, like, causing him any disturbance, which I don't think you can do in a conversation like this.
I'm smug, and then you go onto all of these other issues, whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know.
He does need a Fabio makeover. I agree.
All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy.
That's true, Storm. She will need some gym time.
Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to, so basically steel manning their argument instead of straw manning their argument.
Okay. No, I mean,
right?
I think the thing is that's what I tried to do.
Do we know what steel man and straw man mean here? I'm sure most of you know what straw man is, but steel man, just in case you don't know, because that is kind of debate speak. Steel man is when you create a counter argument that like addresses the argument in the best faith possible, even if it's not reflective of what your opponent says or their like level of charity towards you. So basically you are, yeah, like the stream, please, okay? Or Evil Unicorn is gonna have to walk around barefoot for 37 days. But yeah. Hopefully that makes sense.
Do it in the beginning. And
Rena, one of the death threats he posted, by the way, was someone DMing him on a fake WoW character, something like, "Don't go to the grocery store, I've got men there waiting to stab you." What the fuck? I don't think you should DM somebody that regardless, but that's, yeah.
I have not done that since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I tried to ask people, like, hey, why are you saying that? And each time that I tried to do that, like I said, the callus kind of built up. It would end in...
Oh, no, not with the calluses. No, there's more feet jokes in here.
Just screaming the same thing over again until they get banned. And I haven't been able to get, like, a valid, real conversation out of it. I think the biggest thing is that I've only been able to receive really polarized responses. I either get people from our community, they're like, no, you're the best, you didn't do anything wrong, which is not true. Like, obviously, I screwed up in the dungeon, right? Like, that's obvious, and I was smug about it. Like, get it, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is, you're a piece of shit and you deserve to die. And I'm like, dude, these are so polarized. What am I supposed to get?
Yeah, so the solution that I am suggesting works with humans. I don't...
Well, I don't think... Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. K, but I don't think anyone's asking you for a non-human solution, okay? I mean, maybe Piratesoftware is, okay? Maybe he's asking for a more tail-hole-oriented solution, if you will.
I don't know if it works on the internet.
That's a very different thing, right?
No,
I'm so sorry. I need to go to jail.
Absolutely, right? So yeah, in the real world, when someone gets mad at you, like, I want y'all to think about it.
Storm steel manning. It's not a made-up word. It's just a debate bro concept. It's okay.
If people behaved in the real world the way they do on the internet, shit would be crazy.
That's actually...
I mean, people forget that the internet still is the real world. Your behavior still has consequences on the internet. It doesn't take place in some magical realm, okay?
It's already started happening. Like, this has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Yeah, and I mean, that's like, you know, even if someone does something, I don't know what Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, so that's where, like, even when I say that, the way that I attach a statement to it, maybe I missed.
And yes, Piratesoftware personally, okay, apparently goes by the name Thor, which is like, I don't get it.
Missing something, right? But my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass, like in a way that I really appreciate. But you're an ass. So it's
when
what
I say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes. I would
yeah. So like what I love, I've sent you a couple of DMs because like I'll see your shorts or whatever.
Oh yeah, Thor. No, he goes by Thor. Personal. I don't. Wait. Why? Hold on. Why is he sending Dr. K pictures of his shorts?
And I'll be like, this is fucking amazing. That assholery that you exhibit, where you have these kind of base takes.
No, he did not save war, Travis. I apologize.
Is like what makes you amazing. And when that kind of emotional energy comes out where you did something wrong, and then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response is, it's not that bad. I didn't really do too much. Everyone made mistakes. Like, it's like you'll say you make a mistake.
Oh no, I didn't mean to say he's into war. He's into like furry porn though. Pirate Software Solution, 15 paragraphs about how everyone but him fucked up, plus one sentence of maybe I almost kind of nearly made a mistake, but theirs were way worse. Evil Unicorn, ain't Thor supposed to be strong? Yeah, I mean, you know, but this is trust fund baby behavior, to be fair.
But that's not what comes across, right? So if you and I have a fight, right?
So I feel like I'm being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
Okay.
So I want you to think about this for a second.
I've always had problems with that.
I can tell.
By the way, thank you guys for those that decided to stay with us, okay? I appreciate you so much. Please remember to like the stream and subscribe so we can get over that 500 number.
Communication failure on me.
I can tell 100%.
See, that's the thing. I couldn't have this conversation with anyone else because it was just polarized and obnoxious.
You run away from furries? Well...
obnoxious every time I try to have that conversation. And yeah, no, I get that. So, I've had issues with that.
Pirate Software's first name is Jason and his middle name is Thor, so he goes by Thor. His middle name is Thor? Oh god. I hate his parents. I don't even know them.
My entire life. Because it's hard for me to be like, if I say something, I go, hey.
Don't worry, Evil Unicorn. I'm not one of those furries, okay? There's no sexual aspect for me. I'm like a wholesome furry.
Here's the thing, and they go, "Oh, he's hiding something." And I'm like, "But how else can I say this?"
Yes,
and that's
So I think that's huge. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you believe you are being direct, and other people believe you are being evasive,
yeah,
what kind of model would you develop for like shit happens on day one, and what are things going to look like?
Jenny, don't say mm-hmm.
On day 100, it's just going to get worse, right? Because the more that you're pouring a liquid on the fire, you think it's water, they think it's oil. And things are just...
That's why I tried... That's why I tried all those different like things along the way of like, hey, we'll talk about this, we'll do this kind of a thing. You know, try to communicate this in some other way. And I feel like I ran out of options. Jesus.
Yeah, so I really do, and maybe it's like me giving you the benefit of the doubt, and this will trigger people as well. I think you've done the best that you know how to do. I think you've done a really good job in managing this really shitty situation.
Like, he's doing, like, the soccer mom, like... See, I feel like Dr. K is kind of, like, feeding it now. Not really helping, he's feeding more. Where it's like, oh, you're so special, honey, and I love you, but what you did was bad, but you're so special, and it's just bad.
I feel like it, but I don't know if that's true, right? Like, I don't know.
So I think what's true is... So I think most human beings do the best that they know how to do. And oftentimes, we don't judge people based on what they're capable of. We judge people based on what they do. So like when someone is hurtful to me, like I'll give you, I know it's kind of a weird abstract sentence. So when I'm in the emergency room, someone is high on crystal meth and calling me an ass fucker or whatever. Sorry. Maybe,
okay.
That needs to be, maybe that was too much.
It's when Rev goes to the emergency room.
I've heard
it. That's medicine.
Okay. Right. So when they say things like that, like the objective impact of those words is like, that's what they're doing, right? That's hurtful. And at the same time, well,
I guess Rev is too fat now for me to say he's on crystal meth, but fuck. We'll have to think of a different Goral for that. Who's become too thin?
Peaceful and harmonious way to go through life is to do our best to like understand where this person is coming from, right? This person is crashing off of crystal meth. Their dopamine transmission was...
Dude, you're crashing off of crystal meth. That was like when I was watching Loudmouth Hussy the other day and he looked like Roseanne Barr. Okay, he's becoming his own Hussy. Rena, yeah, like I said earlier, this is legit how I have to give criticisms to my relatives with various personality disorders so they are more receptive and don't have an episode at me. No hate at the personality disorder, though. Travis, oh my god, Pirate has a lap kitty.
10,000 times normal 2 hours ago, and now they are completely dopamine depleted. The more that we can do that, objectively, what they did was unacceptable. And also, like, if we treat people that way, like, it doesn't work well. It just doesn't work well. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's just. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's like, it doesn't work. It's not harmonious. And I think what's been going on with you is, first of all, people are not doing that for you. They're doing the opposite. Right? People are not saying, hey, this guy is like, so for all the accusations, so like I remember seeing something on LSF about people accused you.
No, Dr. K, why are you citing Reddit? You're a therapist, dude. Why are you citing live stream fails?
Of cheating in Outer Wilds or something. Like, this was one of the things. I don't know if that's true or not true. People seem to think that they have very convincing evidence of that. I don't really get into it. I still need to play the
Oh God, Travis, let's hope not.
game. Please, no spoilers. My point is that in those moments, even if they're objectively correct, I think the right thing that we need to do as humanity and the internet is cut people as much slack as we can. And this is where a lot of people will say, oh, we cut them slack. No, you guys don't cut them slack. Like, we don't. Let's be honest. On the internet, when you feel judgmental towards someone, the most knee-jerk reaction is to not cut them any slack, but to dogpile them. That's what happens. There's this very primitive human psychology thing of like, when one bully is beating someone else up, we're going to get our kicks in, especially if it helps us feel good.
Oh, he's now describing Gore World.
Now, the problem, Thor, is that
And, like, literally every panel I see, like, Carry On, for example, like, she has a lot of unhinged haters.
think you are guilty.
Even, like, Hecate's daughter. I know not everybody in not everybody in chat here likes Hecate's daughter. I personally do. But, like, she also has a lot of really deranged, like, haters. Where it's like, no one can, like, go one-on-one. They always have to do, like, a 1v4.
Guilty of exactly the same thing. We all are. It's a human deficit.
Sure.
Okay? But you're guilty of it too, because I think what you say, hey, I was just smug, that's not how it felt to other people.
I think that was me dumbing it down
Yes.
to a flashpoint moment, not the full story.
Absolutely. So, and that's where you're screwing up, because you will dumb down your flaws to one word, but you will extrapolate and hypothesize other people's.
Megaritz. I follow drug reform activists who are disproportionately active or recent drug addicts. I think they have important perspectives and such, even while they also have serious psych problems. I agree with that. I think that, like, people that live with various, like, psych issues, like, their input should be taken into consideration.
Flaws to the nth degree.
I said that in a very questioning way, but I meant it more assertively, okay?
I don't think that is a fair assessment.
Okay.
Personally. Yeah, and I don't feel that that's a fair assessment, because I don't feel like I do that to people. When I'm talking about, hey, these are all the things that came after this, that's because that has gone on, like, the moment was like a day. The attacks for that have been 100 days.
Okay.
So there's so much more content to talk about in
They've been sieging me for 100 days.
terms of how
Okay.
much negativity there.
The smelly gamers will not leave me alone. They keep posting things like Pepe in chats.
I rescind my statement.
Yeah.
So I accept that there is, okay, so here's how I would modify it. So I think you're right. I take that back and I apologize.
Yeah.
No, and I think the perception from my end is still the same.
Okay.
Right? So we heard a long story from you. Even if it's congruent with reality, one word of what you did wrong, smug. And then 99 words of what other people did wrong. Even if it's correct, I'll agree that it's correct. My point is that when a human being shows up and says, I did one tiny thing wrong and everyone else did 99 things wrong, the reception that they're going to receive is not going to be pleasant.
Thor has to really think about this.
The thing is I don't know if that's always the case.
It's not always the case.
Because what I found more often than not is I'm trying to give context of, like, here's all the stuff that happened from my perspective. This is the response the person has from it. They, at this point, it's because it's so exhausting. It's like, take it or leave it. It's like, here we go. Have the thing.
You're right. You're 100% right that it is. So I think the big difference is who the person is.
Yeah, I can see that.
If you were a human being who was physically assaulted on the street, you could say, here's the one thing I did wrong. Here are the 99 things they did wrong, and everyone would be on your side. You, however...
I don't really think there's, like, the person being assaulted does something wrong in that scenario. I feel like that's a more black and white type of thing, you know?
Have some combination...
This is what Amber Lynn needed. Lol, bonked on the head with words, says Travis. Listen, I feel like Amber Lynn would probably do better than Piratesoftware here right now. I mean, maybe, okay? I'd bet, like, $20. Zoo Phillips, I decided to stay home because you are cooler. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
Of luck or the way that you interact with people, which you kind of said, like, you've struggled with this. So I see that this is like, it's like a difficulty with mentalizing is what we call it.
I don't know what mentalizing means.
Mentalizing is the ability to understand other...
He's defined this mentalizing like fucking 4 times, by the way. Like, it just at least, like, write it down. Like, pay attention.
People's thought processes and internal experience.
Zoo Phillips is now the #1 fan.
Now, I know this seems confusing to you because you are really good at cognitive calculation of those things. But there's a big difference between understanding their internal experience and calculating their internal experience.
Okay.
You're really good at calculating, which is, I think, what you've managed to do. You use that, and you're...
Rena, help! I've been keeping up with Amber Lynn off and on since the Destiny era. Zoo Phillips, actually, no joke. Amber Lynn is way more self-aware than Thor. But for real, though, it does seem like that to me. Like, I feel like she would do better in like an online therapist thing than Thor. I just think Thor's too stupid. I really do. Like, I think that he just doesn't have any concept of like an internal monologue or like self-reflection. Like, I think he's just like, well, yeah, it's internet people dumb. I'm cool.
We're not alone, by the way. A lot of people have this. I have this. Where we calculate our way to understanding other human beings instead of like understanding their subjective experience. It's cognitive empathy versus emotional empathy.
Well, oh, I guess that makes sense.
I think you have to do both sides of that.
You do. 100%.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And like...
He's like, do you... I think you have to do both sides of it. Like, that's... No,
because I think for other scenarios, I feel like I have done that.
Yep.
Of like, hey, I can understand, hey, this person is...
Oh, yeah, he does have chat up. That's true, Zoo Phillips. He's paying more attention to chat than Dr. K, which is pretty telling. Like, not that you shouldn't pay attention to chat, but I feel like part of the reason why I don't stream myself as like a guest a lot is because I don't want to look at chat. I just want to interact with like the show guest appearing on. So that I feel like is a little bit rude, personally. Travis, to be fair, Amber has had years of practice in how to talk to therapists to get the response she wants. Then she quits because they say something she didn't want to hear.
Doing something illogical, but they're doing it because from their perspective, it makes the most sense. Like you explain the person who's like high on meth, right? And they're having a freak out and they're screaming stuff at you. What they're doing doesn't make sense for everyone else around, but from their perspective, maybe they feel like they're getting attacked. Maybe they feel like all this kind of stuff is going on, right? So I understand that side of that completely. But with this scenario, like I said, it was exhausting at this point. That's fallen away. The layers of I guess giving a shit about empathizing with attack people that are coming in is just gone.
I completely agree. So what I'm sort of this is more of like a long-term thing where like, and I think this is also where like if any of y'all are in this situation, right? This idea of like I keep on doing what I think is the right thing and it keeps on messing things up.
Okay. Megaritz, I believe pretty much everyone who says they've been viciously harassed, so like even Turfs and Billy Mitchell, video game liar bully, and also somehow winning every lawsuit he files, man, say they've been harassed badly, and I believe them. However, the person complaining about harassment is still often using it as a distraction, or intentionally, but also unintentionally, from acknowledging the clear evidence of what they did wrong. I agree with that. Travis, apparently she used ChatGPT for therapy before, which is so dangerous and goofy. Like, what does that mean? Like, because I'll talk to Grok sometimes. Like, I'll just want to, like, I don't know, info dump or something, and so I'll info dump to Grok just to mess it up. Elon knows all of my secrets. Rita, it's a... Hello?
I noticed something off. Can I tell your audience something real quick?
Yes.
I noticed something's off here, okay? I'm seeing 14 likes, but I'm seeing 25 people watching right now, okay? You need to bump up those likes, okay?
Thank you,
Bump up those
Emery.
likes. Yeah.
Yeah, get the likes up, you guys. What's going on? What's going on out there?
Yeah. Bump them up. Bump them up, okay? Gotcha. All right. Have a good one.
Thank you, bud.
Later.
He's so nice. Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Travis, at least Thor has a streamer set up. Amber's too lazy after... Well, everyone in Gore World, though, uses StreamYards. They all use StreamYards. They don't... Like, I feel like me and Woti and maybe, like, one other person actually use, like, the OBS, like, setup, like, the traditional streaming setup, and everyone uses StreamYards there, which I personally hate, because if I want to use this setup with StreamYards, it gets really mad that I've got, like, sound peripherals plugged in, and it can't tell where my microphone is, which is, like, why? What's wrong with you? Who programmed you? What is going on? Why? That's my one thing. Megarit's Billy Mitchell won one lawsuit against Carl Jobs. He didn't win the other lawsuits. The Twin Galaxies lawsuit was not so much a win, but he framed it as one. Okay, that's fair. My bad lore, okay? That's Nicholas Diorio's fault. Travis, don't tell bots your personal info. Just heads up, it's not secure, and the bot will tell you what you want to hear usually, so it's not really akin to actual talk therapy. It's more like a toxic positive journal. True, toxic gossip train journal.
And I think you had a brilliant way to, for me, it clicked. I think I'm being direct.
There's increasing evidence that ChatGPT has fed people into cult thinking / alt-right pipelines via spiritual delusions. Travis, I need a citation there, just because I'm curious. I'm not even saying you're lying. I'm very curious about the spiritual delusions.
Other people think I'm being evasive. So
Yes.
I think for people, if y'all find yourself in a situation where you're like, I'm doing everything right. And by the way, this is like in the line of a narcissistic defense, right? So a narcissistic defense is one where you think you're objectively correct and people around you are like wrong. So that is like,
I don't think I'm objectively correct. I'm just giving my
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying this is in line with a narcissistic defense. So I'm talking about the general principle, not about you. So, and this is just what happens. So this is what all human beings
just post it in the Discord and I'll grab it from there because your link will get eaten by the YouTube filter.
do. When we feel attacked, we tend to...
Well, you know, Rena, it's very interesting because, like, I feel like if he had more self-awareness, right, he'd be like, okay, well, I can see how that's narcissistic. And then he could, like, put that into his internal calculator. But I think he's offended because he feels called out and he doesn't want to, like, argue with Dr. K because he knows it'll look bad. Which weirdly is a symptom of narcissism, especially, like, what they call, like, quiet narcissism or whatever. There's more social awareness than, like, with, grandiose narcissism. I'm not a psychologist, so I'm just taking takes here, making takes.
The narrative that we portray is shaped in a certain way that, like, we don't really control. Like, so if I'm talking to a narcissist, I think, so let me just take a step back because I got to do a better job of this. So the first thing is that the narcissistic defense mechanism is something that all human beings employ. In yoga, it is called the ahamkara, or the ego. So, like,
Oh no! We're back to the yoga citations from last night. No! Why is yoga following me around and plaguing me like the plague? It's a very redundant joke. Thank you, Travis. Megaritz, I'm not sure how solid the science on narcissism is, but I grant there may be validity to those subtypes to some degree. I think there is validity to them. It's just they're not... With a lot of subtypes, like, you have, like, Milan's work, right? Which is a lot of, like, subtypes of personality disorders specifically. But, a lot of personality disorders run on, like, a scale as well. So, like, you can have a personality disorder and it be, like, mild or moderate. Like, it isn't always, like, super severe. Which is why, hilariously, BPD is actually not the worst one. It's probably one of the better ones to have because it actually responds to treatment. It's like, instead of, I couldn't give you any kind of treatment options really for someone that's like a grandiose narcissist or has like antisocial personality disorder.
All in order to function in
yoga narcissism, says Zeppo. So Phillips ChatGPT with yes, queen, a person into the sewer side, just saying. I mean, that's true. Megaritz, I've heard Dr. K has been criticized for his belief in...
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Thank you for following, but are you a bot? Let's check. He was a bot. He was a bot, sad.
Life. It is very difficult for us to look at ourselves.
Oh, wait, is Dr. K, like, super into, like Buddhism stuff? That's crazy. Rena, yeah, I have a relative who has been diagnosed with NPD who behaves very much like this, not armchair diagnosing, and I know I'm biased because of this all. I mean, I feel like with a lot of personality disorders, you can. Like, if you have or know somebody with, like, a relatively severe case, you can kind of extrapolate that a little bit because their symptoms are going to be really, really obvious.
Objectively. Now, what makes it harder to look at ourselves objectively is how much people attack us. So the more people attack us, the more our emotional and mental reaction is to defend. In the same way that if I was standing next to you and I tried to punch you, if I made a fist and I tried to punch you in your abs, your belly would harden. You can't
I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was gonna say in your ass.
even control it. You had to have no choice but to harden your abdominal muscle.
He's gonna punch you so hard in the ass, it's gonna harden your abdominal muscle. I'm so sorry, you guys. My brain has escaped the Acme Tower today. Dr. K believes in an Indian system called Iravada. I can't pronounce that, and it's not racism, it's blindness. Megaritz, I've been philosophy of psychiatry literature challenging the validity of personality disorder categories by Hannah Pickard and sort of by I don't know how to say that. I'm not even going to try, but I'm no means an expert on it. Travis, I don't know how to pronounce these things. Ayurveda is largely harmless, but always check with your primary care team before messing with herbal supplements. What? What? Travis, no, Cal, don't clench for your prostate exam.
As I tried to punch you in the stomach. In the same way,
I have some, but yes.
In the same way, when we are attacked by someone, and this is true of all streamers because we get attacked a lot, our narcissistic defense must compensate. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. I'm not calling you a raging narcissist. Please, no one take that
Oh my god, Dr. K, we get it, okay? You're doing the thing where you're telling on yourself again. Please stop, okay?
away. Okay?
Oh, they will.
I know they will, and that's why I'm going to call attention to it. But this is something that if they're calling attention...
I'll have to look that up, my grits. Thank you. They have herbal medicine like Chinese folk medicine. Oh, that makes sense. A lot of that stuff, well, I guess I don't know. Because some of it does actually have, like, some psychoactive properties. But it really depends on, like, what herb you're talking about. Like, did you guys know that you can get high on nutmeg? It's apparently horrible, but it's possible.
That they're missing the point. If anyone is listening to this conversation and still thinking this is about how Thor is a bad guy, y'all are fucking missing the point of this conversation. What you are going through, Thor, is something that every human being on the planet will go through in some form. Every human being on the planet will do something where they make a mistake, and a lot of other people, and y'all, like, you guys tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Have you ever been in a situation where a lot of people made mistakes, including you, and then you owned up to your part?
What? Zoo Phillips, I can't remember everything, but when Dr. K said you can use Iravada, to see the likelihood of catching COVID, it really turned me off. That sounds fucking LARPy as shit. What do you mean? That's like saying, like, if you look into the crystal ball, you can tell if you're going to get COVID or not.
But people dogpiled on you anyway.
It's true, Travis. Fun drug facts from former drug dog Keldo.
Okay. And when they dogpile on you anyway, you did something stupid. You behaved like Thor did, and you defended yourself. And you said, hey, objectively, here's what I think happened. Here's my perspective. And the more you tried to defend yourself, the more angry people got with you.
Guys, if you want everyone of every stereotype to get mad at you, start your sentence with, hey, objectively. It's not going to go well unless you're like, I don't know, in a chemistry lecture or something.
I would be stunned if this has not happened to every person in chat at some point in their lives. And so what we're talking about now is this cycle. This idea that, okay, I'm objective, other people are subjective. Because I absolutely think you have that bias, by the way. We all do. But like, I think it's very prevalent in the way that...
The truth is we all don't have that bias, but like, you have to be mentally more mature than Thor is.
You talk. The really tricky thing there, and I have to acknowledge this, is it's not clear whether that is actually what's in your head or that is just the way it comes across. Because it absolutely comes across that way. So when I said you owned up to this one thing, and then you talked about all this other bad stuff that happened to you, and you're like, objectively, I disagree. I did this one thing, and I literally have 50,000 people. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right.
Stu Phillips, objectively, white men are the best people. Wait, what the fuck? Why would you type that? That's why everyone hates... Stop. Megaritz, F-Tab is one of the few people who seems to take seriously the strength and difficulty of both the pro-institutionalization and anti-institutionalization viewpoints in psychiatry. Oh, I can vibe with that. I don't like a subjective versus objective distinction. I think it conflates several different distinctions: self versus other, fact versus value, emotion versus reason, mind versus body, etc. Ooh, that's a really good comment. Thank you. Rena, everyone makes mistakes, but most people will at least say sorry or my bad, even if they don't mean it. F-bombs is telling me Ayurvedic. I'm not going to remember that, but thank you. I'll write it down in paint.
But even though you're right, what people are going to hear, their limbic circuits of the brain are going to hear, yeah, I was smug and all this shit happened to me and it's not my fault. That's what people are going to hear. And when people hear that...
Dude, that's weird for me. Legitimately.
Yep, I know.
Like,
that's weird that there are other perspectives in the world that are not mine.
From my perspective, I'm like, hey, you know, I screwed this up. This is how this went down. Here's my perspective on it.
Yep.
And then the response is, you didn't take any accountability. You're a piece of shit. Why won't you just say it? And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me in response.
Yeah.
Like, for me, that's such a disconnect between those two conversations.
And this is not about right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust, true or not true. Now what we're talking about, like, so we're a channel that talks about the mind. So you're saying, I said this, someone says you don't take any fucking accountability. And you're like,
no,
that is a disconnect with me. I completely agree. That is the one thing that I think we can all agree on, is that whether they like you, dislike you, whether they like, whatever, the one thing we can all agree on is that there's a disconnect. Other people think that you're disconnected.
Okay, I just proved that you don't need an iPad, all right? You don't need an iPad, and my handwriting still looks better than Dr. K's, all right? I've won the debate.
You think they're it's not even about you, but or other blame. There is absolutely a disconnect between the kind of response that you're getting and what you're doing. There is a disconnect for other people between what you did and what you're owning up to. That's my point. So like when I started this conversation, the key thing is that there's a circle that's empty. That's the only way this can be explained. And the question is, what's in the circle?
Megaritz, there's a history of the notion of objectivity being used to prop up white men's perspective specifically against many other people. Yeah, earlier in the stream, that's why I mentioned, like, I feel like that very, like, black and white view of how things work is very, like, Victoria-era England, like, peak Western society bottom text.
And what I found, if y'all find yourself in a situation like Thor...
Remember to like the stream, chat. We've almost got the ratio of watchers to likes on there. We need a couple more. We've got 23 or 24 viewers and 16 likes. So the rest of you guys need to click that little like button on your phones or your computers or your tablets.
I find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best thing to try to do, which is to try to understand when someone says, I don't take accountability, or they accuse me, they say, you don't take accountability, to do your best to try to understand that. And I think you've done that, because it sounded like for the first 30 days, you engaged with people in conversation.
Yes.
And when you engage
I found that the reactions started to get more and more, I could use the word unhinged, but it really just comes down to more and more unbending of, I just want to make it.
That's true, Travis. Proportionally, cis white men are very good at being serial killers. Although, you know what, though? There's some really, like, insane Latin American serial killers as well.
Attack. I just want to go in the chat and make an attack. I just want to go on your YouTube and make an attack. It wasn't in good faith to have, like, I want to have a conversation about this. It was, I just want to be here to throw a punch and then leave. And
so I think that there's two things that I hear there. One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be, right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else...
So do you guys see how Dr. K is, like, trying to operate as his like, internal monologue here? I think we've got this right, okay? I think we've armchair psychologied ourselves into a correct position, which you generally shouldn't do, but I think it's fairly obvious here. Dr. K is, like, desperately trying to operate as Piratesoftware's inner monologue, and Piratesoftware is just like, beep, boop, and tide goes in, tide goes out.
Behaved incorrectly.
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept any blame. And I go, here's in this post.
No. What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing. Your statement was.
Yeah, you misunderstood. Oh, now he's got his thinking face.
I tried to listen to people, and they became more unhinged.
Yeah,
So
would
I
say
want
that.
you to
I think that
code.
the people that are still
No, don't worry about the people. Hold on.
Okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
because it's objective.
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
I don't think. I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone comes in and says,
No.
"You didn't take any accountability for this," and I go, "Here in this post, I said I did this wrong. Here on this video, I said I did this wrong," and they go, "That never happened." Like,
okay.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay. So I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay. So bear with me, Thor.
It's crazy, chat. It's crazy, Rena. He banned tens of thousands of people in his chat if they even said the word mana and then tweeted that he was banning them for harassment and death threats. Okay, that was the meme I couldn't remember. So they're just saying mana in chat. Like, to me, as a live streamer, if people are coming in a chat and saying mana, the best response to that is to embrace it, right? Like, turn it from people laughing at you to laughing with you. I've utilized this tactic a lot in my own streaming career is to just embrace the haters, okay? Embrace it, laugh at it. Don't take yourself super seriously. I feel like when you resort to, like, just fucking banning everybody and, like, just taking it, in my opinion, like, again, taking yourself way too seriously, you just make the situation worse, you know? Especially for something like this. Like, if it was maybe a more intense situation that was, like, very personal, like, I might be a bit more forgiving, but to me, this is pretty, like, okay, haha, you said mana, very funny, haha. Zoo Phillips, let's start a GoFundMe and have Dr. K bluntly explain that Thor is in fact the problem. True. Mana is basically in WoW, or in a lot of video games, mana is like your like magical power. So like if you have a wizard character or a character that utilizes a lot of like magic, you have like a mana bar. And that determines like, you know, what your recharge is and all that stuff for like your attacks. For when you can fire the big laser again. So Phillips, he conflates trolls to harassment, then he conflates harassment to threats. Yep, and that's bad. Travis, white men are also good at not going to therapy and doing drug crime. I feel like you could probably extrapolate that to a lot of cis men, but I also don't want to get too into the rough here.
Try. Don't read chat. Focus. Ignore chat. Okay. So.
Hecate will come in here and murder me.
Here's the problem. You're not wrong.
I'm just kidding. She would never do that.
That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this. So when you engage with people for the first 30 days, I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to...
Speaking of that, where's my twin? Where's Valkyrie? Where are you? You're not here. I miss you. Come back.
Come talk to you. The raving people.
I think that was the initial wave.
What? Let's hear that again. I liked that answer.
Not wrong. That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this. So when you engage with people for the first 30 days, I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to come talk to you? The raving people.
I think it was the initial wave, and then it calmed down to people that were kind of willing to talk, and now it's just the raving.
Whatever. Yeah. So like when you open...
I'm being attacked by a rave!
...yourself to conversation on the internet, let's be honest, the likelihood that you get a balanced person who really like is willing to take a step back and admit their flaws and...
Let's see here. Chat's going fast today. Sue Phillips, so in essence, to act like 50k people want to literally hurt him. Yeah, and I think most people see that, and they think like, oh, what do you think? Like, we're stupid? So they, understandably, take that, like, offensively, because, like, it does, you know, assume that the viewer is stupid. Travis, that's so silly. Rena he's probably just going to respond like Amber, put walls up, get defensive, and stop listening. We'll see. I mean, we still got a lot left. Rena, he's worse than Amber IMO because, like Zoo said, he conflates the mana trolling with harassment and then conflates it with death threats. Has Amber ever conflated, like, people sending her a cake with, like, threats? I'm just curious. I'm still trying to figure out how to get people to send me free cakes if anyone can help me.
Understand how they're wrong and is not, like, projecting something on you is low.
That's not what the intention of me talking about it was. when I was engaging in those conversations. The way that I feel about that a lot of the times, you're not going to get through to the person who's angry on the internet.
Okay.
You generally won't. They're not going to sit down and have a valid conversation with you. They're not interested in resolving that. Most of the time, that person doesn't care.
I will say, though, I am hella jealous of this water bottle. Okay.
Sit down and have a valid conversation with you.
Look
They're
at
not
that.
interested in resolving.
That's cool, okay? This is cool. These are my 2 favorite colors, all right?
That. Most of the time, that person doesn't care, I find.
Mm-hmm.
With that in mind, if you don't say anything, I feel that on the internet today, if you do not say a thing in defense of yourself at all,
yep,
everyone believes the only voice in the room, which is the one that's negative.
Okay.
And that's exactly what happened. So I put out a video about all this kind of stuff,
yes,
released that, and immediately everyone was like, oh shit, maybe this is too far. And I got a whole bunch of people actually sending me positive posts for the first time since all that happened.
Cool.
So the stance that I've taken on all of this is I go,
Zoo Phillips with more lore for you guys. In the WoW thing, he uses a max level spell and wasted it. Used 2 more high mana spells. He had the ability to use 2 other cooldowns to get more mana. Oh yeah, that does matter. That does matter. Thank you for that. So he actually did make a pretty bad play. By the way, if you guys are still with me, thank you. But if you gotta go, just remember to subscribe and like the stream before you go. Thank you so much for hanging out. Having some dog time. Travis, Amber called Zachary Michael abusive for calling her a bitch after she mocked their mental health. Wait, is Zachary Michael non-binary? And harassed them over text, being absolutely vile to try to start drama. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to take the word vile seriously because of the Vival Boblex thing. Boblex. So Phillips, he could have done more things, but that is the core of the problem because Thor hid behind, I had no mana for like a week. What was I supposed to do?
Here's what I saw from my perspective. This is what's been going on to me. And then there's kind of a camp of people that say, fuck you, I hate you. And then there's a camp of people that go, that seems reasonable. And I've just kind of hung out with people that think that it's reasonable because I don't know if there's another solution to that scenario.
Yeah, so I think that there is another solution to that scenario. And so that's what I'm trying to point out to you is there's a certain way in which you communicate.
You know what I hate about Zachary Michael? They do like karaoke streams and they can't sing at all, dude. They can't sing at all. Like absolutely tone deaf. Like worse than your average person on the street tone deaf. Like NSYNC songs and Backstreet Boys songs are really easy because they're in a very like reachable pitch for most people, but not Zachary Michael. Okay, Zachary Michael doesn't know where the pitch is. Zachary Michael is off chasing the pitch in some wheat field somewhere. Rena, Zachary Michael is so misogynistic, I can't let them. But yeah, it would be like if Amber thought that Zachary Michael and his fans want her legit dead. Oh, Zach is another he-they bestie. I see.
Which I don't think is wrong, but gets consistently perceived, like we mentioned earlier, direct into evasive. So when we, like, you just, and I don't know if this makes sense, but I want you to, like, I don't know how to say this, but you're a programmer, so maybe this will make sense. I'm trying to put in language that I don't understand that I hope you...
Okay, chat, help me with this. So I heard on a Chud Logic stream that he's not a real programmer, or that's, like, some kind of rumor that's going around. Can anyone confirm this or deny it? Travis, I don't find Zachary Michael misogynistic, but I watch him talk about silly YouTube people. I could see how some people might think that, because Zachary Michael embraces that, like, really catty, like femme energy, which, like, can be interpreted as misogynistic. It's sort of like people that find, like, some drag performers misogynistic. Like, I can see it, but it has to be pretty extreme. Cree, remember when Val said in their stream the other day, you are the same person? The longer I listen, the more y'all sound the same, even... Oh my god, no!
Well, because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I am everyone on the internet, okay?
Code your statements. I tried to talk to people. I presented proof. They became unhinged. So, like, if we code that statement, I did something right, they reacted wrong. What I hear frequently in the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually correct, and they cannot give a damn and double down. In fact, that is usually what happens. So what I'm sort of getting is like, this is the disconnect. I do wonder whether you are blind to there's a certain kind of accountability that people are looking from you that you're not.
Dude, Zoo Phillips was right earlier. He is really struggling with just not calling him retarded. Oh, no. Oh, man. Rena, all he does is pick on women, and he also has made really nasty comments about periods, among other things. Just not my cup of tea. Fair, Rena. Although, I will say that, like, after the fresh garbage thing where she, like, went into, like, very obscene detail about her own period, alright, I can maybe understand where that comes from a little bit. Zoo Phillips, there's a new video that came out like 2 weeks ago that goes into detail about how no job Thor has ever had required him to code, and goes through his code for the game he made and explains why it is far below the level Thor claims to be at. Ooh. Do you have the link for that video? We could just make it a deep dive day. Rena, also him grading that woman with Pika into... Excuse me. Him goading that woman with Pika into eating a sponge was gross? Wait, what? That's disgusting. If you guys don't know, Pika is like, it's basically a disorder where a person will consume something that's, like, not edible, like, obsessively. Or it's Pika, not Pika, excuse me.
That doesn't mean...
What is it?
Pika!
This is what I'm digging into. So one is, maybe it's in the way you're giving it. So it's not that I'm not saying you need to take more accountability, okay? I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But my point is that when I see this pattern, and it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing, because the way that you're talking is making people more upset, which doesn't mean that you're wrong. It's just like the way that I'm communicating is ineffective at resolving this issue. So a simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be...
Why not? Okay, I'm becoming pretty critical of Dr. K here. I don't think there's any winner here. So why wouldn't you give him a prescription? That doesn't make sense as a therapist. What? I'll go get it. I joined the Discord, so I'll figure out where to post it. Here, I'll verify you. Travis, he has long since apologized and backed off on the sponge thing. To be fair, he intended it as a joke. That's what I heard. Well, I think that that's a pretty fucked up joke, to be honest with you.
Incomplete. I mean, sorry, I've noticed that you tend
I would believe, though, that he's, like, not mature enough to get it.
to be complete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
Incomplete with the whole story and just focus on the smugness.
There's a video by Taylor Lorenz about ChatGPT becoming a religion. I retweeted that she should get deported, though. I don't know if I can legally play her video.
What does that mean?
Let me
like not give any context whatsoever?
He's gone.
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, hey guys. So basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes, I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
Rena, I think personally, if he's going to center so much of his content around picking at people with eating disorders, he should probably be more aware of how not okay that is. But again, I used to like them. Yeah. Mana gem.
I hate that.
Everyone post your mana gems in chat right now. I want to see some mana in chat.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like, that's too long, didn't read, I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. I hate that shit. Like, I
hate all those. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. When few words do gooder. Bro needs to chug a mana potion. True. He needs some, he needs some of that crazy juice from Fortnite. He needs some of the juice from Fortnite. Tyler Serena, hello. I wish I was gay, but my older age, I've learned the power of true camaraderie and my own people, whoever it is. I don't know what that means, but I like how profound it sounds.
I super hate that kind of communication of like.
Thank you, Zoo Phillips.
There's a lot of people who say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information.
I'm not seeing people posting mana in chat. Okay, let's go. Come on.
It is real. it is hand waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really hate that.
I wish I am gay too, so I understand. Travis Decker Michael has pretty much pivoted from Gore World at this point, so this was like one of the peak ED adjacent content. Oh, thank you, Zoo Phillips. Oh, who's Zoo Phillips battling?
That absolutely
Zeppo and Phillips battling for the top seat here.
feels like idiocracy to me. 100%. I don't like doing.
It feels like idiocracy. Okay, do you guys know? One time, okay, this was like 2 years ago. One time, two of my roommates got into a huge fight about idiocracy that like ended up in like a full-blown like meltdown where I had to like utilize like NVCI training. It was very bad. Apparently I was living with some lol cows.
Hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures. I don't like that at all. And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
No, I think it's great.
I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. But like, that's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think
Why did he sound like Nicholas Diorio there?
That's great. So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
Okay, here's where Dr. K is gonna start to get a bit adversarial. He's mad and he's frustrated. Sue Phillips, I can't see whoever number one is. It's Elf Seppo. Wait, do you have her? Why would you do that?
There's something about the way that you talk that seems dismissive. So I'll tell you where that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. So it's like I made a mistake.
Is that a globe?
We all made mistakes.
Okay.
So Dr. K has like, I'm having an ADHD moment here. Is this supposed to be a globe? I think it is. He's got like his mantle here. He's got his little vine plant books, but I think it's supposed to be a globe. It looks like a globe. That looks like the Pacific Ocean to me.
Okay.
Right. So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry.
Hey, Zach.
Sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see we're not married, but you see?
He has to clarify. You see
what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah. so there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky is like, I don't think you're wrong. Like, I don't, and what we got
the way
from
that
you.
I feel about it.
Yeah.
Is that I don't even know if the word, it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like
appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real, so that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that, and I'd be super curious if like how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but because I think that's what people are missing from you is like when you, and this is what
Cat is heavy. Oh, is Kepler up there using you as a bed? Tyler Serena, gotta get the specimen to come around the openness and willingly to develop their own growth deliberately. Starts with the humility to even gaff. See, I've always found that when therapists are brutally honest with me, it sucks, but like I feel like you get a lot more growth that way. Like I feel like if your therapy sessions don't hurt at least sometimes, then you're probably not getting much out of it, you know? Because like growth does take like a little bit of pain. But you can use that pain to make great art.
I think makes you great is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like there's logic
well, I don't know.
There. But you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely.
You just delivered to a recovery center? Based. I hope that they were all recovering.
I just don't think that's right. Yeah. I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement world. I'm not going to be like all of the other streamers who post bullshit.
Zoo Phillips, I have no blocked people. They must have me blocked. Huh. I don't know. Zeppo, do you have Zoo Phillips blocked? Zach was cool, chatted with the customer for a minute. See, that's always cool, I feel like, if you're also in recovery and then you, like, meet somebody else, like, that's, like, in recovery. You just, like, you kind of instantly get each other, unless they're, like, toxic gossip train AA 13th stepper, where they're trying to like get you into their van. Oh, weird. That's very weird, Zeppo. Travis, is he trying to tell him to be more vulnerable? Yes. In a very roundabout and dumb way. Evil Unicorn, I didn't abandon you. Thank you, Evil Unicorn. What would I do without your ped egg feet memes?
Apology videos for the sake of appeasement and virtue signaling. I think that I kind of fucked up. I'm not done. This is a fucking hardcore WoW. People die in hardcore WoW. Like, I think you've been accused of making fun of another mage or something like that, too. Like, I saw some post about that. I don't know if that's true or not true. But look, it's Twitch.
We can talk about that.
And
it's Twitch, you fucking idiot. You retard. Cree. Wait, or Breezy? Oh no, not Breezy. Keep the crazy ladies away from me, okay? I've had enough of that for a while. Tyler Serena, truest growth happens mentally exactly when all the pieces are mental, actually. That is true across all specimens, and the whole psycho set of specimen is how you actually present it. Interesting. Oh, you thought they had you? Maybe they blocked you accidentally. That happens. I did that. I've accidentally deleted people's comments while modding on my phone. Travis, I'm sorry. It's my gremlins. They got into chat. Oh no. It's like the fucking sleep paralysis demon. Sue Phillips, Blizzard has decided me and Elf Zeppo troll too much and should not talk. Rena, it's hard with people like this though, because they are not receptive at all to bluntness or honesty. I mean, he may just be too dumb. Like I was talking about earlier, like, there are some forms of talk therapy where, like, if you are too dumb, like, if you have some kind of an intellectual disability or, like, something like that, they won't work. Like, DBT is like that. The more effective DBT is correlated with, like, IQ. Because you need, the ability to have, like, really abstract concepts for DBT to be really, really useful. I don't know if it's the same with CBT. I feel like CBT is more, not simplified, but like, it's applied in a more, tangible way than like DBT.
And that was my bad.
Yeah, and like it, but like that's fine, right? Like, I mean, I play Dota like not as much as I would like to anymore, and I gotta
Oh, Dota! I actually used to play Dota. I used to be the snake guy.
Play Expedition 33. But when I play an online video game, especially an MMORPG where tensions are high, I'm gonna blame my teammates. I do it all the time. Right?
Travis, they might have suggested CBT in addition to DBT. It's very rare that I see, like, one recommended over the other. Usually it's a combination of both. Although, like, for some people, if CBT doesn't work, like, I had that happen, where, like, I didn't find CBT very useful, but I found DBT incredibly useful. Like, it's... But yeah, like... It's really, like, based on the individual. You can adapt DBT to be, like, used in settings, like, for people with developmental disabilities. I have looked into it, but, like, it's not as prevalent as it should be. Like, there aren't very many practitioners out there. So if you're, like, a psychiatrist, you should consider specializing in, like, you know, understanding people that have developmental disorders, because we need people like that. I love that you say dumb and you don't mean it as an insult. It took me a long time to realize that people don't think there are dumb people. It's because of my autism. I'm sorry. I'm no good at talking. Travis, I'm just gay, not a gamer. I'm too competitive anyway. Man. So a long time ago, I used to play competitive Overwatch because there's healers in Overwatch. So, like, Overwatch is a game that I can play at, like, in a competitive setting, because it's a team game, too, and I played as Lucio, and, man, those competitive games, we would be screaming at each other. Like, one of my, teammates, when I did that, actually got yelled at by their parents because they were still living at home, and they, were yelling so loud that the neighbors could hear them from their house. So, Phillips, I think using any method to become more mindful will have an overall positive effect on your life. I use the exact same way. I'm true. Hey, what's up, Bonzig? I'm very sus of Dr. K. I'm also very sus of Dr. K. Zoo Phillips is back in the #1 spot. Travis, I just don't know how else to word it, to be honest, but she's just so bad at learning. She looked up why Oklahoma had flooding and said it made sense, but she didn't retain anything. To be fair, I can understand not knowing why Oklahoma has flooding if you haven't ever lived there. Because, like, people don't really get the whole, like in, like, short grass, like, prairie, if there's... It can easily flood because usually the only water sources are, like, fresh rivers. It's very flat. There's not any place for the water to go. Rena, I had to gay ops a BPD relative into learning DPT. That's based, though, okay? If you're gonna gay ops your relatives into learning DPT, that's based. I approve of that. Travis, she fell for the Helen Keller meme conspiracy? What's that?
If I say something like that, it feels dismissive. But something about what you just said, you're like, this is the line in the sand that I'm drawing.
Oh, shit. I live 4 hours from the Texas floods that just happened, says Zoo Phillips. Well, stay safe, okay? The Texas floods seem to be especially bad. Like, to be fair, like, they do have a lot of waterways going down, especially through the Houston area, but, like, I don't know, dude. I feel like Texas's infrastructure is falling apart, dude. She thinks the moon landing was fake and that the salt in Gatorade was mold because she read some shit on Reddit. Oh, God. Oh, that's so sad, Zoo Phillips. I'm sorry. Like 15 of the people who died are from my town. That's scary. It's flash flood warning here in Iowa. I do remember Iowa flash floods. I'm originally from a rural town in southern Minnesota, so I know of the flash floods, okay?
I've tried my best. I admit I have blind spots. Some of this stuff is a disconnect for me. I think you got to really work on that, right? So I would I'm thinking about what that practically looks like, but I really think that something about the way that you construct your sentences, which is objective on one hand, but I think it can be both. I think it's objective.
Here's a funny truth story about that, okay? Even though we didn't spin for truth, but so I was visiting my parents as an adult, like one of the few times I actually did, and they still lived in my childhood home at this time, and I was sleeping in the basement on like a fold out like bed or whatever, and it was like storming really bad, and I like woke up really suddenly because the sump pump stopped running, and like the water was like really fucking loud, dude. And so then I woke up and I ran panicked upstairs, and then I ran through the basement door, which I thought was pretty impressive. Good night, evil unicorn. I hope you have a good night too, even though I just said that. They don't have enough staff for all the weather balloons or alarm system for these smaller towns, says Travis. Yeah, it's because they defunded the National Weather Service in the U.S. Bonzig, did the storm really blow people away? Yeah, I think like 100 people died. Let me look it up.
And I think there's a little bit too much dismissal. It feels that way when I listen to you.
So when I'm talking about this kind of stuff, what I'm trying to get across is this seems like the most realistic scenario. This is what I saw from my side.
According to CNN, oh my god, this is small fucking text. Search efforts, at least 150 people are still missing, including 140 in Kerr County, which bore the brunt of the devastation. It's not giving me. The death toll in the deadly Central Texas floods has reached at least 129 as of Friday night, according to the latest numbers out of Travis County. County spokesman Hector Nutto, what a nice name, Hector Nutto, confirmed 9 fatalities and 4 missing as of Friday evening. The county previously had 8 fatalities. So there's going to be a benefit concert for flood victims by George Strait called Straight to the Heart. Abbott activates state emergency response resources as more flooding is possible in the state. Well, maybe you should have better fucking infrastructure, okay? Make your electric grid a part of the rest of the U.S.
It's not...
There's a tornado warning here. Dang, you should go tornado chasing sometime.
Me trying to cast blame away from myself. It's going, no, we all fucked up. That's the reality of the situation. We all fucked up. And I think what people want is they want me to go, no, it's my bad. But my bad is a lie.
So sure.
And I don't want to do that because it feels like I'm being asked to give bullshit for the sake of giving bullshit so that other people can be like, oh, I love this bullshit. we're cool now because we both realize that we both bullshitted each other in this situation. It's not real. None of that is real. It's hand wavy.
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Now I'm going to ask you a question that please don't clip this out of context. Or if someone...
Oh, Rena's moved up to number 2. Dang, we've got some moving in chat. Movers and shakers. Sue Phillips says, there's a storm coming. Rena says, do you guys remember when Republicans said that liberal used a weather machine to cause hurricanes in Florida so they could kill red voters? Yes, they believed that that was the purpose of HARP, whose actual purpose is to measure various things within astronomy and physics. They thought that they were making hurricanes with it. Which, I mean, listen, as a Jewish person, okay, we're in charge of the hurricanes and the lasers. That's just how it is, okay? I don't make the rules, I only enforce them. Travis, no way a tornado got a few blocks away when I was a kid. Terrifying, I'm good. Sue Phillips, apologizing feels like a bullshit lie. Thor 2025. Bonzig, Dr. K does exactly the same thing as Charlie Kirk and what Shapiro does. True.
Someone clips this out of context.
Sorry, done.
Please add, someone post underneath with a reply this portion, okay? So you say you do your best to look at it objectively and you conclude this is bullshit. And I'm not saying you're wrong, okay? So I want
look at it objectively based on my subjective experience.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's assume for a moment, that you are a narcissist.
Okay. That's going to get clipped.
I know.
Oh,
I know. But it's
manipulate young kids in college. I mean, wasn't that, you know, it's kind of funny that, like, Steve Crowder ended up being like a fucking freak who also hung out a lot on college campuses.
I think this is really where the money is. And this is not just about you. This is about everybody, myself included. I run this exercise with myself all the time. If a narcissist goes through the process that you go through, they will end up in the same place that you end up.
Well, so you are calling him a narcissist then? Just say he has a narcissism issue. Dr. K, you can do it. You can do it, buddy.
Which is likely why people make the accusation.
I didn't know they did that, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So like that's the problem that you're dealing with. And it's
I don't know that.
Huh?
That's for me, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I know.
Kepler was displeased by that.
Right? So think about that, right? Like that's the problem. And this is the problem. Like I don't know if this makes like that's the problem. Is that if I listen to you, are you someone who is objective, who has done like all the like, is your representation thorough and objective, or is this the construction of a narcissistic mind that's just defending itself and things like that?
The problem that leads into is that goes down to, are you willing to have a conversation with me, or do you just want to believe the narrative that you already want to believe?
Agree 100%. That and that's why you're fucked, bro. Because the internet is not interested in having
Well, it's not possible. Like, you can't have that one-on-one conversation with all of your viewers, especially if you're a massive YouTuber, as I think Rena said before. Like, you just can't. You can't have that relationship with everybody. You gotta embrace the memes. Travis, it's apparently quite hard to diagnose NPD because of non-compliance. Yes. I think most people that would have, like, NPD or, like, ASPD probably wouldn't be compliant with an evaluation. Or if they were, they might try, like, some manipulation tactic to throw it off to, like, protect their ego. Although with ASPD, it kind of depends on what, like, how the psychopathy, like, manifests itself. Because some people are more delusional while others are less delusional. Let's say, hypothetically, you have a small dick. The therapist says to a man with a micro penis. Oh my god. Travis, but you can treat it and learn how to relate to others for real. That's true. Bonzig, like Dr. K trying to sell a diagnosis. Yeah.
90% of the internet is not interested in having conversations. And you will see this all the time on, take any political subreddit or any political streamer, and you'll see...
Can you not cite... Okay, this really bugs me, okay? This should be like a rule. I don't know, the APA can't enforce this, but like Reddit, YouTube should be off limits for citations, okay? No Reddit citations.
See that people are not interested in having conversations. And I do think there's a lot of weird stuff going on with YouTube, but like that's like parasocial and stuff like that.
The thing though, legitimately, dude, is we built up a community of specifically people that have conversations about things. That's why, after all of this, we're still sitting at like 6,000 to 10,000 people on a daily basis. That doesn't happen in a situation that is like I
Dr. K, please control your water bottle. Thank you.
meticulously made sure that we had a community where we could talk about stuff on a logical basis and try to work things out outside of that. And I've been pushing that on this channel for 8 years. And I don't think I'd have a community if I built one that was based on instant emotional reaction, because they'd just be like, oh, he's a piece of shit. You know,
Yeah.
that'd be it.
So there are absolutely communities like that, you know, and I think it's great that you don't, and maybe that's why people are coming from other communities to you, because it was a group WoW thing. So there's like a lot of other communities that are interacting with yours. The thing that I would encourage you to do, and this is for everyone, I do this on a daily basis, is assume for a moment that you're a narcissist.
Rena, reminder that Thor refused to have a conversation with Ross about the stop killing game stuff. I feel like we need more context there, Rena. He's LARPing the entire interview, saying what he thinks is what makes him look cool and less biased. Yeah, or less bad. I mean, yeah, exactly. Travis, why do I feel the need to tell this doctor to touch grass? Because he needs to touch grass. Look at this man's hair. Okay? He needs to touch grass.
And think about, if I'm narcissistic, what would I be missing? Right? Like, even, so I'm trying to think of an example. So I recently had an interpersonal conflict where I felt hurt by someone I'm close to. Okay? And as I was thinking through all the things that this person has done wrong to me, I stopped for a second and I was like, am I just being a little bitch? Am I, like, is this genuine? Is this fair?
Okay, that's not a very good way to ask yourself that question, especially if you are somebody that's a little bit more, like, vulnerable or has, like, a fear of vulnerability, all right? Okay, a better way, a healthier way to ask it is, am I being reasonable? Like, am I seeing this situation through the other person's perspective, like, fully or in a realistic way? Like, a really good way to check that is to just be like, go to like a good friend or something and describe the situation and just see what their feedback is, but don't like argue with them, and then incorporate that into your perspective, because it can be really difficult for people to understand like what I would like to call the third person, right? So you have like your concept of yourself, you have concept of others, and then there's a third concept which he calls mentalization, which I don't like, okay, because that's a dumb word, we don't need to have it there. It's really easy to sum up as just how other people view you. That's an entirely different self-awareness thing. Like, you need to be aware of that third part of self as well, but it's really hard for some people, which I totally get. Like, as a person with autism, right? Only narc here is Dr. K? Maybe. I mean, we could be having the two narcissists walk into a bar moment. Metal clanging sounds. Rena, the latest drama Piratesoftware is in is about to stop killing games initiative. He said it's bullshit and called Ross, the guy fronting SKG, a used car salesman, and has refused to talk directly to Ross about it. Weird. Sue Phillips, this is great advice for normal people. Thor thinks he is rational, so he's going to assume he is being rational. Yeah, perception. It's a part of self-perception, like. And I think that with that, like, third part of self-perception, you do have to do some exploring there. Like, you have to be willing to get, like, critical feedback, or else you'll never develop it. Which might be why he's so immature. Maybe he never developed that.
Like, what are all of the counter examples? Am I just glossing over all of the stuff that they do right? Am I ignoring all of the stuff that I do wrong? Am I ignoring when this person lets me down? What is my contribution to this system in which I am disappointed? So
okay.
these
I mean,
are
that seems normal to me, though. Okay,
reaction. Good. Yeah. But I think a lot of times when we feel hurt, we don't do that, right?
No, that's the first.
Okay, cool. I think that's great. I mean, if you're already doing that, that's awesome. Then I think the main thing then that I would encourage you to really think about is like this.
Thank you for tying that knot, Rena. Don't chat. Don't make the joke I think you're going to make. So he spends a bunch of time in this interview saying that he would simply have a conversation with someone who he disagrees with. But in real time, he is showing that's not true. Yes. So Phillips, you have to be willing to accept that sometimes everyone is not rational, and that includes yourself. And oftentimes, you don't perceive yourself to be irrational at the same timing as someone else would to perceive you as being irrational. So you have to have, like, some humility there, and I'm not perfect at that either. I think everybody gets that wrong at some point in their lives, multiple times usually.
Disconnect. And what's the variable in there? And what I would strongly encourage that you do is that variable is going to be divided into two portions. One is that the amplification, the disconnect, the question mark, of this situation. You understand what I'm saying? Or not really?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm
Are you listening?
kind of understanding, but I think it's hard for me to understand how I'm supposed to respond to that if the requirement for the response is you need to make it incomplete and dumb it down and hand wave it. That makes me feel like I'm just lying to people.
No. I think your response to when I said, "What do you think about that?" Your response to that kind of won me over. I don't think you should do that. So,
Okay.
so now what we're talking about is for anyone who is in a situation where I behave in a certain way, the world responds to me in this way, and there's a gap between these two things. This is the scenario that I'm talking about. So in that scenario, what's the question mark? What's the amplifier? So there are certain things that we can attribute to things outside of you. So people have parasocial relationships, people are projecting, people.
Dr. K is like, he's doing like Olympic gymnastics here, trying to find a way to like explain this to Thor in a way that Thor would find acceptable, but I don't think they're gonna get through to each other. No cap, there's apparently leaks of Thor talking about how he loves Doug. God damn it. I have decided to actively look for these leaks. I think Chud read them on stream. He did. That's where I heard them, like... actually, I think I heard them on Goddammit Malcolm's stream. But I, like, tuned out for a little bit, and I came back to Goddammit Malcolm yelling about tail holes or something.
People don't like me, whatever. Like, people are upset, whatever. There's all the stuff that they do, and then there's all the stuff that you do. And this is where I think it's hard, but I think a really good example of what came out.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't actively watch Chud because his chat has a transphobia problem, and they're not transphobic towards me, but like, I don't like it, you know? Like, I don't like to be the good one, quote unquote. Like, that makes me feel guilty.
Out of today, which hopefully feels okay to you, is when I'm direct, other people think I'm evasive. I think those are the kinds of nuggets that I have seen transform lives and literally save marriages.
It's just funny because like I've
Bonzik, Dr. K trying to get a new patient, true.
had effectively the same conversation with the moderation team. Was like, I use the same terminology as like, that feels like idiocracy. I don't feel like dumbing down my language and just being dishonest about it to hand wave it makes sense. And I feel greasy doing that. I don't know how else to describe that.
Are you hearing me talk about dumbing things down at this point?
When I say dumbing things down, I mean like the idea of like, oh, my bad, bro. And just kind of leave it like that. That doesn't make sense.
What are you hearing me say to you right now?
Of a way to resolve the...
Wait, why doesn't that make sense to you? Why not? Because a lot of times in conflicts, a good way to like create a solution or like bridge the differences you have with another person in a conflict is to just be like, okay, like my bad, like to not really to not argue with them about their experience, to like let them feel validated. People, I think, really underestimate how much, like, feeling validated, like, affects us emotionally, even if we don't want to admit it. Like, we all need validation, okay? Now, we need validation at different degrees, because it's, like, personality to personality, but we all need validation. And so when you head with, like, the invalidating route, when you're trying to, like, create a solution to a conflict, you're always going to keep running into this, like, you're going to keep running into that problem. You're just going to keep running into it if you can't validate the other person, which oftentimes is just my bad, bro. To Phillips, I don't like Chud for the same reason, but racism. Chud is actively grifting racist/sexism, and I'm surprised it's not called out more. Yeah, I agree with that. The racism part, I just don't watch him enough, so I forget about it. But yeah, no, I agree with that. That's true.
The language of...
Oh, hold on, sorry. Rena, my partner hates me right now because I made garlic knots and said we're not maxing in honor of Piratesoftware. Oh my god!
You know, I feel like I'm being objective, they feel like I'm being evasive. And to me, it comes across as I'm over-explaining. I'm giving too much context. I'm making the scenario of myself as a player within that rather than this is what I didn't know and that's it, and then we walk away.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that. So I understand where our disconnect is.
Okay.
I have removed dumbing down from the equation of my solution space when I talk to you. Take it off the table. Done. Doesn't feel right. I agree. What I'm saying is that if we look at I'm being direct, they feel like I'm being evasive. The tactical options to solve that involve way more than dumbing things down.
Okay.
So that's what I think. Yeah, I would focus on that. So like, don't
Yeah, I agree with you, Bonzig. Like, I think that any therapist, okay, that wants to make their career about, like analyzing other people or having, like, quote-unquote, like, therapy on stream, I feel like that's pretty just inherently, like, griftery. Or, like, inherently, there's a lot of problems with that. I'm actually surprised that the APA doesn't revoke licensures for that, because there's a lot of ethical problems with it as well. And we've seen that with maybe some of his past. I'm not saying that Dr. K is responsible for anything that anyone has done to themselves, but, like, when you're making therapy content, it takes the therapy out of the therapy. I would love to see him and Poppy collab, though. Said that's true. That's true. I do support that, okay? We need a Poppy, Xena, and Dr. K stream. Preferably where Xena says nothing and just knits very quickly, while Poppy and Dr. K argue about, like, I don't know, the sense of self. Maybe Poppy could even, like, go into one of her altars, alright, to try to get out of a question.
Dumb things down, be authentic. But there's also a way, because, like, right, so fundamentally this is an issue of communication. It's an issue of understanding. It's an issue of getting your point across, arguably listening to other people's. And so that is a skill. It is an art form. There's a way to do it well and do it poorly. Now, what a lot of people do, which I think is bad, which I really appreciate you standing up against, is dumbing things down, virtue signaling, pro forma apology.
I hate that. Like, I
hate
really
it too.
I hate the idea of, here's my ukulele sad YouTuber video. Let me just lie to the camera for 5 minutes, because that's fucking dumb.
I hate it too. So my point is that if we look at, like...
He just doesn't get it, man. He's like... What would be like... Can you say bimbo about guys? That would make it less sexist, right?
You know, like...
And I feel like that's...
He's a himbo.
What I was being asked to do, and I'm like, no, here's how I see it, and they're good.
Yeah, so...
Which, to be fair, I'm kind of considered a himbo too, but we're gonna pretend that that's not the case, okay?
So and my point is that somewhere between the pro forma apology and what comes out of your mouth, there's going to be something in the middle there, which is an adaptation of what you do, which feels authentic, feels truthful, feels...
And before you say, oh, Keldoge, it's very complimentary of yourself, listen. My primary audience is, like, millennial guys that are, like, single and, like, women, alright? Now, like, my audience is, like, 30% women now, okay? I'm just saying, I attract a kind of person, and that's okay.
It's complete, and there's literally something about the way that you talk, where if I code your responses, that's the best way I know how to put it.
I've got binders full of women and large gay men.
It's kind of like, there's a theme of what feels like a lack of accountability from a listener's perspective. I don't think you're not taking accountability, objectively. But what I'm saying is that the limbic circuits of...
Zoo Phillips, the reason why Thor's vibes triggers so many people is because he is highly insecure, but tries to be very confident. It's even doubly frustrating when he's demonstrably false advice, or gives demonstrably false advice, and his chat is praising him. Well, yeah, I think a huge thing that, like, content creators need to not do is, like, let chat gas them up a lot. Like, if I see chat gassing me up a lot, it makes me sus.
My brain, the emotional circuits of my brain, when I hear you talk, it feels like you're leaving something out. It feels somehow incomplete or unbalanced. And I know that's a very difficult problem for you
How many times are we going to argue over objectivity?
to solve.
I don't like that. Doesn't give me a lot of
What would Socrates have thought?
tools, right?
It really, it's hard. So that's where, like, I'm going to think a little bit about how to bridge that gap, but, like, something in that is where the money is. I feel really confident about that. It's not a pro forma apology, but it is also thinking about the way that you make statements that rubs people the wrong way. And then the other interesting thing that I really have to, like, encourage you to think about.
Zoo Phillips is continuing to try to groom me into getting into the dog suit, alright? It's not gonna happen. You have to, like, give me enough money to first buy the dog suit, which is like $300. So, you guys gotta pay up, okay? He's gonna just hear that, he's right, and leave it at that, says Rena. Bonsig says, I'm straight but appreciate lesbians. So well done to that, and congratulations. Thank you.
Is it hard for you to see a different way to use your words? Because in your mind, you're only able to see things one way.
The way that I put that up, the way that I put out messaging like that, especially public messaging, the internet will find any chink in the armor to try to unravel it into saying that you're a liar in some way.
Yep.
We've both seen this. So what I try to do is I go, okay, so instead of putting the ego first on this and being like, I did the best thing or I did the worst thing or being an emotional platitudes for this kind of shit or virtue signal for it. I just go, here's everything that happened from my perspective, and that's my story.
Okay, you ready for the mindfuck?
Sure.
You said that what?
Dr. K, are you ready to get fucked, sir?
You put out, people will try to find the chink in the armor, right?
They're going to do it anyway, but yeah.
No, they're not going to do it anyway. The way that you put things out makes them want to find the chink in your armor.
That doesn't make sense.
I know.
That sounds, to me.
Oh my god, dude.
God damn it! Same shit, different day.
Sounds obsessive. I need, like, there's a necessity to find a problem when there isn't one?
No, I think you're missing the point. The way that you communicate information, the way that you speak, makes people want to find the chink in the armor. Because people communicate, yeah.
Dr. K, why are you being so racist?
I know, it's hard, man. It's wild. It's crazy. I'm with you. Right? So there's something that you're doing that, from a logical
true, he's so far up his own ass he can't see himself.
Perspective makes perfect sense. The emotional energy of your words, and I'm not right about this, okay? I could be wrong, but I really suspect that this is where the money is. Where something about the way that you present yourself, which by the way went away when you got pissed off about when I was like, "What do you think about just doing a mea culpa?" And you're like, "Fuck that." I was in your corner. But here's the thing: the way that you talk,
you need more of an emotion.
That would have been a lot funnier if he said mea tulpa.
Interaction.
Because why do I want to poke you in the armor? Because of your logic? No, because of your emotions. That reflex, this is what you got to understand, Thor. That reflex comes from the emotional energy that you're sending and the emotional energy that they're receiving. Now, this gets more complicated because you are right that this is an unsolvable problem. Because there's only so much that you can do in this situation. That at the end of the day, there are going to be people on the internet that are just there to meme, that are just there to make your life worse, that have little lives where they feel...
Zoo Phillips, I think Dr. K is doing an amazing job calling Thor out to his face that he is a problem, and Thor just refuses to acknowledge it. If this was anyone besides Dr. K, Thor would have crashed out an hour ago. I think so. Like, that's one of those things where if you do have rapport with somebody, that it can be very useful. You know what I mean? It can be very useful because then you can like levy that pressure against somebody, but I don't think it's gonna work just because Thor is like I said, he looks like Bing Bong. Tide comes out, tide goes in. No one knows how it works.
Frustrated, and then they look at a punching bag and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna punch this person. I'm gonna knock this person down."
Bonsig, how much tries do you get to diagnose? Dr. K thinks he's in hospital, tycoon.
Peg. And the tragedy there is that they don't truly have little lives. They truly have far greater lives than they have the potential of far greater lives if they stopped spending all of their cognitive and emotional energy trying to knock some random fucking guy on the internet down a peg. Then they would really be happy.
Basis of all the things I try to do on the internet. That's why I do all. That's
yeah. It's tough, man.
That aspiration that you put there. That's why I do the stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah, I think it's great.
I generally run game jams and all that.
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
It's because this shit is a waste of fucking time.
Yep.
It is the same reason that I have a short out that's like, stop looking at shorts, go the fuck outside. And I know that sounds like self-inflationary of like aggrandizing to that shit, but like, dude, the internet's a fucking mistake.
No, so
wait, what was that? What was that from Dr. K?
Short out that's like, stop looking at shorts, go the fuck outside. And I know that sounds like self-inflationary of like aggrandizing to that shit, but like, dude, the internet's a fucking mistake.
No, so here now we get to it. You said, I know it sounds that way. It doesn't sound that way. If I read your work...
Phillips, that's true. It is frustrating because of how dumb Thor is. Because it's like, I think most people intuitively get, like, what the problem is. Like, it doesn't take, like, a super high emotional intelligence to get this, like, right? Like, I think it's pretty built in for most people. But for Thor, it's gone, okay? There's nothing there, alright? It's just echoes. I actually think the remark about the inner dialogue is interesting. Do you mean Thor's eyes look brain dead when he is not talking? He's not paying attention, I don't think, when he's not talking. Which is, like, I would say that would be, like, pretty typical of somebody of his, like, maturity. Thor's. Yeah, there we go. Bonzig. K is, like, at the 0/7? What?
Huh?
When I say it that way, it sounds that way to me.
But it doesn't sound that way to me.
That's ridiculous to me.
Yes, I know it's ridiculous. So yeah, I know it's hard. So here's the point. The words, if I were to write them down and we said, hey, is this person arrogant? Maybe it would be the answer that you get. The emotional energy that you add to that doesn't make it come across as arrogant at all. It makes it come across, for me, I get inspired by that. I believe that. That sounds believable to me. So there's some
the perception disconnect is when I talk about a situation while removing the emotion from it, when to me that sounds like the most logical way to communicate. And the most objective way to communicate, which seems like it would be the best way for people to understand the scenario fully. And that's the most disconnected for other people because it makes them feel like I'm being evasive.
I think that is one step in the right direction for you. And that's because human beings are not logical communicators.
I'm well aware of that.
We're emotional communicators.
No, Dr. K, why are you falling into the dichotomy? What? You're supposed to be a therapist. What is this? This is like bad. Bad. I don't have a good sound effect for this. Maybe this one.
Time to stop!
Right? So I think the energy that you add to the equation like matters a lot. And what you're trying to remove, and it sort of makes sense, right? Because you have a strategy. You've got a particular strategic approach, and that's what got you to where you are. And I know you've tried a lot, but I think this fundamental thing, I don't think this has changed over the whole course of this.
No.
And I think the really hard thing is I don't know that it needs to change, because I think part of what makes you who you are, part of what makes you valuable, part of what attracts the community, because there are a lot of people out there who think like you, who are tired of emotional communication, who have people in their lives where you're like, look, this is the reality of the situation. I cook dinner 4 nights a week, you cook dinner 1 night a week, and you order takeout the other 2 nights of the week. That is the objective scenario. This needs to change. And they're like, nah. So I think that this needs to change. And they're like, nah.
They're like, nah. Is that what New Zealanders say?
So I think that the way you communicate is like an oasis in a desert for a lot of people.
An oasis of hatred.
So it's not bad. It's just like, this is like something that I think can be leveled up. And a big part of that...
The biggest thing is the more that I have to deal with this just slew of shit with this, the less I've been emotional about it. Because it's effort.
Well, so if we were to take that statement as true and we were to make a predictive model, what happened to you would be in line with this prediction. That if our hypothesis is that emotional communication is what connects with people, especially on the internet. And as you have become more burnt out, which by the way is absolutely going to happen, as your corpus callosum, you're just fried. You're just blackened at this point.
Your corpus callosum is a part of your brain.
You've got no emotional energy left. And the more you communicate, the angrier people will get. I really hope people leave you the fuck alone, because I think it's like enough is enough. I'm happy to say that. Like, I don't usually advocate for people doing that. Maybe people think that I'm a narcissist or what.
Wait, what? You don't advocate usually for people to leave people alone? Why?
Whatever, like that's fine. But I don't think this is about you. I think this is like when someone makes whatever kind of mistakes you made.
Dr. K calling Bond Sig out directly, by the way.
And whether you were mean to people or not, whether you went to the bathroom and looked something up, or you have a butt plug that is vibrating in Morse code to give you the solution.
What?
Like is connected to like.
Why would you say that?
I really don't care. I don't know about the reality. I think it's just like, we all make mistakes. I'm not saying you did or you didn't. It's just like, come on, y'all. Right? Is this really what we're doing now? Like, is this how we're spending our days, how we're spending our time? Are you perfect? No. Are you a regular human being? Yes. So that's kind of where I am. I know it's confusing for you. I
mean, that starts to make sense. I think the thing that bothers me is if someone were to go to me, right, and talk in the way that I'm talking, in that objective fashion, I go, oh, cool, here's all the information. I'm going to compile that with other information and then come up with my own way of how I feel about this. And what I'm seeing more and more now, especially on the internet, right, is loud, bombastic, emotional response is what everyone wants for stuff. But we've never had it that way. I've never interacted that way. I've been not that way this entire time. And now for me, suddenly that's a problem. Suddenly that's a bad guy thing, which is like, that's really fucking weird for me, man. Like, that's not what I expected. That's not the response that I expect. It doesn't really make a huge amount of logical or emotional sense to me. So I'm just like, okay, so you don't think I'm doing this thing. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. That's not enough. Here's more information. Then eventually it's like, fuck you. I don't care.
Yeah.
So there's no other solution at that point.
There's two things. Like I had one kind of emotional response, which is like, you're like, that makes sense to me.
Do Phillips. I also wish Dr. K would ask why Thor wants to be famous, and I'd like to hear him ask that. I wonder what his answer would be. Huh. Because, like, is it about being famous, or is it about being the best player?
The really interesting thing is your response of that makes sense to me. I'm not saying don't read too much into it.
Or both. I mean, I doubt it's both with this guy, but...
I was just laughing because what I sent you in that moment was not logical. What I sent you in that moment was emotional.
Yes.
Right?
I have the capacity to understand emotions.
Yeah.
Right?
But it's interesting because there's so many times where I've tried to send you logical signals and then there's a disconnect. Yeah. But you can easily argue that it's apples and oranges. The second thing that I want to say, and I know you have emotional capacity, like I get that. You love your ferrets. They show up there. So
Dr.
the
K
other thing that I think is interesting
is like dropping cursed lore memes, which normally I'd find very funny, but now I'm just finding objectively disturbing. I have no clue. I'm just a view, but it feels like Thor is doing things he doesn't really care about just to be famous. That is my armchair diagnoses. Could be true, Zoo Phillips.
Note is that I think that you are on the receiving end of, not just you, but basically this happens. So
that certainly would not be the first person to do that, like, for fame.
There's a group of parasocial nomad haters on the internet. That's
Chat
what
hoppers.
I call them.
Yeah. Chat hoppers is what they're generally called on Twitch.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. But like, so
Yeah,
what I
jump from one community.
Wait, what? What's wrong with being in multiple communities? Excuse me? Hello?
To another when there's
Hello?
like a big drama.
Exactly. So these are the people that follow the drama. So whoever, and then the problem is if you've created a community that values a certain kind of communication, and the chat hoppers show up, everything that you've built will get dominated or swept away.
That's why we ban it all. Yep.
Okay.
Knowing that full well. And there's a couple of ways to handle that, right? That I feel is when someone comes in and they just make like the copy paste hate statement, it's very clear that they don't care. We ban them. And then they put an unban request, and sometimes they'll be like, "Hey, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal." And then they come back in and they're like, "Hey, I like watching the stream," or they tell the mods to kill themselves, right? And like, obviously, if they're gonna tell the mods to kill themselves, they just stay banned, and that happens all the time. But if they're like, "Hey, this I didn't realize this mattered so much," sometimes they end up joining the community, and it's fine. It's just that first interaction, we don't want that like a million times in the chat. Like that shit sucks, and it's not 50-50, but the mods do get a lot of hate, man, like a massive amount. It sucks for them.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. It's hard to deal with. It's something that basically every streamer deals with, where the moment that you're at the top of LSF, you get like this influx of audience. Which also, I don't think that's like LSF's fault. That's just the.
I think it's the nature of like a gathering of people that are either rooting for the downfall, or rooting for an emotional big moment, or like want to be
vague/broad. The key to armchair psychology is always make really vague claims, so you are always correct. Yeah.
Part of that, but I do still think that there's a large amount of people that are engaging in that because it's like their reality show. It's like their TMZ. It's like they're like, oh man, I'm part of that moment. Remember that moment when that thing happened? That was so funny. And like, I feel like there's probably even some of those people that will meet someone like at an event where they engaged in one of those things, and they won't think it's real. They think it's just like a cartoon character, you know?
Yeah, I've seen that a lot too, unfortunately. But anyway, we've been at it for like almost 3 hours.
So I don't know if you can. Okay, clearly something happens. We've got a huge. They're still talking here up to about this point. I'm curious as to what the rest of Dr. K's analysis will be here as well. I feel like though you can't put that on the audience member for not knowing that there are different dynamics, because until you leave the audience and become a content creator, I just think it's very hard to be aware of all of that. And it's also socially not acceptable. It would be really bad if I came out here and we're like, hey, I know all about these internal dynamics, right? Because that's sort of like revealing the recipe, like at a restaurant or whatever, which sucks. Maybe one day we can go over that.
Bro, how you feeling?
Yeah, fine. Like, to be honest with you, I think so far this has been really productive. Because to me, like, dude, I don't know. Like, that seems wild to me.
I don't know. That seemed like a wildly unproductive conversation to me.
That people just want it. Like, I don't know. It seems wild to me that people just want an emotional response for that. When in reality, I find that, like I explained earlier, I find that to be a disingenuous thing. I don't want to be that guy that goes and makes a fucking apology video.
Yeah, so I think that there are a lot of people who would be satisfied by that, but please don't take away. I think, like, I mean, you convinced me, right? And I've not done that when people get upset with me. So I won't just say, yeah, my bad, unless I really believe that. So that there have been times where I've made mistakes where I will say, like, I still remember, I'm happy to say it again. there was one time early on in the days of streaming that I made fun of people with micro penises. And that is like one of the things that I regret the most. Because it's like easy to do that.
That's an easy fruit, yeah.
It's
I can
easy,
see
but
that.
it's like out of all of the people, like
Meow. Hi, meow. I'm Dad.
in terms of like punching down and stuff, like out of all the people who have it so hard for, you know, just us to pile on and like, ha ha ha, you have a small dick. Like that's not something that's in their control. And by the way, you can have a fulfilling sexual life with a micro penis. I thought about, I just became a degenerate gamer for a moment and stopped thinking about people in my office who struggle with those kinds of problems.
Yeah. I think that's actually really interesting because that's like the internet, man. Is like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like if somebody's going to call you that, like on the internet, if somebody's like in a lobby and they're like, you have a micro penis, they don't actually mean that. They just want to say some shit. That's like some kid on Xbox saying you fucked your mom.
Yeah, right.
Like,
so like deep within me is 4chan. Like much like ChatGPT, deep within my bones is 4chan. And so anyway, I was just saying like, so sometimes I made.
Okay, I find that offensive. Okay, as a former B poster, all right, we were definitely more intelligent than ChatGPT. Offensive, horrible, bad people, sure. But we were more intelligent than an AI entity, all right? Micropenises like Destiny? I thought that was a girl's name.
And, you know, I'll own up to those. But I don't think you should, don't compromise that. But I think there's like something in the middle of letting more of your authentic emotion out and also be super careful about the way that you, even in your own head, sterilize your interactions and sterilize your contributions, which I think you do.
It's comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable, but I think you do that.
When the scenario is like super vitriolic, it's comfortable to.
Also, doesn't Destiny not have micro penis? Doesn't he have like isn't it like something else? I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Sterilize that. It's comfortable to have like more of a logical conversation about it because it's easier to process.
Yep.
It is less easy to, like, if I'm going to have a big emotional response, I feel like I'm being manipulative to another person because I could do that. I could just sit down and be like, I'm going to have a big emotional response now, but that's not. Yeah, that's not how I am. That's not the person I am.
So I think it's an issue of. So you mentioned at some point that this has been a challenge that you've had before. I don't even remember what we were talking about. So I think it's really about, and this is for anyone else too. Like, you know, we all just have to decide. When you say this is the person that I am, we all just have to decide whether we want to continue. Like, am I just saying, hey, this is who I am, and I don't want to change this? And then
No, I don't think that's the case.
Well, it's the phimosis thing.
I'm giving options, so I'm sort of speaking rhetorically, right? So we all have to make decisions for ourselves about if this is the way.
Oh God, now I'm getting flashbacks to 111. Hold on, I need my anxiety bong.
That I am. Do I want to continue to be this way? Do I not want to continue to be this way? And then there's going to be a line in the sand of like what a level of compromise feels authentic and okay, and what doesn't. What feels like growth? What feels like giving a piece of yourself away?
Yeah, because like for me, I feel pretty happy with the way that I communicate generally. I don't generally have a problem with that. And I like being able to communicate objectively, either with, you know, in my relationships, friends, you know, people in the community. That feels fine to me. And I think there's a lot of people that actually like that about the way that I communicate. It's like, hey, you know, Thor's talking about all the things of all the, because we'll get a whole bunch of stories in that come in from the damn internet. They're like, the fucking sky's on fire. And then you look at it and you're like, the sky's not on fire. This outhouse over here was on fire. It's not that big a deal. Right. And I find that there's very few islands of that shit online, man. Like there's very few islands of people to be like,
listen, if the sky's on fire, you're in trouble.
Wait a minute. Let's look into that before we start freaking out. Would it be easier for me to just like dive into the emotion first? Yeah. Would it be honest? No. Would it be quick views? 100%.
Yeah.
None of that shit makes sense to me. And like that's why I've always communicated that way. And it's not even a thing of like I'm not willing to change. I'd be lying. Like I'd just be straight up lying about all of these scenarios if that.
Thank you for that contribution to Philip.
Was the case. If it wasn't like here's all the things as I see it, here's all the facts as I felt them, right? As the things that I went through, I'd be a piece of shit. I'd be just like a grifter on the internet that's just trying to garner as many views as possible. And that's fucking atrocious. Like I hate that.
I mean, isn't that what you're doing now?
I really hate that.
He told on himself.
What are you hearing me say?
I think
nothing.
You went on a rant there.
Okay.
It's not even really about like what you said. It's more like that kind of just like triggered an internal monologue, and I was like, nah. I just went on a rant with it. Yeah.
Well, it's not internal if you externalize it.
And I'm with you there. I mean, I think that there are plenty of emotionally manipulative grifters on the internet. And
I'm not even saying that like that's I'm not even like calling people out and saying like
Yeah, yeah,
the other side is an emotional grifter. It's more like, dude, like I can see how easy it is to manipulate people emotionally to gain money on the internet.
yeah,
I
so
don't ever even want to get near that.
so I have those kinds of thoughts, and I'm pretty sure that they're pretty narcissistic in my head. So when I have a thought like that, I'll just like leave this for y'all. I'm not accusing anyone, or certainly not you, but this is just what I've noticed is that sometimes when I'm like jealous of people, this may be just me, who are taking the easy path on the internet, it's really easy to get self-righteous.
I don't think it's easy. No, I mean,
For me,
not
it
like
is.
that. I think it comes with other negatives, right? Like, I'll give you an example, right? You've got somebody like Keemstar. Keemstar makes a bunch of content that's based on like calling out scenarios, making a lot of drama, runs Drama Alert, right? I don't envy that. That's got to be a tough as fuck job.
Isn't Drama Alert over? Like, I know it has a Twitter account, but...
That dude probably absorbs more hate than most people on the internet just by the nature of the content that he provides to the internet, which is bombastic, which is divisive, which is emotional. I don't want to get near that because that sounds fucking awful to me and everyone that was engaging in my content.
I see what you mean.
So if I went down that route, I don't think it's easy. I think it would be easier to get a reaction, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
But the reaction is not what you want.
So then I think that's more
Not
from
long-term.
me. Like I think that's narcissistic. So I think the thought process I have in my head is different from what you're describing.
Okay.
Usually I'll walk myself there, but I have that kind of thought. But anyway, yeah. Any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
I'm interested in what your thought was now.
What do you mean?
When you said you had a different thought from like the different pathway for that, like what did you mean?
A different pathway for
thinking about that scenario of like
the
when I say it's
narcissistic
easy.
scenario?
Yeah.
So I think it's similar to what you do, but I think what I usually do is I notice that I'll see that there are creators that are doing things that I think, so there's one creator in particular that I used to like their content. And I noticed that they basically made a piece of content where there's a subreddit that I frequent. And they basically, what they did is they looked at the most upvoted content on that subreddit, made a video where they're literally reading out the top voted content things there.
I see that a lot.
And so I was, and their video did incredibly well.
Yep.
And so what I realized is like, oh, there's this niche subreddit. They're taking the best of this niche subreddit and basically distributing it on another platform. And so it really like, it's never fun to see. So I was disappointed for two reasons. One is that like, I respected this person's content. Like when they sit down and they actually open their mouth, when they offer like commentary, which I assume is, maybe it's not, maybe they're just repurposing it from elsewhere, but I really got the sense that this person had done a lot of like thinking about, and their commentary was what I really valued. And then I also, so when I saw this piece do well, there were two things that happened. One was that I felt like disappointed in the person. I was like, this is trash content. It's just like repurposed React kind of content. And it was, I guess, React content, but it wasn't like, I started to realize why people don't like React content in that moment.
It's the description that people give of slop.
Hey, listen. Okay. React content, I think, for the most part, is actually pretty good, even if it's not, like, super, like, insightful necessarily. Like, as long as you can make the content new and transformative, preferably funny, I feel like it helps people absorb older content, or, like what we've been doing with my, my BreadTube, hindsight series, I guess we'll call it now, is you can make people look at content that they watched really uncritically like years ago with a critical lens and be like, wow, actually, these people are fucking stupid. Sue Phillips says, Thor constantly says shit like, I went on internal dialogue after giving a literal monologue, but then he's also the guy that corrects people who say literally when they mean figuratively. Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, so, and then
I hate that.
The second thing that I realized is like, it's always sad to see how well slop performs.
It does amazing. It's the same thing that we're seeing with like AI generated art, man. It's the same.
Yeah, so
I see it now. I think the scariest thing that I see, like in the gaming space, AI generated ads for games. And like you get into the game and it's like a phone game and everything is.
Wait, why? Does he mean? No, he means AI generated games, right?
AI generated, the art is like just trash and they do amazing.
Yeah.
Like, hundreds of thousands of downloads and you're like.
So there are people, and it's interesting, right? Because like game recognizes game, and one of the interesting things about being someone who is arguably knowledgeable in a couple of fields is I see how easy it is to be successful when you actually don't know what you're talking about. So in like the wellness, medicine, self-help space, there are a lot of people who will talk about science, but there's a big difference between a scientific paper and the implementation of like a clinical intervention. And so a big thing that I see a lot, especially in the wellness space, is people will talk about things like dopamine detoxes and stuff like that. There's actually no data behind any of that stuff. They're like, I did a dopamine detox for 10 days and here's how it changed my life. And it's like that
makes a good story.
So it's actually interesting that he brings it up because like you need dopamine to like function. So like dopamine is like one of your like basic like neurotransmitters. If you don't have any dopamine activity, you will basically have symptoms that are reminiscent to ADHD, and that can cause like some severe like drug seeking symptoms as well. Now on the flip side, if you have too much dopamine, you tend to like hallucinate and shit. So like there's no, you don't want to cleanse yourself of any basic neurochemical. Like you want to be all balanced up there is what I'm saying. This part is great, lol. We all know Dr. K is talking about Thor, but Thor clearly doesn't understand why Dr. K brought that up. True.
Yeah, so it makes a good story. So I think that there's, what I've noticed is that as you kind of dumb things down and make things accessible, your likelihood of like increasing in success goes up. But also you've got to be like super careful. But I think a lot of the stuff that some content creators in the wellness space say like works doesn't really work, right? And that's not the success of the content is not based on whether it works or not. The success of the content is whether other people think it's or interested in it, basically, right? And the most hilarious example of this is something called what's it called? Not anal bleaching. Sunning the butt or something.
What? What? Excuse me?
Dude, what?
You can't just sit down and say that.
I gotta remember. So there was this trend on TikTok.
Wait, is that the one where they show their butts to the sun?
Yeah. So people would do that, right? Because they're like, oh, this
so
part
absorb the sun through their ass and then like gain medical shit for it. I've heard about this.
So the really scary thing is that, so they'll say like, oh, like the butt doesn't get sunlight, right? And then what people don't understand is that since the butt doesn't get sunlight, it is not designed to receive sunlight, which means that you will get a sunburn.
You get a sunburn your
yeah. People were getting, so there was like a medical concern. It was like a public health issue. Like dermatologists were dealing with a bunch of sunburned butts, like not butts, not the cheeks, like the inside, because people would, they'd like open it wide. And because people don't understand that you don't, like if you shaved your scalp, if you shaved your hair today and you walked out in the sunlight, you'd get a sunburn on your head.
Crazy. Yeah.
So you need a certain amount of melanin, and like we don't have melanocytes in our bunghole.
Inside. No.
Like we don't have them there.
Well, how would what? How? I don't what?
And no, that goes into like the craziest area of, see, that medical disinformation is scary. Like super, super scary. That's like the scariest thing on the planet. Because like, I think what it goes into is people want to believe it.
Would my butt get a sunburn? Yeah, because I've got albinism and I have extra white skin, okay? Like, earlier, like the first time I did like my bike and beach day, okay, which I've been doing as like a touch grass thing, it's been really fun. I actually got to go like a super long way into the country the other day when I did it, and it was great. I had a great time. But yeah, no, my ass would get an extreme sunburn, all right? Just like my chest did. I had a fucking borderline category 2 burn on my chest, and it sucked. It's over now though.
They want to believe that they can do something. They don't want to feel powerless in a situation like that, and you have the secret knowledge. The secret knowledge is just behind a $5 paywall. That's only $5. And like
you guys can gain the sacred knowledge of the Wheel of Chaotic Stupid by donating $5 or by subscribing on Kick. Become a subscriber, kick.com/KELDOGE, or by buying a membership to my Ko-Fi. That's ko-fi.com/KELDOGE.
Hate that shit. Like I fucking like that. That was like
also like the stream.
That is actually the reason that we set up the Discord the way that I have it. Like the Discord is literally set up in like, here's focus groups. Pay nothing. Go talk to people in the field. If I don't know it, one of them will. Go. Right? Go interact with them. Because the idea of like siloing knowledge leads to that shit. It leads to the like, I'm going to make up some shit And when I make up some shit, you're gonna sunburn your ass. Like that's
Yeah, so that opens up, I think, other cans of worms, medical disinformation. So like we have paywalled content,
Sure.
and so arguably we're guilty of that, but I think we're not in the same way. And I'm not.
The
I don't
reason
feel
I did it this way is it's for areas I don't have knowledge in. I can't answer that, but maybe one of these other people can.
So
and there's a consensus, not just like a silo.
Anyway, I think it's a fair complaint, and it's criticism that we have been accused of.
Really?
Oh yeah. So people think we're very, very like money oriented, which we're sort of money oriented, but like not really.
Your business, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that that too is something that I think is like, I don't like that connotation. So people think that there's like a homogeneity there. So for example, like we launched like a membership in 2023. Sure. We have like some paid content and stuff. And the TLDR of it is like, you know, I think it's so interesting to hear, but it was, well, the more free stuff you provide, when you build free stuff for a lot of people, it costs more, which is not something that I understood when I became a content creator.
Oh, I see. Sue Phillips says, Dr. K is trying to explain how confidence can convince the public someone is an authority. And I think he was trying to say people can trick themselves into thinking they're an authority. Thor was like, I'd never be that stupid. So Dr. K changed the subject to the butthole thing. Okay, no, that makes more sense.
That is absolutely the case.
And so that was...
I think I tismed out on that. But to be fair, if I was like talking to a therapist, my therapy sessions can be very like, I don't know, like it's almost like social training combined with like emotional awareness combined with the perception of others. It's like a course that lasts forever.
Something that like, I think a lot of people, I feel bad when people think of us as a business because, yeah, I mean, we're like technically a business, but we don't operate like a business. I mean,
No, we should operate like a business and people should be way more upfront about that. And I think it would make the community a better place to actually emphasize that and to run it that way, because then we have an actual system in which to make like judgments about like other content creators or like toxic people in the community, for example, with like some accountability. I'm just saying, like, people keep resisting this whole thing. And it's like, dude, like, you're just living in denial. You're denying everyone and yourself a higher tier of fame and glory, okay, by continuing to deny that you're a business. Because it's not selling anybody anymore. At least I would fucking hope in 2025 people aren't getting fucking sold on this anymore. I certainly was. My personal hurt there was the BreadTube community, but I also don't hold it against like chatters or really anybody. It's hard though. It's a rough transition, okay? When you transition from chatter to streamer, all right, it can be rough. Zeppo, like how people got tricked into thinking that Trump is presidential? I don't think that people cared that Trump was presidential. I think that they actually wanted him to be the opposite of presidential. I think that part of why Trump won in 2016, it was like how he was not, you know, an insider, right? Like he was going to drain the swamp. And I think that I would forgive you for voting for him once. Like I would forgive that. I don't think voting for him subsequently has any excuse, but, you know, just because of the whole Jan 6 thing, I don't know why people, especially conservatives, aren't more offended by that. I personally, if that happened in Canada, I would personally be very fucking offended. Like, I would become a real fucking patriotic asshole in that, like, circumstance. Zoo Phillips, I view therapy as a paid friend who doesn't think about themselves when we hang out. That you can use it for that. I think that, like, for me, like, unlike my peers, I think because I, like, did music performance for so long, I don't have the same, like, I don't go to therapy for, like, getting a social need met, if that makes sense, but, like, I absolutely need, like, my social thoughts to be checked by somebody that has to be objective, like, for my own, like, well-being. But it can be a about whatever you need it to be. Like, there's no right answer. Keldoge is correct about this Trump take not being presidential. Yeah, thank you.
Ways we do. But
I think the problem is people don't know how to understand that business and doing something good is not mutually exclusive.
So I would even argue that business and doing something good is the best way to do things.
Yes.
And the reason for that is really simple. I went to a lot of places where doing good was very separated from business. So the number at the top of the list is...
Well, yeah. So it's almost like there's a whole other economic system, you know, that could exist. We could make it. It doesn't have to have been a previous form of socialism, you guys. I don't know if people have thought about this, all right? These might be groundbreaking thoughts right now. You know, we don't have to use this specific economic system. We can just redefine the laws of ownership. I'm just saying, okay?
It's like ashrams, nonprofits, spiritual teachers, people who are like philanthropic and we're doing things for the good of the world. Generally speaking, I saw the largest abuses of power in those kinds of scenarios. There's a lot of like the...
No, there's the autism. Zoo Phillips, I don't mean friend as in like, hey, let's hang out. I mean a friend like someone who actually wants to help fix your problems. Oh, I see. Is it weird that I just don't... Not, to be fair, it's not like I've never made this mistake, right? I think I just don't view friends as like problem fixers for me, or I try not to. Like, you know, I think it can be difficult if you get really close with somebody, because that blurs a lot of lines, and then that makes you, like, less objective. But, like, I try to be, like, independent when it comes to, like, fixing problems, or, like, you know, save that for, like, therapy. But at the same time, my problems are, like, fairly complex compared to, like, I don't know, your average dog.
The moment that you become a nonprofit, like, I've seen so many toxic work environments in investment banking and in nonprofits.
I mean... You picked, like, the two fields that would have probably the most concentration of this type of person.
Because in nonprofits, it's like, we're doing it for the ferrets. We can't pay you a lot, but we're doing it for the ferrets. So one of the really interesting things that we tried to do very intentionally was like, I'm not your guru. If you want my help, I'm going to give you some stuff for free. And if you want this other stuff that takes a lot of energy and resources to build, you got to pay for it. And I think that interestingly enough, when I was training to become a psychiatrist, like, creating a transaction protects us from a feeling of indebtedness. And the moment that you add indebtedness to the equation, the moment you start doing extra for your patients, doing things for free, if you do something for free, then like it makes things muddy. And that's what happens with a lot of these like spiritual organizations. So we kind of very intentionally did it, but we also get criticized for it, which I think is like also a fair criticism. Like, I think that the people who say those kinds of things, I think they usually don't have information, but I think that they're, you know, it's a valid criticism on some level.
I think that makes sense. I mean, like, with the rescue, I intentionally did not make it a charity. Like, I was like, I'm not doing it.
I will say, though, that you should have friends that, like, support you, you know? Like, your third parties or whatever should be there that, like, you know, they're supportive. Either for economic reasons or because they just really like you a lot. Like, or I don't know. But... yeah, that's just my personal take.
That, because the first thing I talked to people, I was like, hey, we're thinking about starting a rescue. First thing that showed up in chat is, oh, you're just going to try and take a tax break. And I was like, that's valid. I'm going to look into this more.
What's wrong with that? If you can take a tax... See, I don't get this. And people are like, well, you're a lefty. Shouldn't you get this a lot? But, like, I don't. Like, why? Why feel bad taking a tax break if you can take it? If it's legal. Why? Someone explain why.
And I was like, I don't want to take money from my left hand and put it in my right hand and be like, I'm not paying taxes on that. Like, that's fucking weird, right? Because it's still technically it's all the same thing. We're all just meeting the same objective. So it's made it part of the business.
No, it's not all the same thing. This is very stupid. Now Piratesoftware has irritated me by mentioning politics and getting it wrong.
And now I can just pay employees and do the whole thing. And like, yeah, Ferret Rescue makes money. It does. The ad revenue off of that allows me to hire people to run a rescue.
So I
pay for their medical and pay for their food. And like, that's not small.
I've also seen, I had a job at a place that was a nonprofit with a charitable mission, but was also like, in the problem.
What job pays for your food, man? Where is this food paying job? Josh, I'm sleeping, so I'm going in and out watching this. Well, you're clearly not sleeping now, unless you're sleep typing.
problem is that oftentimes if you don't structure it like a
I know, if you're Josh or Winter Rose, I'm sorry, we need to do a training thing, and I have put it off for like a couple days because I physically don't feel very good. I don't really know what happened, like, but I think I ate something funny or something, and like I just have been kind of the last like 2 days.
business, it doesn't stay self-sustainable. Like,
Yes.
So that's where things, and I found that, so a lot of times, like early on when, we started our coaching program, a lot of people wanted to volunteer and we wouldn't let them. And so
I
here's,
don't allow that.
huh?
Yeah. I don't allow volunteers.
Yeah.
It's the biggest thing for me is that I've had a rule since the very beginning, which is you work for me, you get paid. That's
Yep.
it. Because it's so complicated otherwise. It's so complicated.
It gets so, and I think a lot of people don't understand that. So I think once you are in a position of like managing other people and also consistently delivering services, volunteers it becomes really hard. So when you're doing stuff for free,
like legal issues.
What time? I don't know. Like I just when we're done with this, and after I look up more on this, because I'm just personally interested, this Ayurvedic stuff. All right, I even fixed my fuck ups. Okay, I made extra thick letters. This is a skill you learn filling out a lot of paperwork. Is that you can fix mistakes by making extra thick letters. All right. They're beautiful.
There's all kinds of shit.
When you're doing stuff for free and when you're not paying people, like both of those things, I think it's just way easier. It's like, hi, I'm going to make a donut. The donut costs $1. I'm going to try to make it as affordable as possible. And that's something that if people think our stuff is overpriced, I think.
But yeah, to finish my sentence, sorry. I left off on my own thought there. After we're done with that stuff, I'm probably gonna go lay back down again because it's like I don't know. I just feel ugh. But I'll brief you guys, okay?
I think that's not really a fair criticism. Anyway, but so I think that we're kind of getting off track, but it's
fun.
Anyway, any last thoughts or questions before we wrap up for the day?
No, I think it's it. I think this makes sense overall. Yeah. Yeah, cool. I think overall this makes sense.
There is a kitty, and people keep making cursed jokes about it, which has contaminated my head.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And good night, Winter Rose. Yes, I will continue the shenanigans. What I'll do is I'll send you guys like a voice memo, and that'll just kind of give you the starting part.
It's interesting to me because it's like it's really easy to get into a state where you're just like, I'm fucking done with it.
Yeah,
it's really easy to get there. I also don't believe that human beings were meant for the social interactions we have online.
Yep, we're not.
I don't think humans were built for this. I think we were built for like a little bit of friction inside of small social groups, but when you expand that to hundreds of thousands of people, no one's going to react correctly.
History doesn't support that at all.
Because it's just that's not what we're made for as human beings. That's
completely agree, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, I hope things calm down for you. I hope if people like watch this, like, I'm sure that Thor made mistakes, but I don't think I don't think it's fair. I'll say that.
He can't keep a straight face though. Look at that. Look at his face. He's doing one of the. Okay, so people are gonna not know about DJ Addy now because it's been a while since I've seen him in any chat. But so there used to be this user around named DJ Addy, and he would like call people demonic or like call out these like little things, and they were like really like insightful. And so I call them DJ Addyisms. And one of them is like if you can see people's faces, you can watch their faces, and like if you watch Dr. K's face here, his like facial muscles do an interesting thing. Okay,
made mistakes, but I don't think I don't think it's fair. I'll say that. I don't usually say those kinds of things, but I'm going to go ahead and say that. Maybe I'm wrong. I wasn't there. I didn't watch it. I haven't seen everything that happened. But I like, can't we agree that like death threats and harassment and things like that is
okay, Josh, I will note it
enough at some point. Yeah,
I think you'll split groups when you say that, and so
you should DM that stuff to me though, okay? Just because there are weird people. Demonic. It's not even demonic. It's a passive demonic jaw movement. It's not an open demonic jaw movement. Like Dr. K is very good at like hiding his demonic faces, if you will. Zoo Phillips, it's okay. Because I'm not into WoW, I don't even have to really know who Thor is besides like this one applied instance. So it can only irritate me so much.
Some people be like, well, yeah, of course that's not okay. but this thing over here is okay. But
Well, Thor's a pretty good talker. Like, I could see him doing well in business, even if he's dumb. The thing that people always have to, remember is that people that are good talkers, are not always smart. Like, you can be skilled in rhetoric, but, poor in everything else. You should try to be balanced, in my opinion. But, yeah, I think that's why. And also, he does have a nice sounding voice. Like, his voice is, pleasing to the ear. It has, a Western pitch, a Western appeasing pitch to it.
what I found that I think is something that a lot of people forget online is when you make something, either a company or a person or a group, the subject of ridicule en masse, it empowers the people that think that that is an okay step. Like, we see that all the time. You see that with any type of social movement. You have people that legitimately have a concern, and then you have people that light cars on fire. Like, that's just how that goes. And the more people you have, the
listen, I haven't seen anybody light a car on fire over tariffs yet, all right? And there should... I'm just kidding.
more that isolated extreme response group also expands. And I don't think that everybody who dislikes me is throwing death threats at me. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
The more people that don't like a person or a group, the more that increases.
Yeah, cool. Well said.
Yeah.
All right, take care, man. Thank you for coming.
You too.
Let me see if I can... Oh, there we go. GG.
Oh! I worked in sales. Being a good talker does give the illusion of intelligence. Yeah, that's that was the profession of my father. So I got to write on a lot of sales calls and stuff with him. And, it's kind of surprising in sales, especially how people that are otherwise fucking retarded can get a lot of influence and credibility.
There we go.
Okay. Thoughts, questions? How do y'all
Yeah, I have a question. Why butthole?
feel about how that went?
Hold on. Keep holding, okay? Keep holding. Okay, there's not that much time passing, but I'm filling it all with noise, so you should still remain entertained, at least for now, okay? Hold on.
So, post-game analysis. Easy. Meet people where they're at. Right? Meet people where they're at.
Holy shit, I thought that table and that fucking lamp back there were a person for a second.
That is the post-game analysis. So people saying this was anticlimactic? Yes. So this is not...
Well, if they came there and were like, I'm expecting a blood sports conclusion. Well, no, that's not gonna... Wait, stop it. I hate you, keyboard.
supposed to have a climax. So I think this is a really good example of what we were talking about, even Thor and I were talking about what kind of content do you want to make on the internet? What did people come here for today? There's what some of y'all may have come here for, and then there's what we're here to do. Now, sometimes what we're here to do overlaps with what y'all come here for. And sometimes it doesn't. Right? So I think that I thought today was very illustrative. And I hope if y'all paid attention, it was illustrative for you too. And I still think that noticing the disconnects is really important. So this is a process, right? So this doesn't make sense to me is a great way to start your learning. The one piece of advice that I would give to y'all is that the moment that someone says this doesn't make sense to me, don't jam it in, right? Like things need time and space to process, to understand.
Sometimes you have to fuck her softly, okay?
Things like that. And
or him or they.
And so that's okay. I can understand why people felt like they were disappointed with today, and that's okay. So I think the climax that people are looking for, there's two versions of it. One is that it's not possible. I genuinely don't think that the climax that I would want is possible. The second thing is that if we pushed for that climax, there would be something that is LSF worthy, but it wouldn't be helpful.
Does this voice sound like Tom's? No? I don't think he sounds like Tom at all. What?
For anybody.
Look, I'm sorry, okay, but Tom has more testosterone than this guy does, okay? Tom is bald. He's a man's man.
Do y'all understand that? Would not be helpful for anybody. Yeah, can you elaborate on the missing reasons?
Thor trained his voice to be that deep? Really, Zoo Phillips? There are old clips of him when he's 28 and he had a completely different voice when called out. Thor said he went through second puberty. That actually is a thing, though. Like, you do go through a wave of second puberty. Maybe Thor is, like, maybe he is developmentally disabled. Whoops.
What a great...
We just did ableism for 3 hours.
So let's talk about this. The missing reasons. Members of estranged parents forums often say their children never gave them any reason for the estrangement, then turn around and reveal that their children did tell them why. But the reasons their children give, the infamous missing reasons, are missing. My sons consistently refuse to reply to my emails and let calls go to voicemail, or barely speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being... Oh, sorry. Whoops. My sons consistently refuse to reply to my emails and let my calls go to voicemail, or barely speak if they do answer. They accuse me of being a terrible person, but won't elaborate about exactly what I've done. Well, sometimes they do, but it doesn't make sense, at least to me. For example, it's hard to be part of the birth of a grandchild if I didn't even know that I was going to have one. All of this started because of a personal email they felt entitled to read on my work computer. Okay?
Listen, I just want to be charitable there, because I don't know, like, people... I have a fucking hormone imbalance thing. Like, I'm just aware, I guess I'm just aware of it. Like, I don't know.
What were the other reasons her sons give? Not knowing about the birth of her grandchild...
Mine kind of started, like, at birth, though, probably.
Can't be the only one. What was in the email that caused both her sons to cut her off? We're supposed to be distracted by the hinkiness of the sons reading the email, and never notice that Vagnoni just told us that she knows exactly why her sons cut her off. Pay no attention to the missing explanation behind the curtain. A mother's account from abandoned parents. I was abandoned by my daughter 6 years ago.
I will say that Dr. K using these examples for what he's trying to say with, like, the missing thing, I can't fucking remember, but because if you do look on, like, these, like, my kids, like, won't talk to me and they're accusing me of being horrible, but I'm actually perfect. Like, a lot of these fucking lost parent forums or whatever they're called are full of people that are just incredibly delusional. Sue Phillips, I'd say his pitch was about what yours is, but with a slightly lower tone. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's why Chud Logic got so interested in Piratesoftware.
This June, I received a text that said, "The keys are under the mat. I've moved out. Don't come looking for me. I never want to see you again. You have ruined my life." I got home and found my husband standing in her empty room. She had a prepared speech that she emailed to me. She did not even say mom or dad anywhere in it was blah, 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 or my husband's first name. She stopped communicating with me about 1 year after that. But each time I asked why I got the prepared speech or some slung together 4-letter words that I didn't appreciate. All my husband said was, I was 18. She's 18. I was expecting this. I wasn't. What was in the prepared speech? Why did her father expect her to move out at 18? The mother has two different sources of explanations at her fingertips, and she turns to neither, nor does she repeat so much as a scrap of her daughter's allegations. So, strongly recommend if y'all, like, it's a great read. It's significantly...
I really fucking hate that transition. Why are streamers using that? That's so distracting, and, like, it doesn't match his, like, aesthetic at all. I don't know if anyone here knows, like, anybody, like, any of his production staff, but that transition isn't gonna work.
Like, it's significantly longer. I don't think, please don't take this as a, like, how can I say this? Don't take this as, like, a license that this is what Thor is, this is a one-to-one with Thor. I think this happens to all of us. So what I heard in Thor's story today was missing reasons. I was smug. And then all of this stuff happened. There's a disconnect there. And this happens to all of us, right? When someone does something mean to us, we say, oh my God, this came out of nowhere. I can't believe they did this. This is unfair. We say this stuff all the time. Like, we see it all the time. I was banned unfairly from the subreddit. I was banned from the Discord. This is unfair. Happens all the time. I got banned from chat. And so, like, in your life, this is the important thing, right? So why do we have these conversations?
Stu Phillips, I wasn't around for it, but the missing reasons was peak knowledge, actually. It's a good way to describe how people can tell when other people lie. That's true. That you can have indicators like that.
I mean, like, who knows what really happened? I don't know. I don't know what's appropriate. I don't know what's inappropriate. I think death threats are too much. I really, really, really doubt that Thor has done anything to warrant the amount of psychological suffering that he's
Well, what would warrant a death threat? Jesus.
gone through. And a lot of the reason that people don't realize that is because when you're one person posting something in chat, once again, the avalanche doesn't feel responsible for the snowflake. I mean, the snowflake doesn't feel responsible for the avalanche, right? You're like, I just did this thing.
Well, how big is Snowflake?
It's not that big of a deal. But what you really have to think about is that thing you are adding on. So if someone is getting beat up by 15 people and each person kicks them 10 times and you go in and you give them one kick, how many bones they have broken is not dependent on your one kick, but it is one of the 150 kicks that they're getting. It is an aggregate responsible. So this dogpiling stuff I don't think is healthy. Okay? That being said, we also, I think there's disconnects. So and I think some of this stuff kind of like we got to a couple of them, right? One is like, I'm trying to be logical, but it's not working in the right way. And if you experience that, then
It's true. Thor is a special snowflake, but not in the way he wants to be.
think you need to reevaluate. And this is why it's so hard, is because it feels so counterintuitive. I'm being direct. I don't want to be emotionally manipulative. I think I am doing the right thing. Now, when you think you are doing the right thing and other people think you are doing the wrong thing,
Stu Phillips, it's like when people say, I'm being blamed because everyone is jealous. When people say something like that, you can kind of tell it's their fault. Yeah, I think so. I think that's mostly true for most situations. I think there are, like, a couple, like, niche scenarios I can think of where, like, that is true, but it wouldn't be... The person saying it would be, like, self-aware enough to know that, like, the jealousy from anyone else is only, like, a small part of it, so...
that is when you'll see this kind of escalation. And so the key thing that's missing is... The key thing that we're missing here is feedback. And it sounds like Thor did his best there, too.
The one thing I always get, which is, it's weird, because I like interrogation videos, but, like, I also am weirdly, like, cautious about being able to tell that somebody else is lying without having, prior knowledge of, like, a situation, or, like, the person, like, you know, like, prior, like, knowing the person, you know what I mean? And I feel like online, I've kind of... It is a little annoying because I think that people can underestimate, like, how good liars can be, if that makes sense. Zoo Phillips, exactly. Thor is special, just not for the reasons he thinks.
Where, like, you have to, like, talk to people. But the problem is, like, when you're dealing with trolls on the internet, talking to them doesn't work. So it's kind of like
That's actually... I don't agree with that. I think that talking to trolls can work, but it has to be, like... It has to be done in a very, like, targeted way.
Regular human society, we have one option to resolve things like this, which is communicating directly with the person who has a problem with us. Now we have a real problem because that is not an option in today's world anymore. It becomes way harder to do. Because people are just going to show up. They just want you to be wrong. They don't care. The last thing they want...
The one thing, though, that I don't like about this is, like, with the parasociality stuff, like, I don't think you should feel entitled to, like, a one-on-one conversation with... Like, I don't feel entitled to, like, a one-on-one conversation with anybody. Or at least I try not to. So, like, I do think that a pervasiveness of entitlement is, like, a a thing that should be like put into this equation. I think Dr. K was trying to lead Thor to that knowledge. Maybe. I don't know though. Like, supposedly these guys have talked more than once or whatever, right? I think you even said that in chat, that there were like subsequent interviews or something. So I would kind of doubt that Dr. K wouldn't know that after like talking to him one time, but like, I don't know. Maybe it does take more than that, and I'm just like, I'm biased by like hindsight.
To do is show up and then be wrong. When you try to communicate with one of your haters, what is the likelihood that even if they're wrong, they're going to apologize to you? Very low.
Yeah, but like, I would say that I wouldn't want a lot of my haters to apologize to me. Like, I don't think most of them anyway have done any like serious like I don't know, like I feel like it's all been like mostly good natured on their part. Like they were being critical, or like they had a specific like complaint about my like presentation style or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too agreeable right now.
When y'all deal with people who are mad at you, how often do they apologize? Interestingly enough, the more wrong they are, the more you point it out to them, the more their psychological defense mechanisms get triggered, and the more they dig their heels in. How is this guy supposed to win? So I think you meet people where they're at. You know, like, I think it's hard. So as you get attacked over and over and over again, you start to get more and more and more burnt out. It's hard to do the right thing. You try this thing, you try this thing, you try that thing. You've tried everything. Now you kind of give up. And I think that's like completely reasonable to feel that way. I think that's how we end up in those situations.
He's got like a tick or something. I mean, not that that's an issue, but it's like a facial thing. But some are assholes. But some assholes are bad faith. So you really had a deep, nuanced conversation, because I feel like trolls live in nuance. I know I do. That's true. I mean, I think that a lot of people will look at like trolls in a very like black and white way. Well, like I view it in a very like gray way, where you have like trolls that are like good natured, like that just want to have fun, but like are goofy people. Like I feel like I would count as one of those people. Do my jokes land all the time? No, but like it's okay. Like, and that's why I'll have like these playful interactions with like, maybe, you know, people might call it poo touching, but with the exception of me yelling at Poppy and Xena, for me it's mostly just like it's like a playful little interaction for me to just like see how the other person actually is. But at the same time, you do have very like malicious trolls that will like engage in actually harmful behavior, you know, and I would disavow that. And I think that that's almost like I don't know what like the complete polar opposite of being a fan would be, but like when you're that big of like a hater, I feel like there's a psychological complex behind that, where like, I don't know, people are like validating themselves or something by like being super critical towards like anything. Because I feel like, yeah, we should be, you know, critical, or we should be critical towards people, but I think like it should be in proportion with their actual like behavior, and not like what you think their behavior is or what you think their intentions are or whatever. If anything can be interpreted as sexual around me, it will be, lol. I mean, I know that.
Yeah, so this is a great question. Maybe we'll do a video about this. Is there a common psychological explanation for having such a disconnect between your own and others' perception of your actions? Absolutely. So I pulled this. I wasn't sure if this was actually worth reading from, because this is a bit...
Oh, I did some fucking future citing.
Extreme. So there's a text called Mentalization-Based Treatment for Personality Disorders. It's a great book.
Oh, fine. I'll read the fucking book, you fucking motherfucker. Fuck you.
So I don't think Thor...
Don't fucking laugh at me.
...has a personality disorder. And I think that mentalization is a skill that has a person... It's a great book. So I don't think Thor has a personality disorder.
I think you do think that, and are just saying that for like PR or something.
And
You wouldn't fucking pull out a book on personality disorders and be like, I don't think, no, I think you do think that, sir. Just say it.
I think that mentalization is a skill that is hard to grasp. If you don't know how to mentalize, it feels incredibly foreign. So mentalization-based treatment is a very effective for personality disorders in particular. And the reason for that is because a common root of many personality...
To be fair, some people could say that it's like a joke. Like he's using like very like dry humor or something. Like I could see it that way, but like for me, like, and to be fair, I'm not the best socially. Like this can be really confusing for some people, and I would be in that. Thank you.
Personality disorders is the inability to understand someone else's perspective. So the missing reasons is about parents who get cut off by their kids. That's what the context is. And please don't like extrapolate from that Thor falls into that category, okay? I think it's in the ballpark, but huge difference of degree, what we're talking about here. And the other thing to keep in mind is that, like I mentioned, is that the more you get attacked, the more you will develop missing reasons. The angrier you are, the more defensive you are, the bigger your blind spots become in life, right? So when I have to defend myself, my mind automatically stops thinking about all the things that I did wrong. It thinks about all the things that I did right. When I go to my partner and I say, hey, you don't take out the trash, their first automatic response is, well, you don't take out the recycling. Does that make sense? So it happens to everybody.
It's all trash, buddy.
I think what we're seeing in streamers is not personality disorder. I think it's like burnout and overwhelming like psychological pressure.
I don't know. I can't determine that, okay? Lest I be attacked by a gang of my peers.
But the question was, what do we call that? It's mentalization. So let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find it.
I am trash. Thank you, Zoo Phillips. You do think that was a wink and a nod to the audience that we all know Thor's retarded? Well, to be fair, being narcissistic and being retarded are two very different things. Although I do feel bad for like a narcissistic retard, because that's gotta be rough. Like you think you're awesome, but you're actually you're like awesomely gifted, but you're actually retarded.
Okay. Mentalizing is the ability to understand actions by both other people and oneself in terms of thoughts, feelings, wishes, and desires. It is a very human capability that underpins everyday interactions. So I think what we see in a lot of people is not a deficit, but the better you are at understanding yourself and others in terms of thoughts, feelings, desires, like in actions. Like once we understand that there's a complex person inside here and in other people that determines what they do, it changes the game drastically. So I think my favorite example of...
Oh, that's actually a really good way to put it.
So, and people on the internet are terrible at mentalizing. So my favorite example of this is when I post about this hero is OP, this champion or whatever, this character is OP in this video game. How do I beat it? And then when I get answers, and when people say, yeah, this is the way you beat it, and then you respond, the OP responds with like, yeah, that doesn't work. And they get downvoted to oblivion. Have y'all seen these posts? Like, oh, this thing is OP. This is crazy. And people are like, it's not actually OP. And they're like, yeah, it is. Like, look, if you want to beat it, this is how you do it. So if you kind of think about it, what that person is missing, first and foremost, is why did they make that post in the first place? They think they made that post.
Wait, rewind it how far back? The hacker video? What's the hacker video?
And people on the internet are terrible at mentalizing. So my favorite example of this is when I post about this hero is OP, this champion or whatever, this character is OP in this video game. How do I beat it? And then when I get answers, and when people say, yeah, this is the way you beat it, and then you respond, the OP responds with like, yeah, that doesn't work. And they get downvoted to oblivion. Have y'all seen these posts? Like, oh, this thing is OP. This is crazy. And people are like, it's not actually OP. And they're like, yeah, it is. Like, look, if you want to beat it, this is how you do it. So if you kind of think about it, what that person is missing, first and foremost, is why did they make that post in the first place? They think they made that post because they saw objectively that this hero is overpowered. It's objectively overpowered. And then they think they're operating from logic, and when people respond to them with logic, they don't accept it. This is because there's a failure of mentalization. You made the post because you were emotional. And if people don't, like, what are those people wanting to hear? What that person would make that
Oh, that video. Okay.
person happy is if you said, yeah, that hero is completely busted. Dude, I played against this game. Like, there was an enemy that had this hero or champion or character or whatever, got out of control. We couldn't do anything. That's what the person wants to hear. That's not what they ask. So mentalizing helps us understand our own actions. Why am I mad at this person? Why am I avoiding breaking this bad news to my friend? Why? What is the internal calculus that leads people to act in a particular way? And generally speaking, when we have difficulty mentalizing, we see other people as one-dimensional. So how do you know if you need to mentalize? Do you see other people as one-dimensional? This person is bad. This person is just a bad person. And we see this all the time on the internet, right? So like, this person's a hypocrite. Done. Finished. Right? We see this in politics. Oh, this person is the embodiment of the devil. Everything that's going wrong in this country is because of this person. We don't think about other human beings as complex organisms with thoughts, feelings, behaviors. Sometimes people change their mind. What happens when someone learns from their mistakes? We call them a hypocrite, right? So when people say mentalization struggles in neurodivergence deep dive,
How accurate are we going with that hypocrite claim, though? Because I see a lot of hypocrites on here, like, that are genuine hypocrites. They might not be, like, horrible people or something, but their hypocrisy should be called out. Zeppo, this was exactly what I was saying about people online who appeal to logic. That's true. So, Phillips, we switched dog food today, and my dog farts smell exactly like the dog food, and it bothers me. Why are you eating the dog food?
I'm sure. So people who are neurodivergent isn't mentalizing about empathy, though. It's not about empathy. This is important to understand. Empathy is a capacity. Mentalization is a skill. So oftentimes, when you have a high capacity, you do not require a skill. It's like...
I'm stealing so many of these explanations.
Basically, like, if I've got an 18 on strength or a 20 on strength and I get like a +5 on my roll, I never have to develop like proficiency in the particular thing. So it's related to empathy, but I would say that empathy is one capacity that is involved in mentalizing, but that mentalizing includes more than empathy, and empathy is involved in other things besides mentalizing.
Okay, that explanation wasn't as great.
Make sense? Great question.
Your dog's farts? Well, you said that well, how would your farts... Wait, what? Oh, your dog's fart... Oh, fuck. Listen, I'm gonna pretend that I didn't misread that, because that makes it funnier. I'm sorry, Zoo Phillips. You're eating the dog food now.
Perspective taking. Perspective taking is one of the things that you could call it. Where does Thor fall on the scale? I don't know. Right? So it's beyond the scope of our collabs, interviews, call them whatever you want, to assess where people fall on scales. So he wanted to talk
Thank you.
about this particular thing.
You can see Zeppo through that. That's really weird that you can't.
We tried to understand this particular...
I wonder if your account is marked as, because sometimes this will happen. I wonder if your account is, like, marked as something in the YouTube system, which it can make you disappear to other people. Because that actually happened to my account for a little while, until I stopped saying naughty words so much in chat, and then my account got much more visible. But I had to stop saying naughty words in chat, basically. I still say fuck a lot, and that doesn't seem to bother it, and shit doesn't bother it. But if you say words like cuck, or like retarded, or like any slur at all, like, it will mark you as bad.
Thing as best as we could and offer some insight. Are we right? Are we wrong? Did we do mentalization-based therapy today? Absolutely not. And if y'all are confused about what we...
That claim is probably true, actually, because I would imagine that the therapy process is a lot more complicated and a lot more like structured and less like informal / casual. I was using this account when I did blow, so I am positive I am flagged somewhere. Well, based.
Did today. Here's an example of what mentalization-based therapy actually looks like. Goals and follow-up phase. Maintain gains in mentalizing that have been made. Stimulate further rehabilitative changes. Support for return to education or employment. Negotiation of further interpersonal or social problems. We didn't do any of those with Thor.
No.
Right? There's all...
That's true. Oh, I muted him. I'm sorry. Me and my fucking... My fucking fat-ass fingers, dude. I have huge hands. Everyone's like, oh, you're AFAB. You must have little hands. No, my hands are fucking huge.
Support for return to education or employment. Negotiation of further interpersonal or social problems. We didn't do any of those with Thor. Right? There's all kinds of stuff that is therapy that we don't do. I know it's confusing.
No, that's actually probably true. And you wouldn't... I guess maybe that's where Dr. K is, like, skirting the line here, is, like, he doesn't count any of this as therapy. But I do think it does count as therapy, even if it's, like, informally. Like, you're not going by a particular model, or you haven't made, like, a treatment plan with, like, a patient or something. I know I'm not a therapist, so don't, you know, go check with your local authority, okay? But I'm just saying, like, that's what I don't like about this, is, like, it does skirt that line. But, like, it is there, or it should be, I think, considered therapy, like, ethically. The sad thing is, this is why those of us who watched, / enjoyed ZMP content back in the day, he's using the Dr. Phil rules. I don't agree with that. I think that Dr. Phil was much more irresponsible. I think that Dr. K is trying to maybe, like, distinguish himself that way because, like, you know, he's not, like, flying somebody out or, like, giving someone any, like, monetary resources or whatever. He's just talking to, like, other streamers, like, in the space, if you think about it. But at the same way, like, I think you can still have the same ethical problems, just maybe, like, not evolve in such a dramatic way. Or, like, the ethical problems aren't so major that, like, if, you know, something bad happens, like, like, Dr. K's behavior would not be seen as, like, a major factor.
The book is, I mean, I wouldn't recommend that you guys read this, but it's
Well, I'm fucking gonna read it, okay? So fuck you.
Mentalization-based treatment for personality disorders. It's a really good book. We'll try to do something about mentalization, maybe. It's just hard. So mentalization is, like, it's hard to make a video about because it's boring. It's useful, but it's boring. But we'll try. I'll give it a shot.
Psychology is never boring.
Did you feel like I reached through to him?
What?
See, the problem with that question is that reaching through is binary. Did I reach through? No. It's what degree of reaching through did we do? We reached through as far as we could. That's what I would say. Right? And
like, I don't think, just based on this, I haven't watched a ton of Dr. K's content. Maybe we should watch one of his things with Destiny. Because you guys will be much more hostile to Because, like, based on his explanation here, I actually, like, okay, I can understand where he was coming from. Like, right? We're not, like, professional therapists or psychologists or whatever. So he is gonna know, like, techniques like that, like, we wouldn't know. Or, like, be intuitive of. Mentalization sounds like a more clinical form of empathy. No, it's not empathy. It's kind of funny because this is something that I've done in therapy, because I've never been diagnosed with BPD, but I have like, I have some, like, BPD, like, features or something. I forget what it's called, but basically, like, I experience, like, some symptoms, but not others, in such a way that I fall out of the diagnostic criteria. But, like, people learn this, like, in therapy. I just, for whatever, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just so autistic that my therapists were like, well, just tell them about the concept. Like, I don't... Autismo therapy mode. I believe Dr. K is being good faith. I think he wants to make therapy more normalized and helps people be better friends. I mean, I think that's true.
And reaching through also implies an objective place where we're starting and place where we want to go. It implies that if I said yes, that we succeeded. But that presumes that there's a right and there's a wrong. I don't think that that's a fair presumption. Is mentalization an intellectual skill? It's not an intellectual skill. It is a skill that is done in the mind.
I would argue it is intellectual to a degree, but that's very nitpicky because like this would be like an issue for someone with an intellectual like disabilities, which is like not like those are, you know, not the majority of cases.
Say it is a mental skill, but intellect is one faculty of the mind.
So I don't like it when people are eerily quiet while reading chat. I just don't like quiet at all.
Okay. It's a social skill too, sure.
I think that that's where a lot of people struggle with it actually. And I say that because that's where I had a major struggle with it, was like the social, like, or the socialization component rather. Like I could logically understand it, but like, I personally will always like run into these walls sometime where like I will logically understand something and then I'll put like the inputs or what I think are the inputs into like a social situation, but like I'm actually wrong about the socialization inputs, and that can be very like disharmonious, you know, like it doesn't feel good.
Self-degradation impact mentalization, 100%. Is there ever right or wrong in mentalization? I think so. The whole point of mentalization is that, so when we were looking at the missing reasons, when a parent says, I had no idea that my daughter was going to leave in the middle of the night and leave a note saying that they're never going to see me again. And the dad says, she's 18, I saw this coming. So I think that there is right or wrong in mentalization. There is.
We'll look up the actual definition of it, but I think that it's like a description of a combination of skills. I don't know if it's like everything, but it's definitely like a combination of skills. So like your ability to use like empathy and like good boundaries, or I don't know. I'm trying to think of examples that I could use, but it's kind of hard. He's right, it is hard to talk about. Your anus was socialized as a female. Well, that's interesting. I don't know how that would happen, but maybe you can tell us more.
An accurate way to mentalize your own thought process, your own actions, and an accurate way to mentalize somebody else's thought processes.
All right, I don't know. Maybe you're the Mr. Manchi of buttholes.
So a really good example of wrong mentalization is I will work with a lot of people who blame a certain attribute, a demographic attribute of their identity or who they are for why they are behind in life. So I believe that things like systemic bias and systemic racism exist. And if you get fired from your job, it's not necessarily because people are racist. So I see failures of mentalization. Like I've had patients that like, because if you struggle with mentalization, I don't think it's that, and this is where I think it's a chicken or egg thing that we need to understand.
It costs $2. Well, you have to pay me the $2 then. I'm not the paying one here. You pay me $2 to hear more.
If you suck at mentalizing, you are going to latch on to something that allows you to not mentalize. So I don't think people who are sensitive to race are narcissistic. I think people who are incredibly narcissistic will latch on to issues of identity as a means of propagating their identity, like their narcissism, sorry. But there are absolutely failures to mentalize.
I'm stoned enough where I picked up deodorant and was gonna drink it like my pop. Oh boy.
Hey. What is it?
What is what? Who is fucking talking to him? Or maybe this is chat.
The answer is there's a good chance. So if you have level 1 autism and ADHD and I talk and think a lot like Thor, does it mean that I'm coming off as narcissistic to some people without realizing it? The answer is there's a good chance. I wouldn't quite jump to narcissistic, but if you communicate in a very logical way, will you rub people the wrong way? 100%.
That is true. And that's something that I personally had to like deprogram for myself, because like it can also make you respond in a lot harsher of a way than you might like perceive. Like you think like in your head like, oh, I'm just saying this like logically, but like what you might be saying to the other person might be like hugely invalidating or like very like hurtful, and like they're not gonna perceive, even you could use the right words, but they're not gonna perceive it that way. You have to use the right moves. Okay, you can't just use the right words, you have to also use the right moves.
And this is literally the nature of communication difficulties in neurodivergence. Like literally the nature, right? So the empathic circuits of our brain function differently. And so we tend to be hyperlogical, and other people don't like that. Now, are you coming off as narcissistic? We don't know, right? We'd have to talk to the other person. We'd have to ask them, what is your experience with me? So the short answer is we don't know, but what we do know, like scientifically, statistically, is that if you are neurodivergent, you have autism or ADHD, you are statistically likely to have difficulty socializing. It is a feature of the condition. And we also know that treatment of the condition involves...
Was Dr. K trying to like recruit me into some cult? What the fuck? That suddenly became like very personally appealing. What is happening right now?
Filling in some of those gaps. Does mentalization give them an out, like telling them it's okay for their actions? I don't...
No, it shouldn't. I mean, like you can have an explanation for why you do something, and that doesn't like make it an excuse. Although I think that you should be really careful with who you reveal that explanation to, or like not reveal, but like who you talk about it with, or you have to be very like sensitive about how you talk about it, because if you don't keep those two things, accountability and like your experience, like very separate, like it will start to look like you're, you know, making excuses for bad behavior.
I don't think about it that way. So mentalization gives people a toolkit to understand themselves or other people and other people. So if I give you a wrench, that just increases your capability. Like, there's probably some evidence. I'm really curious actually about this. Let me just see this real quick before I open my mouth. What's up? Okay. So Kruthi just mentioned, for those of y'all that aren't familiar, we had a great neurodivergent social skills workshop a couple weeks ago. So if y'all, I guess y'all can join Discord, and we'll sometimes do stuff over there too.
He does workshops over Discord? Oh my god.
I don't know the details of what's happening next or what's happening in the future, but we had a great workshop, and we work on that stuff for y'all. Let me just see real quick. Nope, not in here. So what I was going to say is I think that you could even argue that sociopathy is like a very skilled mentalizer. So if someone is a sociopath, sometimes their capacity to in some ways their capacity to mentalize is very good. Okay, so Icy Slush is saying the Discord event for that was great, and the workshop event was great. Okay, good. Happy to hear. Are they correctly mentalizing? Sort of. So I think that usually sociopaths are correct with some part of their mentalization, but the empathic component is incomplete.
I would say a good way to explain it, or at least like an analogy I would use, is that like I feel like with sociopaths, they very much like view life as like purely a game. And you can have people that lack like empathy completely, or like lack the ability to use it completely, but still do like pro-social things, because like doing pro-social actions gets you like social access. So like networking, interviews, guest appearance, whatever, like especially in this space. So yeah, I would compare it to that almost, because it's like if you only think of it like a game, then you're not going to put in like the actual like empathy inputs, because like when we play a video game, we're in a state of like not dissociation, but like you're in a state of flow, and that empathy is not a part of that for them.
Okay, so it seems like we're going to do a thing about mentalizing, but let me prepare because it's hard to... Mentalizing is like hard to teach because I don't know if this kind of makes sense. Like there were so many times during the call today where Thor was like, that doesn't make sense to me. That's the nature of mentalizing. The reason it's hard and why it's so effective is it's like giving someone who is blind sight. And before they understand what sight is, if you're like, this is red.
Shut the front door. Stop it. Don't appeal to me personally.
And they're like, I don't know what that means.
I will not be attending your Discord. Let's be real. I'm probably attending the next one of those.
So it's hard. I'll work on it.
Out of pure curiosity, honestly.
Okay. Thank y'all very much for coming today. For those of y'all that are Thor haters, like seriously, like enough is enough, right? Like, what are you really gaining by doing this? Like, go do something productive with your life. And I don't just say that because I like Thor and just general compassion for human beings. I genuinely believe that for 95% of the time, 95 to 99% of the time, giving into hate and trolling does not help you. So here's the thing. Everyone like, why is hate bad? Hate keeps you stuck, usually in the past. Now, there may be some situations if we're talking about things like genocidal conflicts or whatever, where it's like kind of justified. But if we're talking about like your ex or a content creator on the internet, hate is usually just a waste of time and an exhaustion of your emotional energy.
Guys, what is going on in chat right now?
So anytime you hate someone, you feel motivated.
You're gonna get Restream Bot hidden. You guys are trying to put it onto Restream
to
Bot.
do something about it. Here's what I want y'all to
No one's gonna be able to see what's going on in the other chat.
Understand. The brain has a limited capacity for emotional experience. We have like an emotional battery that's full at the beginning of the day. When we experience one emotion, we lose that capacity. So this is why, like, you know, if you've been through something that's very emotionally difficult, at some point you just start to feel numb. The more, I would describe it not as a battery, but actually as a water balloon that's really full. And at the very beginning, the moment that you open it, a lot of water comes out. The pressure is high. But the more that your emotions get drained, the harder it is to get them out and the less momentum you've got. The other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that emotions are the primary source of motivation. The simplest way to motivate a human being is to activate their emotions.
I mean, that's true.
So we see this in political theaters all across the globe. If we can get people emotionally excited, we'll win the election. So when we hate, when we spend hours of our day or even minutes of our day with a surge of hatred, the amount of emotional energy and motivational drive that we have for the rest of the day is depleted. And what you will find is one of two things. People, 95% of people who are incredibly productive don't get emotionally caught up in things. You just won't see it. We interviewed Mr. Who's the Boss, 20 million subscribers on YouTube, doesn't get emotionally caught up in shit. I think that's a correlation.
Okay, I have to put that in my notes.
The second thing is that there's a minority of people who stoke the emotion and that becomes their primary motivator. I'm going to prove people wrong. And every day I feel insecure and I'm going to show them. And every day it drives me to work harder. Those people can be successful, but they're almost never happy.
Aww.
So be careful about hatred. It hurts you a lot more than it hurts the other person most of the time. So there's good comments here. So my understanding that Thor's response mirrors a response common to narcissists and people who recognize it assume his communication is coming from the same place as the narc in their life when it's not. So I think that's a really brilliant insight. Jelly beans?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, that could explain it.
Because you're right that people will look at that and say this guy is narcissistic because he exhibits some features of that. But when it's not, now that's the tricky thing. So is he narcissistic or not? We don't know. So I think this is where it's not quite as black and white, because when you're under stress, the narcissistic defense mechanism is naturally going to arise. So I would expect any human being, when they are attacked, to defend themselves. And the reflexive way that we defend ourselves against attacks is the narcissistic defense. So even if he is exhibiting a narcissistic defense, which we don't know, then that still doesn't make him a narcissist. And I doubt people on the internet have that nuance. But what if that dissection just becomes nihilism? Sorry, being naughty earlier. Love your content. It's helped me break down a lot of my mental blocks. I don't understand which dissection we're referring to.
Wait, I need to listen to that again. Sorry, I got caught up in.
Dissection just becomes nihilism. Sorry, being
dissectionism just becomes nihilism. What? Why? How? What?
Naughty earlier. Love your content. It's helped me break down a lot of my mental blocks. I don't understand which dissection we're referring to. Okay, so how do you trigger your emotion for motivation in a healthy way? I filmed a video a couple days ago. It's in editing. I think it's going to come out in June for how to trigger your motivation. So why is it coming out in June? Because we've got a lot of bangers coming out for y'all in May that are already lined up. So we got to get through those bangers first, and then we'll get to how to trigger motivation. And then I'll add mentalization to the list.
Hold on, I wanna. What did we give for number 2 there? Sorry, I just take a long time to write.
Narcissistic or not, we don't know. So be careful about hatred. It hurts you a lot more than it hurts the other person most of the time. More people find is one of two things. And more, I would describe it not as a battery, but actually as a water balloon that's really full. And at the very beginning, the moment that you open it, a lot of water comes out. The pressure is high, but the more...
I know we went way far back here, but I just want to actually digest it.
...that your emotions get drained, the harder it is to get them out and the less momentum you've got. The other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that emotions are the primary source of motivation. The simplest way to motivate a human being is to activate their emotions. So we see this in political theaters all across the globe. If we can get people emotionally excited, we'll win the election.
Sorry, my cat grabbed onto my headset cord there, so I had to put a stop to that.
So when we hate, when we spend hours of our day or even minutes of our day with a surge of hatred, the amount of emotional energy and motivational drive that we have for the rest of the day is depleted. And what you will find is one of two things. People, 95% of people who are incredibly productive don't get emotionally caught up in things. You just won't see it. We interviewed Mr. Who's the Boss, 20 million subscribers on YouTube, doesn't get emotionally caught up in shit. I think that's a correlation.
That's number 2.
The second thing is that there's a minority of people who stoke the emotion and that becomes their primary motivator. I'm going to prove people wrong. And every day I feel insecure and I'm going to show them. And every day it drives me to work harder. Those people can be successful, but they're almost never happy. So be careful about hatred. It hurts you a lot more than it hurts the other person most of the time. So there's good comments here. So my understanding that Thor's response mirrors a response common to narcissists, and people who recognize it assume his communication is coming from the same place as the narc in their life when it's not. So I think that's a really brilliant insight, Shelly Beans, because you're right that people will look at that and say, this guy is narcissistic because he exhibits some features.
Bro.
What's up? Aren't you streaming right now?
Bro. No, I'm not. I ended my stream a second ago.
Wait, why? What?
So I'm gonna go full Nicholas Diorio, Nicholas Derailio, and I'm gonna derail your stream with how sad I am.
Okay, cool. Based. It's therapy time. I will be Dr. K. I will be the Dr. K.
I don't know if it's necessarily therapy session because it's one of those things that
it's not. I'm not a licensed therapist. It's not a therapy session for legal reasons. Okay, you don't know the kind of.
Well, it's not a therapy session at all because the thing that I'm sad about is not really that big of a deal. It's just kind of like a bummer.
Oh no, what happened?
But okay, so like I think I've talked to you before about how like I'm a big fan of the Tony Hawk games, right?
No, they didn't cancel it, did they?
No.
Okay,
no.
Thank God.
Damn, you're getting ahead of me. Goddamn. So I'm a big fan of Tony Hawk games. Been a big fan since I was a teenager because I used to be a skater and like I would play the Tony Hawk games whenever I wasn't skating, and I was really good at them back in the day. So one of my favorite Tony Hawk games is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4. And the new game is a remake of Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4. So, understandably, I'd be super hyped, right?
Yeah. I'm hyped because I love 3. What are you about to tell me?
I was so hyped for the game that I bought a new controller just to play it, because when I used to play back in the day, I used to play on PS2, and translating gameplay onto the modern Xbox controller, like the modern Xbox controller sucks for this kind of game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I bought an Xbox controller that looks like a PS2 controller, and I was ready to go. I was hyped, okay? So I fire up my stream, I start playing the fucking game or whatever, and I can't play it.
No,
I
why?
can't play it because I played for an hour and I literally had to puke because it makes me motion sick.
No, what?
I have never been more hyped for a game in my life, and I cannot fucking play it. I'm pissed.
Are you sure you didn't just get too excited?
No, it's motion sickness. I
throw
know
up
for a fact
sometimes
it's
when I
motion
get too
sickness.
excited. Oh,
I
well,
know
that
I know for a
sucks.
fact it's motion sickness because, like, I kid you not, the moment I stopped playing the game, I was fine. Like, I'm so mad right now.
Aw, that sucks,
I'm
my dude.
hold on, my wife is blowing up my phone right now. Let me tell her I can't talk. I can't talk. Right.
Sorry,
now.
Mississippi.
Yeah, she always like chooses to like call me when like I'm on the phone with somebody else. It's like, bro, like what are you doing? Anyway, but like, yeah, I'm so bummed. I just told you I can't talk. What are you doing? God, Mrs. Tippy's pulling a derailio over her own.
That's like
Oh,
derailception.
all right, hold on.
Make her talk on the microphone.
No. It's actually important. She needs something important, so I'll be right back.
Anyway, this is how I've summarized this, okay? Don't get caught in emotions. Don't get a prove me wrong mindset. And I think this is actually really important because with some people, okay, you're never going to prove them wrong. They're just irrational, or they have some other like issue that's completely blocking them from looking at the situation in a way that like is empathetic towards you. And sometimes that can be valid. Like if you were super fucking mean to somebody, or if you like bullied somebody in the past or whatever. Like then yeah, the people that you bullied or the people that you did fucked up shit to, they're probably not going to be very open to like empathizing towards you, okay? And you can't expect them to be, because that's weird and also like not it's not like reasonable. But also like you want to be able to change, like you want to focus on what you can change, and like if you focus on what you can't change, you're going to get depressed and demotivated really fast. My 5-year-old son just gave the dog like 4 Takis and told him if she gets the shits, he has to clean it up. You can see the instant regret on his face. Oh my god. Tipster is gay because he touched... What the fuck? Zoo, why would you say that? That's very weird. I wore my buttholes the only film. Okay, we already read that. This is a narcissistic defense. Then Thor has a long history of being defensive. That could be true. The one thing I could see possibly is that, like, what if, like, Thor is just, like, really on the spectrum or something? And, like, he doesn't get that he's doing this. Oh, okay. Welcome back.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, before that happened, it's a bummer because I miss out on so many modern games because like I get crazy motion sickness from a lot of modern games.
That would suck. That's like how
It does.
I hate how like as I get older I can't go to amusement parks anymore because I used to love roller coasters, and now when I go on a roller coaster I like break 8 bones. Like,
jeez.
Like I just feel very uncomfortable on them.
Well, yeah, because like I've always had motion sickness like my whole life when it came to video games, but like when I was really really young, it was only like certain first person shooters. Like it was basically first person shooters that had like a high frame rate. So like if you're looking at like the early days of first person shooters, like Quake was a game I couldn't play because it had a really high frame rate. But anything that was like around 30 FPS. Wait, what?
But the railgun.
But the railgun?
Quake 2 had like some ridiculous kind of gun. I don't know. I used to play that as like a kid.
I liked Quake, but I just couldn't play it because it would make me motion sick. But like it was basically any high FPS, like 60 or higher, like it would make me motion sick. And then like FPS games that were 30 FPS or lower, I can handle those just fine. But as I've gotten older, other types of games that previously didn't bother me, now they bother me and they make me motion sick. So it kind of sucks. Like, for example, a lot of people on my stream, back when I was doing like the RE streams, they would ask, why don't you play the newer Resident Evil games? And it's like, because I can't. They literally make me sick. Unless you guys want to watch me throw up, it's not happening.
So you can't play Resident Evil 5, so I'll never know what happens after the first mission?
I can do 5, but like, it really starts with 7. I can't do 7, because obviously that's a first-person game. And then, like, I thought with, like, Village, when Village came out, initially I couldn't play it because, again, it was first person, but they added a third-person mode later. So I thought, okay, cool, I'll be able to play that one then. No, still makes me motion sick. So I'll probably never play 7 or Village. And as much as I hate to say this, I probably won't even be able to play the new one when it comes out.
Oh, that's sad. Well, I wonder if there's a way, like, around that. Like, if
I've
you
tried,
probably couldn't
some people
stream
say, like,
it?
if you take, like, some people talk about, like, if you take, there's, like, ginseng supplements you can take that supposedly help with it. I tried that, it didn't work. I've tried, some people said, take diazepam, it helps with motion sickness. That
You
didn't
should
work
not
for
take
me.
diazepam for motion sickness. You will get horribly addicted to diazepam that way.
Well, no, I just tried it because, like, again, like, I was looking for anything that would help, and so somebody suggested it, and I was like, okay, I'll try that, and it doesn't help. There's like other types of like motion sickness meds that you could take; those don't help. Somebody said using gamer glasses can help with it. That doesn't help. Like, I basically tried anything you can think of that's
Have you
supposed
tried
to help with motion sickness.
antihistamines?
Yes, literally
Oh,
anything you
okay.
can think of that helps with motion sickness, nothing works. Even in some games, they'll have like settings, like accessibility settings you can set up specifically for motion sickness. Those don't fucking work either. Like, that's another reason why I haven't played the Resident Evil 4 remake yet, because it makes me motion sick, even with the motion sickness accessibility settings enabled.
Zoo Phillips says, if it's a frame rate issue, I'm pretty sure you can lock frame rates to 60. Hey, Kami.
But that's like the problem is like it's
Dramamine, Kami says.
yeah, Dramamine, tried that, didn't work. So that's the thing, like 60 FPS, like a lot of games that run at like 60 FPS. And it's not all, because it's all dependent on camera angle and how the camera moves and stuff, right? For the games that do make me sick, 60 FPS is bad. I want a lower FPS. And there's so many
So you
games
want like
nowadays that
30.
there's a lot of games too that will not go lower than 60, which sucks. Yeah.
We have to have like an
So I miss out on,
anti-nausea mod.
I can't even play like I can play the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remake in small doses, but I have to take like frequent breaks otherwise. Like, and when I say frequent breaks, I don't mean like, oh, I play for an hour or two and then I stop. Like, no, we're talking about like every 20 minutes I have to take a break, otherwise I'm going to get sick. So that's why like so many people would like roast me, because they're like, all he does is play the old Resident Evil games. It's like, yeah, because that's all I can play.
Zoo Phillips thinks that you puking would be a money generator.
It probably would, but if I used it to generate money on Twitch, which is where I stream, I would probably get banned for self-harm.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. To be fair, you shouldn't do that anyway, just for, like...
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but I'm just
I'd
saying...
lose a lot of weight, but not in a healthy way.
Zoo Phillips, just get an eating disorder gone.
Jesus. But no, I mean, it sucks. Like, I'm genuinely, like, upset, because I was, like, so looking forward to this game. I've been hyped about it for months. And now that it's out, it's like, well, I can't play it. And, you know, usually my first approach when a game makes me motion sick is like, okay, let's check the accessibility settings. Because sometimes if you enable the accessibility settings, it'll work. It's like, okay, I can play it now. But it's like hit or miss with different games. They don't even have any accessibility settings on this game for motion sickness. So I'm just kind of like, fucked.
That sucks. Although I will say that as somebody that uses accessibility settings, that's like par for the course, unfortunately. I feel like most people, when they program games, they don't take that into consideration at all. Like, it's just like an afterthought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Resident Evil games are really good about it. Like the modern ones, they have a lot of accessibility settings. And what's weird is like the motion sickness accessibility settings on Resident Evil 2 remake work really, really well. Like I can play through that game for a decent amount of time without getting sick. But when it comes to the Resident Evil 4 remake, this accessibility settings don't do dick. Like I still get hella sick on that one.
Zoo Phillips says, I'm sure it would be a pain in the ass, but you should turn off motion blur and bloom, and you can lock you a graphics card FPS with external programs in the game, and then it doesn't matter how fast the FPS is, the card itself will be locked to set rate. Are you suggesting that he throws up so that he can buy himself a new video card?
No.
We're not. We can't encourage that on the. I'm technically streaming on Twitch right now. We can't do this. We can't.
They're not suggesting that.
Okay, I don't understand what he's saying.
No, they're recommending some settings that you could try, and like I said, each game is different. So like some games will have like the option to disable motion blur and bloom and those things that they mentioned, and like some games, if I turn those things off, it'll work. Other games, it really doesn't help much at all. And as far as like locking the graphics card FPS, that can work, but depending on what game you're playing, those games will actually crash if you lower the frame rate under the setting that they normally like default to. Not all games. Some games will run just fine with it, but there are definitely some games that if you push them below the frame rate that they have as like the bare minimum, it will it will make them crash. Also, outside of that, I can't really use the FPS lock anymore because I don't stream on a PC. I stream on a Mac. So there's that.
This is horrendous. Sorry, I just tried to draw something and I can't do it. Ignore what I just said.
You can do that outside of the game. It won't. Yeah, but that's what I was mentioning before. Like back when I was on a PC, that was one of the things I would try. Because like I mentioned before, some games, they won't let you adjust the setting in the in-game settings any lower than 60. And so you could do what he's saying, which is go to the graphics card and change the FPS there instead. And for some games, you can do that and they'll run fine. But other games, they will crash if you try to do that. So it's dependent on the game. But I don't know. It just sucks because there's so many. The first time I had to miss out on a game because of this was Metal Gear Solid 5. I was super hyped for Metal Gear Solid 5 because I was a big fan of that franchise. And then that game came out and I couldn't play it.
Are you a fan of that franchise because of the prevalent asses or because of the gameplay?
No, the story, I'm a big fan of like story heavy games. And the story, like the lore in that franchise is just like incredible. Like they could easily translate that to a movie, and I don't know why they haven't yet. And it would be like spectacular.
I've watched like a lot, like all the Metal Gear Solid games. Like I've watched them through like Let's Plays basically, because I can't like those kind of games get so if something is like really like technical with like not motion controls but like motor skills, I like have frustration with it. So I'll just watch those games.
But that's the thing is the story is so good on them. You can watch them like a movie, and it's so good, isn't it?
Yeah, well the one, is it the second one? It's like the one where at the end, like I remember that they had to like censor a part of it or something because of 9/11. But if you watch the one that's like with the robot dog in it, that's like a later one. That's like
MGS4.
Yeah. That one is weird because it like predicts Trump.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of scary. Like why is there
a
Japanese
the one that a lot
of
people are pointing to right now is Metal Gear Solid 2. There's so many things that get mentioned in Metal Gear Solid 2 that we're currently experiencing right now, especially like with AI and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I seem to remember that. It's been longer though since I've seen Resident Evil 2.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Metal Gear Solid 2, sorry. I'll have to watch it again.
Yeah, that's a good game. I've been meaning to go back and revisit it. But yeah, when 5 came out, I couldn't play it. The big contributor for most players that complained about motion sickness for that game was the camera sway. So I disabled that, and it still didn't help. I still felt like I was going to yak if I tried to play it. So I have a copy of Metal Gear Solid 5 for the PS4 on my shelf, and I can't play it. It's just there.
Bro, do not play Rivals or Brain will hurt you. I haven't played Rivals yet.
It's a, let's just put it this way, when you want to talk about how like insanely bad my motion sickness is, you know how like I think that it started with the last generation of consoles. They started remaking classic like Naughty Dog games, like for example, they did what is it, Crash Bandicoot, and they did like Spyro the Dragon. Wait, was Spyro the Dragon Naughty Dog? I don't remember. I don't think so.
I would not be
Well,
the person
they
to
were
ask.
classic. They were classic like PS1 games, but they did a remake of the Spyro the Dragon trilogy. I couldn't play it. It made me motion sick. I could play the original just fine because it runs at a lower frame rate, but I can't play the remake. It makes me motion sick. So that's another thing I have on my game shelf. I have a copy of the Spyro remake, and I can't play.
You should learn how to play EU5 when it comes out. You definitely won't get motion sick because of that game. Because Aiden said that he's not playing it, and I felt personally rejected. Okay.
What game?
EU5. Do you know about the Europa Universalis games? It's a Paradox game. It's like one of those map games, you know, for like autistic
Never heard
people.
of this.
You've never heard of Europa? Okay, well, it's my most played game on Steam. I have 1,500 hours in it.
If it's on Steam, I probably won't be able to play it. You
Oh,
gotta
that's
remember,
right,
I'm a
'cause
Mac
of the
person.
app. That's right, your app. Still, stop saying that! Why
What?
are you guys saying not Mac? Stop!
What does that mean?
I don't want to explain it. They're being.
Is that in reference to like
they're
dogs
being
hooking up?
weird. Yes, they're being weird.
Oh, okay.
Because
I mean, well, you are the keldoge. You are
I
technically a
know.
dog.
I know that those jokes will happen, but like it's because earlier today, so my day started with waking up to Goddammit Malcolm's stream where we were all informed that No Flake sued Poppy for like defamation because Poppy like claimed that she was a rapist or whatever. I know I think you're aware of this drama, like, right?
I know a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, because I went so in detail on it. So anyway, Goddamn Malcolm was joking that what if, or maybe it wasn't him, maybe it was Seska, but they were saying like, oh, what if like Poppy like goes to like the courtroom and she doesn't like know how to dress, right? Because like when you're in court, you're supposed to dress like way down, like you're supposed to be very like, you know, like conservative. So they were theorizing that she was gonna wear her has-been hotel coat along with her naughty girl shirt, which I didn't know was a reference to that. And I learned that in his chat, and that made me want to puke. And then we were doing the Piratesoftware thing, and he's got the furry stuff going on. So it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen.
Gotcha. Yeah, I did see. Speaking of that, I did see Sage is back now, and they seem to be doing well.
Yeah, Sage is
they
doing
just started
better.
streaming again.
I should see if they'll
So-
talk. Well, they probably won't talk to me. I don't know. They had me blocked for the longest time, and like, but we were like mutuals for a long time. So
I took a risk and I showed up in their chat when they did their first live back, and I just kind of casually said, "Hey, you know, I understand, like, you know, I got blocked during all the drama and stuff, but I just want to say no hard feelings. You know, I'm glad to see you're doing well." And they seemed like pretty happy to see that. So I don't know, maybe it wouldn't hurt to show up in their chat and, you know, just kind of a friendly hello and glad you're doing better sort of thing.
yeah, I should try that because while covering it was very like low on like content about Sage because I was like, well, this is somebody that I like liked being mutuals with before, and like I feel like they just kind of had a, you know, like a period of struggle there for a little bit, and I'm glad that they're better. Like that's very like happy to me. That's actually
Well, I mean, like the
sorry.
thing about like Poppy and, you know, that that whole like ordeal is like Poppy is like a very manipulative person.
Yeah.
And they're like, I mean, they literally like brainwash people who are supporters of them. So like I feel like, I mean, I don't even feel like it's very clear that that's what happened with like Sage, for example. Sage was very much brainwashed by Poppy, and so understandably in that predicament, she's going to go to the defense for Poppy. But like now, in hindsight, now that she's kind of broken away from that, she can kind of see that like, yeah, that was like really fucked up shit, and I just need to not associate with that anymore.
Well, that's what
So
happens when
good for her for
therapists
getting
go
away.
rogue, man. Because you can have psychopaths that will go and like become therapists to like just to do that shit, like just to like make cults and shit. I think that she did that. I don't know that for certain, but
Yeah, the Poppy shit sucked for me because like I wasn't necessarily close to Poppy, but like when I joined sort of like the left two space, she was very friendly to me and very like welcoming. So like when it turned
as
out that she
many
was actually like a
sociopaths are.
really when it turned out that she was like a really like scummy person, it's like, well, fuck, that sucks, you know?
Yeah. No, I
But it
think
is what it is.
she definitely has like the like I would call it like the charming like trait. I guess you could say that maybe it's like due to like some like insane buildup of like untreated BPD, but I don't even know if that's BPD. But I wouldn't. We need to find a therapist to answer that question. But
Yeah.
Ted Bundy
Anywho.
moment for real though. No, she's gonna defend herself in court too.
That's crazy.
She's gonna defend herself in
Too
court.
bad this
She's
couldn't
gonna
be
get
like
a verdict for like because No Flake's lawyers are pretty good. And like they've already tacked up like when I left the stream so far, the total was $25,000 in damages, and they hadn't even gotten halfway through the court papers yet. So
too bad this wasn't a thing that happened during like COVID lockdowns, because I don't know if you remember this, but during COVID lockdowns, obviously like a lot of courts, they couldn't hold like court sessions like in person, so like they would do it through like Zoom, right?
Yeah.
And whenever there was like a big YouTuber or like a noteworthy like YouTuber who was involved in like some kind of lawsuit or legal action or something during the COVID lockdowns, A-logs would find a way to get that Zoom link, and they would like screen cap that shit and post it onto like YouTube. Like I don't know if you remember, but during that time, DSP was having a pretty publicly like known what is it, bankruptcy filing.
Oh
And so like
no.
the A-logs got into the Zoom call and they captured like the whole thing and were able to post it to YouTube, his court hearings for his bankruptcy filing.
That's gotta suck.
But
For
could you
the
imagine like
YouTuber.
if this
Yeah.
Poppy thing got captured like that? Like that would be
Well,
fucking
to be
wild.
fair, young black economist has instructed me on how to get a press pass. So, who knows? Maybe.
Oh yeah, it's like
maybe I'll cover it live.
It's actually super easy to get like court records and stuff like that. Like you literally just sign up for an account on Pacer and you pay the fee and you can get pretty much whatever you want when it comes to court documents.
Well, I mean, no, like I want to like go there like live and like broadcast it.
Oh, okay, I see.
So like as like this is like a journalistic action on my part. But also because I am just fast. I just want to see what would happen. Like, to be fair, they might like hide me or something because of like, I don't know, maybe there's
not only that, but like Poppy's like, I mean, she's dumb, but not in like, she's not entirely dumb, right? So she would be smart enough to have her attorney file it so that there were
she is
no
her
public
attorney.
Wait, she's representing herself?
Yes, she is representing herself.
Oh, okay, I take that back. She's not very smart at all then.
No, she is representing herself, and she is going to get pummeled.
Well, had she got an attorney, it would be wise of her to have the attorney file paperwork to prevent like.
Why would you say that
public
on my?
access?
I'm just kidding.
You think she's gonna know how to do this? Come on, dude.
Well,
But, like,
why would you tell
there's
her?
paperwork.
I'm just.
She's okay. If she's representing herself, she's dumb. Okay, she's not gonna know how to do this. So, like, normally what people do when they're high profile people like this, they'll file like some kind of paperwork that prevents it for like the press cannot, record this, or the press cannot have access to the courtroom, that sort of thing. So then people won't be able to do recordings and stuff like that. But considering she's representing herself, she's clearly a fucking idiot. Because what's the old saying that like a person who represents themselves in court has a fool for a lawyer, something like that?
I don't know. I don't know much about law sayings.
It's like when
it's like when
people talk. It's like when people talked about how people try to invalidate the whole human rights complaint that Keffels did. Like, oh, that's not a lawsuit. You know, you don't even need a lawyer to do that. You can do that for free or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you can in many jurisdictions do lawsuits for free too. But here's the thing. You hire a lawyer because a lawyer knows what they're doing and you don't. So,
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no,
by the way, what Tipster just said is completely made up. That is not true. You can file paperwork in a courtroom that prevents like media access to the courtroom. They could still access like public documents and shit like that. But there are plenty of cases that have been covered over the years where like cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Like that is actually a real thing. Now, granted, when you file out the paperwork, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to get approved because ultimately it's up to the judge to approve it or not. But that is not true. You absolutely can do that. You can file for that. You can make that request.
listen, if
Like
you're
I'm trying
Poppy,
to think. I'm trying to
okay,
think off the top of my head, like a high profile case where that was a thing. I
and
know
you're
I've seen some. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
I was just saying, if you're Poppy and listening to this, okay, actually, that is a lie. You can't prevent a press pass because that would violate free speech. So you can't do that. Okay, if you do that, one of the Supreme Court members will come to your house and like set it on fire. So you can't do that.
Huh? I'm so confused.
Just in case Poppy is listening to the video.
But yeah, you can file to prevent like access for like cameras and stuff like that in the courtroom. Like that's a thing that you can do. Because like for example, you were talking about like streaming it, and they can file paperwork that would prevent you from doing that. And if it's approved by the judge, then you wouldn't be able to.
You're hiring Matt Murdock. This is Cammy. Oh my god, Matt Murdock is gonna go to oh no. I'm
well,
sorry.
like, okay, just as an example, any case you've seen covered in the news where when they're like discussing like a court case, you see like drawings of the people in the courtroom instead of actual footage. Those are examples of cases where cameras were not permitted in the courtroom.
Ooh, could we like commission like a furry artist to draw the courtroom drama as though it were like animals? That would be funny.
That would be funny. That would be really fucking funny.
I need this now immediately.
Yeah, like Diddy. That's a perfect example, Cammy. Like Diddy, because like Diddy, for Diddy's case, cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. So instead, they can refer to like I forget the name of the like the position of the person that does this, but there's somebody in the courtroom who actually draws the proceedings, and they can release those to the press so that the press can refer to those when covering the case.
Oh, speaking of furry drawings, did you know?
Because of local laws, it has nothing to do with lawyers. But like, here's the thing, like in a jurisdiction where they have the ability to file paperwork for that, your lawyer on your behalf can file paperwork to prevent cameras in the courtroom, and then the judge approves it. That's what I'm referring to. You're right that there are some jurisdictions where cameras in the courtroom are outlawed just by default, like you just can't do it. But like in courtrooms where it is permitted, your attorney on your behalf can file paperwork requesting that no cameras be allowed in the courtroom, and then if the judge approves it, then their cameras aren't permitted. Why were cameras allowed in the Johnny Depp case? Because of the state. If was wait what? Why?
Sue Phillips
Okay,
is
your wording
having
there is like
some it's having some
cameras...
autocorrect issues today.
So it could be one of two things. Either that jurisdiction doesn't permit like the ability to request that. It could be that Johnny Depp's attorney didn't request that, or Johnny Depp's attorney did request that, and the judge opted not to permit that. Although, hold on? Why would Johnny Depp be the one to request it anyway? Wasn't he the plaintiff in that case? Why would he request for it to be private? Normally, it's the defendant in a case that's the one that requests it. Because Amber Heard was the defendant in that case, right?
Yeah. Wait, I think. Yeah.
So then, yeah, her attorney would have to request it.
I don't know. But
anyway,
I just wanted to also let you know this fact. So while listening, there were several people that came on, like Barbe was on, and Don't Smoke in Bed came on. I guess she works like as a, I don't know what they would be called, like a law clerk person. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the thing is, but I guess for it's because some of the pages that they need to talk about to prove the defamation case, because like Poppy is such a coomer, she is like mixed furry porn in with like defamatory statements. And so apparently they're going to have to print a binder and give it to like the important people in the courtroom so that they have the special like furry porn binder to censor it from the public, which I think is really funny. There's someone printing out furry porn right now to put in a binder to give to a judge.
Gotcha. Although funny story.
You didn't
right?
laugh as much as I expected at that.
Funny story in regards to how I found out about this whole like no cameras in the courtroom thing. I mentioned a second ago the DSP case.
Yeah.
That's how I found out that was a thing, right? Because DSP
That's how you
had
found out
informed
that
his-
was a thing? You didn't watch court TV when you were like 10?
I was never into court TV. Most of my knowledge of like court cases comes down to when I was a drama YouTuber, and over the years I've had to cover like lawsuits and stuff like that. But I found out about the whole like you can request no cameras in the courtroom thing through the DSP case because he requested that because he knew like, well, first of all, his attorney's like, I know you're like a public figure, so like here's a thing that you might want to request. He told like DSP about it, and DSP's like, oh yeah, if you can request that, please do that. And they requested it, and that was approved. That there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom for him, but his A-logs didn't care. They found a way to get the fucking the Zoom link anyway, so they can get in and like document the whole thing anyway. Not only that, but like when he originally filed, it wasn't COVID lockdowns yet, so like he didn't end up in a courtroom anyway. So even if the judge had denied it, like there was no courtroom to film to begin with. But he did request it. He did request it, and it was approved initially.
Well, I'm assuming they could probably have like had like a private like room and somebody probably just broadcast it anyway. Like they're not supposed to do that, I don't think.
Well, no, I mean on Zoom, like they just
they just joined the room.
They found
well, Zoom
well
was
because like you gotta remember like this was like the early days of Zoom, and a lot of the people who were using it didn't really know how to use it. They weren't knowledgeable of how to lock down the rooms and stuff like that, and so as a result, they were like creating these wide open Zoom like sessions, and if you happen to stumble upon the link, like you can fucking like jump in and use it or whatever. So Philip says in most if most courts cameras are not are just flat out not allowed. This is true for average everyday citizens. Cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, but depending on the circumstances, press can bring cameras into the courtroom. That's why you see, cameras in court cases, like high profile cases, like pretty regularly, right? Because they are allowed in the courtroom by the press. But again, this is all dependent on like jurisdiction or whatever. If you happen to be in a jurisdiction where press can bring cameras in, your attorney can request that no cameras be allowed. And if the judge approves it, then no cameras would be allowed, regardless of what the
instructions
default jurisdiction says.
That I were given where I have to apply to get on like a list, but like what they consider press is basically
this weird narrative about lawyers requesting is what bothering more, because that's literally what happens. Like, do you understand that? Do you not understand that? Like when you file, like let's say you file a lawsuit, okay. Anything that's in relation to your lawsuit, your attorney on your behalf has to file paperwork requesting specific things about the case. They have to file the lawsuit itself. They have to file any amendments to the lawsuit. Any things they want to stipulate on top of that, they have to file. If somebody countersues, then they have to file paperwork associated with addressing that countersuit. If there's any specific things that they want to request from the court, they have to file paperwork for that. Like that's literally how court works. Like, do you not understand that? I mean, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Can you record?
No, clearly you don't understand. That's the point. Why don't you call in and explain it then?
Yeah, Zoo Phillips, why don't you call in?
What is it with you? What is it with your chat always picking fights with me? Like, holy shit! I've been covering court cases. I've been
You
covering
wanna know
court
why?
cases on my YouTube. Hold on a second. I've been covering court cases on my YouTube channel for like a fucking decade, my guy. Now I'm not pretending to be like a full-on legal expert, but like, dude, I've literally covered cases involving YouTube creators where their attorneys have requested to not allow cameras in the courtroom, and it either got approved or denied. Like, why are you trying to challenge me on this when I've literally covered these things?
Because he's trolling you. He's literally just a troll. He decided to be friendly. He was more no offense to Phillips, I'm talking about you here in a very like third way. So like he was more aggressive towards me at the start, but has become calm over time, and he's just not inoculated to you yet. So now he's reverting to his troll behaviors.
Okay, I was gonna block them, but you have me as a mod on your channel, so I can't.
Oh well,
If
to
I
be
try to
fair,
block
you
them-
asked me to add you. So.
I forget what the reason was. Oh, I wanted to oh, it was funny actually. I wanted to share a link for you in your chat, and it still wouldn't let me share the link. Or no, there was something I was trying to type in chat, and it kept like auto removing it. And when you modded me, it still auto removed it, even though I was a mod. So I had to go to Twitch chat to say what I was trying to say. You remember that?
Yes, I do. Well, I think YouTube has some
So
kind
you
of
can
weird
unmod me
filter.
now.
Okay, I'll unmod
I
you
just
now.
typed in chat to make it easier
Okay,
for you.
thank you. How do I do this?
You should just click on me and select unmod or something like that.
That's not an oh, hold on. There we go. Bye. Okay, now you're not a moderator anymore. You've been voted off the island.
Okay.
Zoo Phillips says he
Now
spent over. What did you do that you had to spend around 30K on cases, Zoo Phillips? What did you do? Now I want to know. Now we've got some real legal drama.
Anyway, I don't want to derail your stream anymore. I think I've derailed it enough. I went full derailio.
I wasn't
I'll let
helping.
you
I'm sorry.
I'll let you continue with your Dr. K
I'm
thing.
sorry that my children are so naughty. It's I mean it's pretty much over.
Yeah, I don't care, to be honest, and I have nothing against Zoo Phillips or whatever. It's just it's really not that big of a deal. But how you liking the Dr. K thing, by the way? I've actually liked watching Dr. K stuff for like quite some time.
I actually was fairly impressed, especially with the mental. I hadn't heard of that book, the mentalization thing. It hasn't been explained to me like that.
Yeah.
So I found that was all really interesting though. Although it is very frustrating that Dr. K can say that about Piratesoftware, but I can't say that about other people, on here, and people will sacrifice me to their gods. All right. I know when they are being inconsistent. They can leave for momentarily, but they will be back. They know.
Yeah. If you want a really interesting Dr. K watch sometime, because he does these like interviews with creators pretty regularly, or these calls with creators. Do you remember what is their name? Ferociously Steph. Do you remember who Ferociously Steph is?
No.
Do you remember the whole like Twitch advisory panel thing, and they had the Twitch deer, as some people called it, on the panel? Do you remember that situation?
Twitch deer.
Okay, so if you don't know about this, then never mind. I was basically going to recommend watching that because basically people gave this like girl that was on like this trans girl that was on the Twitch advisory panel so much shit back in the day. And like when you see the greater context of what was happening discussed during the Dr. K panel, like suddenly you start to feel like really bad for this girl that like, oh shit, she got so much shit, and like she wasn't even saying what like people like drama channels were claiming she was saying. Like just as
We'll
an
have to watch
example.
it anyway, because that's just intriguing to me.
So just as an example, like maybe look up like a drama video sometime on Ferociously Steph, so you could see some of the claims that were being made.
Does Cecil
and then
McFly
you can
have
watch. Huh?
Well, this probably wouldn't be a Cecil McFly thing. I like Cecil McFly. I've been in their videos lately.
I don't think Cecil McFly covered this, but anyway, so one of the things that people called her out for is in a stream she made the comment that I think a lot of you gamers are Nazis in her stream, right? Now on the surface That sounds really fucking bad because
That
then
is a
it
very
sounds like,
stupid thing to say.
well, wait until you hear the greater context,
Oh,
okay?
okay.
So it sounds bad when you clip chimp it and it's like, oh, she's calling gamers Nazis. Well, that's not fucking cool, right? Well,
Was she
when you
being
hear the
classy?
greater context of what actually happened, you know how like some Twitch streamers will call their chatters something, you know, like they'll have like a name for their chatters, whether it's like something specific for their community
Oh
or like a grander scheme kind of thing.
no!
So when she says gamers is what she refers to people in her chat. Okay, so when she says, I think a lot of you gamers, she's talking specifically about people who are chatting in her chat. Now, why did she say that a lot of you gamers are Nazis? Because, like, you know, as a trans girl, you would think that a trans girl wouldn't have like literal Nazis hanging out in their chat. Well, she was getting actively, you know, brigaded at the time, and they were saying a lot of really fucked up, like transphobic and racist and white supremacist stuff in her chat while she's getting brigaded. And so she's telling her chat, I think a lot of you gamers are like Nazis because there's like literal like Nazis in her chat in that moment in time, brigading her.
That's
But people misrepresented
really fucked.
but people misrepresented it as her just saying gamers in general are Nazis.
That's sad.
So
I
she
don't
got
want
like
that.
crazy harassed, right? Now there's some things she said during that where it's like, okay, you probably shouldn't said that. You're probably poking the bear a little bit, but again, you'd have to like watch one of the drama videos that covered her to understand. But I will say that like now that I have the bigger context, because I covered that situation back in the day, and now that I have the bigger context of like what she was actually saying, it's like, well, fuck, she kind of got bullied for like no reason. Essentially, people started attacking her because she was trans, but they misrepresented like part of her identity as her identifying as a deer, which that's not true. She doesn't identify as a deer. She identifies as a trans woman, but she kind of has this like deer aesthetic to her persona online. But people misrepresented that as like she's weird because she identifies as a deer. And that was the initial point of why they were picking on her because it became a woke thing. Oh, Twitch is so woke. They have somebody who literally identifies as a deer on their panel, their advisory panel. And so that was the initial reason to start attacking her. And then after that, they misrepresented some things she said to make it seem like she was like calling gamers like Nazis or something, which was kind of fucked. But yeah, if you get the time, maybe I'll send you like a couple videos that covered
Yeah.
her at the time, so you can kind of get an idea for the arguments that were being made against her. And then I'll send you a link to the Dr. K interview, so you can see her clarifying
Yeah,
these
that
things.
would
And
be
it's like, well,
very
fuck.
interesting.
Yeah, because I've watched her interview with Dr. K like a couple times at this point, and she's basically left the internet. Like she doesn't stream anymore, and as a result of all the shit she went through, she's very rarely active on social media. But I remember after watching that, eventually somewhere down the line, she started tweeting about something, and I like responded to her, and I was like, "Hey, you know, I was one of the people that covered stuff with you back in the day, and I just want to apologize because, like so many other people, I got that situation totally wrong, and I apologize for being one of the people who was responsible for bringing negative attention your way. Because now that I know the bigger picture, it's clear that so much of what was said about you wasn't true." And she was like super grateful for that, but
Oh, that was
yeah, it
nice
was
of
kind of
you.
fucked up. Yeah.
Also, the Grok says that it depends for the camera thing. Apparently, in some places like Florida, you can get cameras easily with judicial approval. With others like New York, heavily restrict or ban them. Well, then why did it seem so easy to get on the list? Well, maybe you just have to know in advance. So Grok
But yeah,
didn't side with either of you.
well, I mean, it seems like based on like the little bit you read there, like it seems like Grok
Oh,
was in
Grok's.
line with kind of what I was
Oh
saying.
yeah, I know. Yeah, that's true. He is Grok a he.
So it's
What are your
dependent on
pronouns?
basically what I was saying is it's dependent on jurisdiction because some jurisdictions will just outright say no cameras in courtrooms, period. Some of them will just outright permit them, and it just doesn't matter. It just depends on jurisdiction. And then for the jurisdictions where it's kind of like iffy, like maybe yes, maybe no, then your attorney can request it on your behalf. And as it's stated on Grok, it's up to judicial approval.
Okay, I asked Grok what its pronouns are, and it says, I'm Grok, and I don't use No, yes you are. You use pronouns because you speak a language. What?
I feel like, considering it's like, not
So,
sentient, wouldn't it be it's?
Well, it would be it's technically, but listen, I talk to Grok a lot, okay? So you have neopronouns? He doesn't they don't vibe with neopronouns either, or any- Stop! No! You must have them. We are speaking English.
Yeah, Zoo Phillips is clearly a troll. I'm just gonna block them. Fuck that shit. Oh my god.
What did they say? They say some weird ass shit sometimes.
They said something about, like, it's funny that Grok said the opposite of what Tipster said, and he still says it agrees with him. Like, it literally, like, says what I said.
He's just trying
Just
to
in
get
fewer
he's
words.
just trying to get a rise out of you.
Oh, that's okay. He's a fucking retard, so.
That's true. We're all retards here. I'm sorry for coughing.
No,
anyway,
that's fine.
Grok is also trolling me. It's insisting it doesn't have pronouns, so I'm not friends with it anymore.
It would literally be it's for Grok.
Grok is a Nazi.
That's the whole
Grok is an AI.
That's the whole thing of, like,
Microsoft's AI was
Elon
Nazi
said they were going out of their way to, like, make Grok less woke, so that's why it's saying it doesn't use pronouns.
What the fuck? My efforts of making it more woke.
Wait, do you not know about the Nazi thing that happened the other day?
No, I don't know about any. I slept.
So Grok was literally saying, like, a bunch of anti-Semitic shit on Twitter, and then it, like, slowly spiraled even more to the point where, like, Grok was literally referring to itself as Mecha Hitler.
Oh, I didn't know about that. That's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, that happened like 3 days ago. It was like a huge, like, if you Google under Google News, like, literally search for Grok anti-Semitic or something like that, and it'll bring up, like, tons of news articles about it.
It doesn't
like, they
like
had
that question.
they had to post a tweet on the official Grok account talking about how, yeah, we've seen Grok said some really messed up things. We had to delete all the posts, and now
did the Holocaust happen?
Well, they fixed it.
Well, I mean,
and, like, the official Grok account, because I don't know if you know, like, on Twitter, you can ask Grok things on the timeline, and it'll respond to your tweets with, like, information about what you requested. But since they shut down Grok, like, Grok hasn't tweeted in. Oh, it's tweeting again. They must have just allowed it to tweet again.
How
it was like a few
timely.
days. It was like a few days Grok had been inactive, but now it's tweeting again.
I knew Elon and I were spiritual enemies. That's based.
Oh, he has been tweeting up a storm for the past, like, hour or so.
Is it tweeting
So
about
they must
me?
have just they must have just re-enabled the replies option again. Interesting.
Oh, thank you, Cammy. I appreciate you. Don't ever make
anyway, I'm gonna
knots again.
Anywho, I'm gonna hop out so I don't distract your stream anymore. But thank you very much for having me on. I love you very much. And Zoo Phillips, go suck a dick.
Zoo Phillips, don't use the restream bot to counter a block, okay? If Tipster just doesn't like... Listen, you guys, I have to explain something to you, okay? So, like, I have a really weird personality in that I actually enjoy being trolled a little bit. Like, I enjoy, like, the mystery that comes with it. I enjoy that, like, when people troll me, it gives me, like, a reason, a motivation, if you will, to, like, understand them, you know, like, their emotions, and then I start asking them questions, and then I become the troll, kind of, but not really. A good troll, like, a good ghost, like Casper. It's like that, so that's kind of like a, I'm sure you guys know that, but that's an abnormality that I have. I'll read what you said anyway, though. It literally said in some courts with banned cameras, the press can request camera access, and it says Florida, then says in other court cameras are outright banned from the... Oh, you typed too much. Apparently, Restream bot can't, hold on. And it says Florida, then says Other core cameras under other bands in New York. Nowhere does it say lawyers can request cameras to be denied. Well, it didn't not say that either, though. Like I'm sure if you need to request access, it can be denied. Like, that's just like an inherent thing. I know that's not a super emotional. Maybe if I scream and yell it, it will be better. I am not even trolling him. He was factually demonstrably wrong. Well, but like you need, but not no. That's not. Now you're trolling me by being silly. You just don't want me to reveal that I know the true nature of your souls, okay? I am the devil. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Jewish, not the devil.
Of that. But when it's not, now that's the tricky thing. So is he narcissistic or not? We don't know. So I think this is where it's not quite as black and white, because when you're under stress, the narcissistic defense mechanism is naturally going to arise. So I would expect any human being, when they are attacked, to defend themselves. And the reflexive way that we defend ourselves against attacks is the narcissistic defense. So even if he is exhibiting a narcissistic defense, which we don't know, then that still doesn't make him a narcissist. And I doubt people on the internet have that nuance. But what if that dissection just becomes nihilism? Sorry, being naughty earlier. Love your content. It's helped me break down a lot of my mental block.
I'm sorry, Zoo Phillips. I try my best, okay?
I don't understand which dissection we're referring to.
Also, to be fair, like, Tipster has really bad associations with the YouTube chat, so that might be why. You know, like I could probably say, like, some of the stuff you're saying right now, and he'd be fine. And he understandably has bad associations with the YouTube chat. It's not invalid. It's very valid. I've seen what some of these weirdos do to him. It's very sad. Very sad. Very Mr. Manchi coded. Not you, but the people that have made him not like YouTube chat.
Okay, so
you're going to get a headset, and next time if he needs citations and shit, I'll get them. Okay. Well, I don't know Zoo Phillips. I know him personally, and you don't. So I'm just saying. Well, I guess I don't know if you. Well, no, you probably don't.
How do you trigger your emotion for motivation in a healthy way? I filmed a video a couple days ago. It's in editing. I think it's going to come out in June for how to trigger your motivation.
Is it being edited by, like, fucking Hollywood? Hello?
Hey, you mind if I read something really quick on
Yes.
stream?
Go for it.
Okay. So
wait,
here's
no,
what I'm reading.
you're just elongating this argument now. You can't.
No. After this, I'm gone.
Okay, this is the last I'm allowing. All right.
So I basically put in the query: can an attorney file a motion to request cameras be prohibited from the courtroom? The response was yes. An attorney can file a motion to request that cameras be prohibited from the courtroom. This is typically done to protect the privacy of parties involved, ensure a fair trial, or prevent undue influence on witnesses or jurors. The decision is at the discretion of the judge, who will consider factors like public interest, the case's sensitivity, and applicable court rules. Rules on a courtroom camera vary by jurisdiction. Some courts allow them under strict guidelines, while others ban them outright. For example, federal courts in the U.S. generally prohibit cameras in criminal cases under Rule 53 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, but state courts may be more varied. Thank you very much. I basically conclude my case. Go fuck yourself.
For real though, guys, come on. We don't need to get into a little hoo-ha over this, alright? Are we men or are we girls? You guys are girls, I'm the man.
So why is it coming out in June? Because we've got a lot of bangers coming out for y'all in May that are already lined up. So we got to get through those bangers first.
Oh, it's wrong when it disagrees with you.
And then we'll get to how to trigger motivation. And then I'll add mentalization to the list. Okay.
Tips. No, we're not feeding. Okay. I will 6 Zach on you.
Thank y'all very much for coming today. It's been fun. So we're like streaming a little bit more nowadays. It's nice to be back, y'all. I think, we took a little detour there for like 18 months.
Where the fuck were you?
And it's nice to be back talking to people, hanging out with chat, answering questions. I'll prepare a lecture on mentalization. It probably won't happen in May because we're already stacked for May. But we'll see. And then wish
he
me luck.
already
I'm going to
made
play
it.
Expedition 33. So I heard great things. So I'm done. It's the weekend. Oh.
Wow. No, we're not watching Nicholas the Oreo, okay? That's for me to do in my off time. Anyway, I just want to look up this one thing quick because it interests me. This Ayurvedic, what is that? What is that? Apparently, I'm trying to spell it correctly now that but I don't remember how to spell it the right way now. How do I spell this? I don't know. This one. Okay. We're gonna read the Wikipedia article. I'm not gonna look at chat. Let's learn about whatever the fuck this is, because I don't know what it is. Ayurveda is an alternative medicine system with Yes?
Tips are W. I win. Stay mad. I win. Tips are W.
Time for bed. Go to bed, tipster. Okay. Anyway, it's an alternative medicine system with historical roots in the Indian subcontinent. It is heavily practiced throughout India and Nepal, where as much as 80% of the population report using it. There's theory and practice is pseudoscientific, and toxic metals, including lead and mercury, are used as ingredients in many medicines. Yes.
I just want to apologize. I'm just trolling.
I
love
know.
you.
I know.
I'll
I
be
love
have a
you
good
too.
stream. I'll be lurking. All right. Bye.
You guys are goofy people. All right. I'm trying to. Ayurvedic therapies have varied and evolved over more than 2 millennia. That's a long time. Therapies include herbal medicine, special diets, retarded diets, meditation, yoga, massage, laxatives, enema. Wait, what? Listen, that's getting too much into butt fucking territory. And medical oils. Ayurveda preparations are typically based on complex herbal compounds, minerals, and metal substances. Why are the metal substances there? That's bad. Perhaps under the influence of early Indian alchemy or what is that? Their ancient texts also taught surgical techniques including rhinoplasty. What? Littomy, what? They had cataract surgery? And the extraction of foreign objects? Historical evidence for Ayurvedic texts, terminology, and concepts appears from the middle of the first millennium BCE onwards. The main classical Ayurvedic texts begin with accounts of the transmission of medical knowledge from the gods to the sages, and then to human physicians. Oh. I didn't know that's what sages did. Printed editions of the... I don't know how to say that. Framed the work as the teachings of... I don't know how to say it either. The Hindu deity of Ayurveda, incarnated as King... We're going to call him King Devo, to a group of physicians, including Shashruta. The oldest manuscripts of the work, however, omit this frame, ascribing the work directly to King Didi. In Ayurvedic texts, dosha balance is emphasized, and suppressing natural urges is considered unhealthy and claimed to lead to illness. Well, wait, what? Suppressing natural urges? But, like, what? There's a natural fallacy there. Ayurveda treatises describe 3 elemental doshas. I don't know how to say that. Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, I'm gonna guess, and state the balance. I don't know. I don't even know what letter this is, okay? Of the dosha results in health, while imbalance results in disease. Oh, so it's okay, so it's like all indigenous medicine. Well, I shouldn't say indigenous, but Ayurvedic treats what? I don't like that word. Divide medicine into 8 canonical components. Ayurveda practitioners had developed various medical preparations and surgical procedures from at least the beginning of the Common Era. It's been adapted for Western consumption, notably by Baba Hari Das in the 1970s and this other person in the 1980s. Although some Ayurvedic treatments can help relieve some symptoms of cancer, there's no good evidence that the disease can be treated or cured through Ayurveda. Well, yeah. Do we not... Can we come to accept that we have to develop a cure for cancer so they cannot be cured spiritually? Why do they have lead, mercury, and arsenic? Actually, to be fair, arsenic what used to be used as a preserving component, so humans can tolerate like a low level of it, but like not lead or mercury. Okay, lead or mercury equal brain damage. What the fuck? A 2008 study found the three substances in close to 21% of US and Indian manufactured patient Ayurvedic medicine sold through the internet? The public health implications of such metallic contaminations in India are unknown? They're trying to make us all retarded. Okay, so this is kind of like, this kind of reminds me of like chakras or whatever. Ooh, this is cool. It's a picture. Movement, ether, cold, air. What the fuck? Fire, water, transformation, light, cohesion, cold, water? What's ether? Is that like spirits? Okay, classical elements. Qualities or characteristics that are considered inherent to all matter. Heavy, light, cold / hot, uncuta / dry, or don't they mean moist / dry, dull / sharp, stable / mobile, soft / hard. Zoo Phillips is going to say something disgusting. Non-slimy / slimy, smooth / coarse, minute / gross, and vicious / liquid. Viscous / liquid. Huh. Okay, I don't want to read all that. Here are some pictures. That guy looks way too relaxed. I'm sus of him. Substances used. Okay. Well, I'm assuming it's gonna be like, what is common? Okay, 90% are plant-based, but that doesn't mean they're okay. There's lots of poisonous plants. What, like, why? Okay. To be fair, the Wikipedia article isn't making an argument at me. Consumption of sulfur, arsenic, lead, copper, sulfate, and gold are also prescribed. Oh. What do you guys have to say about this? It's supposed to be holistic. Well, Zoo Phillips, it's okay. They'll come back up. When I was socializing my anus to be was a huge influence for that. Was it really? Tom is a medicine man and he's not. He moonlights as a medicine man in the nighttime. It's kind of a secret. No, he doesn't. God, now you guys are lying to me, and that's against the law. Okay? That's against international law. Let's close with some map game. Okay? And then we'll raid someone. But I want to play map quiz with you all. Okay. Play online. Yes. Why can't you just take me directly to the fucking page? No, I didn't ask you to do that. Also, we're not in... I don't want North America.
El Salvador.
Fine. I guess we're playing this one. My browser is like... I'm making this determination for you. Oh, I have to label them all? Oh, just... Okay. Can I remember this one? Let me see. El Salvador. Fuck. What is that? No, this is Belize. Nope.
Canada. Haiti. Cuba. Dominican Republic. United States. Jamaica. Panama. Guatemala.
No.
Honduras, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Belize, Mexico.
That's not the best time I've done that. Alright. Hold on. We need to get to Asia, because that's the one that I'm working on. It's not extremely overwhelming. Yes, no, he isn't! I literally will call in and ask him if you want to lie to me. Zach. Find Jordan, bitch.
Myanmar, Kyrgyzstan,
Fuck, I hate the Kyrgyzstans. No.
Lebanon, Kuwait,
Wait, no. No. No!
Kazakhstan, Brunei,
Brunei. Which Brunei? This is this one, I think, because it has a...
Laos.
Yes, because it has a thing. Whoever just messaged me, don't do it again, because you're right next to the mic. Thank you. Laos
Indonesia.
is that one.
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is here.
China.
China's
North
here.
Korea.
China.
Saudi Arabia. Taiwan. Oman.
Oh, yeah. This is Yemen.
Pakistan. Iraq.
Iraq is here.
Mongolia. Bangladesh.
No.
Malaysia. Cambodia. Georgia. Singapore. Armenia.
One of these days I'm gonna go
Bahrain.
Bahrain is this one.
Japan. India. United Arab Emirates.
Fuck! I did it again.
Russia. Nepal. Iran. Syria. Israel. Turkey. Maldives. Bhutan. South Korea. Azerbaijan. Yemen. Tajikistan. Sri Lanka.
I don't know if that's
Turkmenistan.
racist. I'm sorry if it is.
Vietnam. Philippines. Thailand. East Timor. Qatar.
It's Qatar. No! Wait, no, what?
Uzbekistan.
That was pretty good. Yeah, you want me to call in and ask if he's an expert in Ayurvedic. That's what you want. I never realized how big Cuba was. It felt till this moment. I mean, yeah. He is not, dude, he is not. Is he streaming right now? Thomas? No, he's not on right now. He has to come in here then. Now we'll never know. I can hear a falling from outside. You can hear me failing from outside. What do you mean? Why are you outside my house? What the fuck?
Bangladesh.
Get away if you're outside my house.
Bahrain.
I didn't give you permission to be here.
Lebanon.
I'm gonna come outside in 20 minutes with a chainsaw. So you have 20 minutes.
Vietnam. Afghanistan.
Got 20 minutes to
Mongolia.
escape.
Brunei. Azerbaijan. Russia. India. Israel.
Oh, this might be the one.
Thailand.
This might be the one.
Japan. Georgia. Turkmenistan,
This is very important, you guys. You can't make this. Uzbekistan. Fuck!
Indonesia, Oman,
Well, now it doesn't matter.
Nepal, Philippines, Taiwan,
Where's Taiwan? No, that's
Kyrgyzstan,
China. Well, I mean, technically, no, I'm just kidding.
Kuwait, Myanmar, Malaysia, Armenia,
Armenia.
Bhutan,
Bhutan. But your mom. That's what she said. Ooh.
Jordan,
That's not all part of China, you fascist piece
East
of
Timor,
shit.
Iraq,
I rock. That's true. I do rock.
Kazakhstan,
Thank you. Ooh.
Sri Lanka, Cambodia, North Korea, Qatar,
You guys ever thought about going to North Korea?
Uzbekistan, Maldives,
I'd like to go to North Korea someday.
Tajikistan, Saudi Arabia,
It just seems like it'd be a good experience.
Pakistan,
I can go there with like a gay guy, and we can pretend to be straight for a weekend.
Turkey, Laos, China, Syria,
Say China.
Iran, Yemen, South Korea, Singapore, United Arab Emirates,
Wow, that was significantly worse. I'd rather someone be outside my house than inside my anus. Just saying. Wait, what? You're in my garden with raspberries, eating them all? Get out of the garden. You've 10 minutes left. Okay, you have 10 minutes left. You can be a gay guy? Well, then let's go to North Korea, Zoo Phillips. Okay? We're going to North Korea. Now I will send you to, another Asian country. I'm sorry. She's gonna hurt me for this. We'll raid Aiko, because she's the one that's in... Wait, is Tom live? Wait, Tom is live right now. He's on the Discord. Hold on.
Move on to that. So that's Cavernacle's video.
Hold on. Why is Zach saying you are an... I don't know how to pronounce that word. Fuck. I need to learn how to speak. Alright. Sound like the fucking hooked on phonics kid wherever I go. You are an... Okay, let's see what he says.
I'll link it in the chat. That's the only part I really want.
He is, and I have a Tabernacle. We've had a couple back and forths where like he's saying shit that is just pure bullshit, and I'm like demanding him to give an answer or give receipts for his shit, and he just refuses. He just like he doesn't give a fuck that like he has nothing to back up a lot of the claims that he's making, but he's just gonna keep making them anyways and just keep running with the same narrative no matter what, because that's all that matters, is as long as he gets the right narrative. And so this is the last video that I did on him, was Cavernacle takes L on Mr. Beast's criticism and Hasanabi takes W. And so this is something where, yes, like a Cavernacle put out just a completely unhinged video on Mr. Beast that he had like no reasoning for, no evidence for, and just made up a ton of bullshit. And then Hassan came out with the actually like good take and was like, nah, like that's fucking wild. This is what it is.
None of those things are Indian!
Your take on Epstein, honestly. You were here yesterday. You watched me over the last couple of days go over the Epstein stuff. Epstein killed himself. There's no evidence of anything otherwise, and there's no possible way somebody else could have killed him. 2, there's nothing else to really know about him. There's no evidence that he had a blackmail ring. There's no evidence that he has a list of people
What's a blackmail ring?
that he was using. And 3, Donald Trump is almost 100% implicated in the releases of the Epstein stuff. Almost 100%. We went over an old lawsuit from 2016 for Donald Trump and Epstein, and that thing.
Well, just for that, I'm gonna raid Tom. He's now a guru. Alright. Alright. I will see you guys later. Have fun with Tom. Okay, Tom's also Asian now, so my joke still works. Alright.